worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you. It means confidence. Confidence that I can deliver what I set out to.
My goal is for my son to grow into the best version of himself.
Friendship to me is so important.
They make me feel calm, secure, supported, motivated, and they encourage me to be the best person I can possibly be.
Having a team that supports you, commitment and hard work is the most important thing.
My goals are giving them a safe space within their communities.
Like the drummer to the bass player, no worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you.
哇，这正好是天威还没有进人体，但是枪片太猛，哇！
Position. Meanwhile, Question Mark is finally forced to make a move by the circle. This forward fade. That grenade is great.
Đơn giản đem về cho 4 điểm kill trước đến Yahoo. Yahoo có thể làm khỏi nhưng có ai cả game mình được. khi mà họ đi bo chọn nhận một cái là gãy luôn. Và bây giờ đang lợi thế dành đội hình bên phía team Seoul Esports có nét nhồi ra dành cho tài con. Nhưng khu vực này thì sao đấy? Ui quá tuyệt vời, quả nét khiến cho chiếc xe đẩy ngược.
And there we go. It's going to be pretty much going over control to the over peakers. Now, Sonics,
If you move slow enough while crouched like that, but it looks like you've got your legs sticking.
just got to slowly creep it. And you got to be very, very careful using this line as well as slow as it's moving. So Tiggleton moving around the outside of this, going to try to draw some attention. There you go. It was bait into an H1 spray, long in trouble. And we are seeing...
Pushing down as Naradra trying to escape. But Jervis gonna get spotted out by Leo.
Leo, I know that you're actively shooting right now, but you know what happened? Oh, does he spot him there? And then he steps in. Okay, you know what, Leo?
ที่ต้องระวังให้ดีนะผู้ชมโดนง้อแล้วโอ้ยไม่โดนที่เหลือไม่โดนยังจะตะกิดไปอีกนะฮะตรงนี้โอ้โหโดนอีกเฮ้ยเดรับโอ้ยเลือดดำคนนั้นกี้ฝืนไว้เข้าสองเคมีอีกเข้าน้ำยางแตกอ้าวเบรกไม่อยู่
去南边其实也没位置。
对。
哎，这辆车开不了了。刚刚的话呢，是为了想要把这艘船开到岸上，不让后续的队伍去开，然后导致自己的车呢又滑下去了。
过得也非常的谨慎。
哎，这个车又裂开。这样堵住了，就只能从桥上过了。
들어가요 이거. 아수라. 이겼어요. 구상이나요? 구상. 아 의료킷.
엔트로픽이 먹고 있는 그 1층 집으로 잡히게 될 확률이 있거든요. 이제 그 다음 서클은 물을 피해 갑니다.
자, 숨이 얼마나 있나요, 아수라?
자,
아, 숨이 좀 모자란 것 같은데요. 얼굴을 내미는 이유가 있겠죠?
자, 이 식생 사이로 도망가면
그렇죠. 자기장 맞아야 하거든요. 일단은 상륙하는 데는 성공.
Always stick together, stay connected, have each other's back.
We have the best staffs, the best stadium.
With the best fans and community behind it.
그 모든 힘이 저희를 더 강하게 만들어줄 거라고 믿습니다.
Nothing but respect, always like a wolf pack.
This win goes out to the fans.
Meditate on that! High five!
My eyes are up here. A bold message. I will not rest.
We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
Did you know they call Callisto the Dead Moon? Dead. Gives me chills every time. Things are changing. They're evolving.
Improvements to the folded shield. Some spawn rate adjustments for vehicles. And a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the world. All this and more as we dive into the Update 20.2 patch report. First up, the folded shield is getting a few changes based on community feedback. The inventory weight has been reduced, weapon durability increased for both guns and grenades, and it now installs in half the time. You'll also find it a bit harder to run over than before, with a vehicle now needing to be going at least 10 kilometers per hour, instead of the 1 kilometer per hour it was before. In addition, the shield can now be placed back into your inventory, and deployment can be cancelled before it finishes. Let us know what you think about these requested changes. Next up, vehicles in Erangel and Miramar are getting a slight adjustment, with some spawning more and less frequently. You'll now find more UAZs and Dacias on Erangel, and more Murados and pickups on Miramar. To contrast, we've lowered the amount of boats, buggies, and aqua rails on Erangel. And speaking of maps, this update's rotation will now include Erangel, Miramar, Tago, and Destin for all regions. Regions with map select enabled will also have the option of playing on Sanaa, while regions without will instead drop into Karakin. As usual, the ranked rotation will remain Erangel, Miramar, and Tago. This update also features a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the game, Neymar Jr. For a limited time, you can pick up several Neymar-themed items in the store. Gear up and score big. There's also a reduction in the number of multi-care packages on Tago, some MMR adjustments for normal games, new workshop skins, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 20.2 is here, so fold up your shield, pack up the Dacia, and go catch a ball game. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Until you're dead and gone. Until you're dead and gone. I'm bad, take a look and see, so bad, that is hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me.
Hi PUBG Esports fans, I'm your PUBG Esports guide Amy. Are you all enjoying the PGC 2022 Grand Finals? We're going to go inside the expo village where the players are staying and have a look how the players are having time after the winners bracket. Let's go! So this is where all the players are having rest and staying during the PGC 2022 period. Let's go!
Hello?
Oh, what are you doing?
I'm just rewatching the game.
I was just looking around the village and hoping if you might introduce your room to our fans.
Yeah, for sure. Why not? Let's go.
Is this your room?
Yeah.
Oh, ta-da! Can you open? Oh, it's a big room.
Here we're watching the games.
So this is where all the strategy comes out.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm just sitting here. So,
Big boss.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do this, and yeah.
Where's your room? Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
It's a big one.
This is all your place?
Yeah, everything is mine.
Do you have anything you want to show us?
I don't know, maybe my bathrobe?
Oh.
My legendary bathrobe.
You wore it, right?
Yeah. When I was winning the tournaments at home.
Bring it to PGC?
If I win, for sure. Yeah.
So maybe it could be the ceremony. Can I look around other players' room too? Oh, wait, what is this? What? Is there people here? Whose bed is this?
It's Lou.
Lou?
This is our coach, the top.
Funny friends. And I wonder if you wanna go into some other players' room.
Oh, yeah,
Maybe
sure. Our friend, my biggest friend from Danawa, Seoul.
Oh, yeah, you've met before.
Yeah.
어떻게 됐어요?
Hello.
박도리 선수가 서울 선수 만나고 싶다고 해서 May I?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Can you lead us to your room? 오,
저랑 이제 레클로 코치님이랑 같이 쓰는 방이고요.
Yeah, so close.
네, 여기는 이제 또 가만히 또 애벌레가 있기 때문에.
Who's sleeping?
헬렌.
Oh, Helen.
헬렌 선수가
Hello.
이제
Have a sleep.
와우. 네. 오. 그래서 저기 또 이제 각종 프로틴도 갖고 와가지고.
Gym.
예.
Do you go to gym?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
제가 매일 출근하고 있는데 한 번도 못 봤어요.
I go late night.
Okay. So thanks to these two players, we could look over the players' accommodation, how they live in Dubai. Can you introduce yourself?
안녕하세요. 다나와 e스포츠 소속 서울 조기열이라고 합니다.
My name is Alexander Batulin from Team Twisted Minds. I'm happy to see you, everyone.
First, congratulations on qualifying to the grand final.
후련해요. 약간 편하게 쉬면서 이제 볼 수 있어가지고.
It's always great to be in the grand finals of the PGC, so yeah.
It's been a long time since you've met in the official contents. If you remember, you've met in the PGC 2021 Rivals. How do you feel to meet again in the contents?
다행이죠. 사실 두 팀 다 잘해야 컨텐츠가 생기는데 두 팀 다 잘했다는 증거라서 행복하고 반갑네요.
Very huge respect to Danawa, so I'm always happy.
And you're the IGL, the team leader of this team. Team have been consistent in PUBG Esports scene for like 3 years. How could you be so consistent?
The corner, get somebody out. It's gonna be Lou that picks him up. And
First of all, I think that we're a smart team, so we always think of what we're gonna do in the tournament. We prepare for the teams and everything. I think the most important is that all the players are always working.
So hard training.
Yeah, for sure.
다나와는 약간 기복이 좀 있긴 하잖아요.
기복이 있죠. 기복이 있어서 조금 슬픈데 부럽고요. 제가 좀 추구하는 방향성을 많이 갖고 있는 팀이라.
But still, you're the only Korean team to qualify for the grand final.
국내에서는 예상치 못한 일들이 좀 많이 일어납니다. 또 아마추어 선수들이랑도 많이 하다 보니까 저의 생각에서는 많이 벗어나는 행동들을 많이 해요. 근데 이제 또 해외에서 모든 권역에서 잘하는 팀들이 모일 때는 딱 제 생각 그대로 움직이거든요. 트위스트 마인드도 그렇고. 범주 안에서 움직여서 저는 더 PGC가 쉬운 것 같아요.
Who do you think is the most competitive among the teams they qualify to the
Okay,
grand final?
the most competitive team. Maybe Navi. Yeah, they're playing too good right now, so they are first 2 times in a row. So for sure, I would mention them.
Not Danawa.
I mean, Danawa as well, of course. Of course, Danawa. Yes.
No, kidding.
Danawa always arrive.
Okay. 서울 선수는
개인적으로는 트위스티드 마인드가 잘하는 것 같고. 이 2일차 때 봤듯이 하려던 거를 실수 없이 하면은 뭐 누구든지 다 이기는 모습을 보여줬기 때문에 견제가 되진 않는데 그 중에서 조금 한다 하는 팀이 이제 트위스티드 마인드.
This is a quiz on rugs. We're gonna have a little quiz. So we have 4 keywords for the quiz. If you pick one, I'm gonna give you the quiz related to the keyword. There is an option for the sound. If we give a difficult question and if you get it right, we can double the gift. 먼저 고르실래요?
사운드 어려운 거.
사운드 어려운 거. This is a difficult one.
오! I know.
뭐야?
토미건이랑요. 권총 소음기인데 피구이.
맞아요?
아.
공정한 소리 들으면 알 수도 있는데.
아, 이제 알았다. R18955인가? 소음기 달린 거.
So I can't pick double sound anymore.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, I will try as well.
Okay.
Why not?
I'm gonna do the most difficult one.
It's very easy. So it's car and vector with a suppressor.
You're so good.
아, 덥네.
You two got the difficult question right, so we're gonna give 2 prizes. So you first.
Okay.
One more.
One more? Okay, this.
Okay.
오, 뭐야? 오, 지갑이다. 금괴. 다 봤죠? 열심히 시청했죠?
뭐 보세요?
금괴.
Yo, stop it.
Oh, same one.
Wait.
오,
Oh,
봐.
the gold. Okay. You wanna change?
Hey, bro.
Okay.
Sorry.
Спасибо всем, кто смотрел вообще этот контент. Всех знаем, всех любим. Спасибо, что смотрите. Настрой победить. Всегда победить.
항상 응원해주시는 팬분들 감사하고 누누이 말했듯이 작년보다는 훨씬 더 좋은 성적 내도록 할 거니까 꼭 끝까지 지켜봐 주시길 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
PGC 2022.
나나와 eSports. Peace of minds. Fighting!
So now I'm in the pool area of the first floor of the Expo Village, and over there is a gym where the players work out regularly. Let's go. Okay, so I'm here in the gym, and I see some players over there working out. Hello, Vinay.
Hello.
Wow. Wow. Oh wait, what's the weight?
Not high.
Okay. Oh, there's Uba too. Wow. Wow. You were the two players who are working out in the gym. You usually work out regularly?
Of course, I have a passion for working out. I'm always in the gym.
What's your favorite?
Definitely the leg press.
Yes, hello.
Chilling. Yeah, get that pump
Do you
in.
work out? Ah, okay.
It's our pot theory. Local sleeping with the gym.
You say you like to do the leg press. Okay, thank you for coming. Okay. You wanna go out and...
Bye, guys.
Let's go too. Let's go. So we're here with the two players who have advanced to the grand finals from the winners bracket.
I'm Punij, the IGL for Team Yahoo.
I'm Uba, player for NATO Windsor.
Congratulations for advancing to the grand finals. Well, Navi, you were maintaining the first place for like 2 days. How do you feel?
I mean, it matters nothing, like being in the first place until it's like grand final position, so I don't care.
Back, it's Navi with 3 wins in a row.
You two advanced to the grand final. So did you know what the situation was like when you were left alone? Like you're a contender to the 8th place, the CES Logi died, and you're alone. And did you know that the 2 kills, you needed 2 kills, or you would just clutch?
I didn't know exactly how many points I needed, so I didn't know that I had, but I knew it was close. Yeah, so I was just obviously just getting as many points as I could, but when I died, I didn't think we got it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought we needed 1 or 2 more points.
8th? We're in 8th? Win an 8th?
So this team Navi, 3 players have played together for a while. Uba just joined the team.
We started like pretty quickly, like to play good with each other. It like took 1 week for me to adapt for the team's play style, and after that just developed this ability like to understand my teammates. As long as we communicate with each other in the game, we're gonna show good results.
Who do you think is an ace of the Navi?
Example, I think he's young, he's like very good mechanically, and like he's a smart player.
What about you? You're like the god.
I'm just waiting for grand finals. I'm like, I don't care about group stage.
We're gonna show off in the grand finals.
For sure.
Okay. What team could be the biggest rival for each of your team?
For me, it's probably OP. I hate James. He's gonna be running around the map and like trying to kill me.
Okay. So, but do you want them to advance to the grand finals? No.
It's a vision, and Cleveland's going to go down, and it's going to be exchanged over. Pickers get it with the last bit of the 1v1.
I hate James.
What about you?
Probably wild card. Because of how they play in North American scrimmages.
Your like play style is similar, or?
No, not at all.
So you don't want them to come to the grand final? Or do you want to compete with them? It's a kill point?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start the quiz time then. You're like our last guest, so we have to give all. Do you want to give all the gifts? So,
for free?
Just a minute. So we're gonna play a really difficult sound quiz.
Okay.
Like 5 guns.
Okay.
If we get it right, we're gonna give you all the gifts.
Okay.
Okay, it's a team play, so you can each listen to it and get it right. Okay. put on the headphone. I'm gonna play the sounds. You can pick up some and you can... No?
I mean, there is Uzi for sure, suppressed.
Uzi?
Suppressed Uzi.
Okay, that's you got it right, one.
Okay, there's a PP Bison, and there's a suppressed Bolt.
Mosin suppressed as well?
I would guess Mosin if not
Mosin.
M24.
No.
Two more. Do you know our slogan?
BS gets the throne. Yeah. Ace. There is ace.
Is there an ace?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Oh, suppressed S12K?
Yeah!
Okay.
Okay, so you got it right. It's all for you. All for you guys.
50-50.
Yeah, 50-50.
And I have two of them, so
Okay.
I'll just do mine.
Okay, so are you gonna share it with your teammates or something?
No.
Think about
No,
it.
it's all yours?
They could get like
Oh,
this.
okay. Yeah.
could have
You have
that.
two?
For the finals, obviously, we're just gonna aim to like show our best performance, do as well as we can, especially because of how important these global events are for PUBG. Should be good next year.
For us, like supporting our team and yeah, be the ace, get your throne.
Okay. PGC 2022.
Navi.
Yahoo.
Fighting! Woo! So we've met various players competing in PGC 2022 here in Quiz on Rock contents, but now it's time to say goodbye. We're gonna come back with another contest next year, and stay tuned till the end to find out which team will be the ace and get the throne of the PGC 2022. Bye-bye!
Did you know they call Callisto the dead moon? Dead. Gives me chills every time.
Things are changing. They're evolving.
This win goes out to the fans.
Meditate on that!
High five!
My eyes are up here. A bold message. I will not rest.
Still playing up top as it looks like this is just going to be moving into an absolutely close range. You're on no vision. Nikos does get a knock. Now we shifted this back into a 2v2. Throwables now coming out. Adam's coming up to reinforce. Nade's going to be pretty close to this one. Is it going to be able to take down the gun? And yes, it does!
For base, so both teams able to trade reses here, and now the push is on. I love it. Grenades out. Bard finds a big one into 277. That grenade is on point. They could be done. It is really good. It gets one, does a ton of damage to the others.
Now it's just a full collapse. My God, Freaks just moved out of that hallway. Entropic charged into it, and it being exposed. With the smokes now out, you can see the Twisted Minds slow creeping into this one. Actually, every single second that we can see that EU United is having more and more pressure put on them. Could be a benefit. Brillo does line up, finally does pick it up.
Spending smokes, but they are losing members fast. Lulu always up close and personal, gets them all.
Drop shot.
Oh, Lulu. Absolutely nasty there, taking out FaZe.
Looks like they're finally going to do that, but it is just a moment too late. Spray's going to come out. Helen is going to go down. Salute going to go down as well. Hobbits has got an angle to work with, and it is just going to be everybody on Danawa just getting demolished.
为什么这么渴望冠军？因为这是我职业生涯中最后一次比赛了，所以说我非常渴望得到这次冠军。
Я на протяжении 5 лет уже играю в эту игру. Это, можно сказать, что как детская мечта, грубо говоря. Ну и не исполнившаяся еще пока что цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
After having a strong performance at the start of PGC 2021 and then failing to qualify for the grand finals, my team has worked really hard this year and we want to show why we belong here.
This is their opportunity to kind of really put their stamp on history.
This is the dream, and now it is finally potentially attainable.
Я думаю, что мы морально задавили вчера 17-х. У ЕУ, в принципе, мне кажется, слишком большой отрыв для того, чтобы догнать нас
我们肯定会再次夺回这个第一。我觉得就算 TM 现在表现得再好，但是他也只是领先了我们只有几分的分差，我觉得我们还是会站到最后的。
Finally does pick up, and there you go. E United finds a victory.
There's no real strategy for us going into the last 5 games. We still have a chance to win, and I will do everything in my power to win.
只有冠军才会被别人记住，但是第2名永远不会被所有人记住。这次我们会夺冠，然后所有人记住我们17战队。
Хочу сказать остальным командам, можете даже не пытаться. Победа у нас в кармане.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back for the final time to PGC 2022. The last 5 games are about to start. My name Toffees. I am joined by Porosaurus and Avenger as we break down the action, and it has been full of ups and downs, but ultimately a story of teams at the top that never let off the gas.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, like you said, back and forth between these 3 teams, and United started to kind of fall away, but then again at the last minute picked up that big victory now, only 20-something points out of first, and we're going into 3 games on Miramar, followed by 2 on our angle to finish this thing out. A lot of stuff to be looking at here today, Avenger.
Yeah, and now that we are playing the 3 games on Miramar, it's looking mighty fine for Twisted Minds. They're in the lead, and they are the best team on Miramar, both in the grand final and all the games leading into it. So I'm super excited to see if they're going to be able to clutch it out.
Let's see if they clutch it out. They have a lot of games left to play, but there was a lot of games to get them here in the first place. It all started at the very beginning of the month with the group stages, and they had to fight their way tooth and nail through. Some came through the winners brackets, others came through the grand survival, but ultimately the big 16, the best and brightest the world has to offer here on these stages today. They've had 3 days to set their scores. There's no excuse. There's been plenty of time to make those moves, and we've seen some big teams at the top. Like you guys brought up, it is a Miramar heavy day, so teams that thrive in the desert will be doing well today, but it is still anyone's. We learned that the circles make anything happen, Poro.
Yeah, and not only that, we're down to brass tacks at this point. I mean, these guys, they're great. They're all fantastic players, as you said, but now it's about that sheer force of will, right? How much you want it, how much your team is ready to take it, and look at that prize pool. That's just part of what we're fighting for.
Absolutely.
Here.
It's fighting for the honor. It's fighting for how hungry you are, but it's also fighting for how well you eat later, because $600,000 up for first place, as well as some prizes from Lenovo, our partner here. Each winner is going to be getting themselves a laptop, a mouse, a headset to go along with that big cash prize, and most importantly, perhaps, Martin, the bragging rights to say in 2022 they are the best.
That is what a lot of the teams, they have their eyes on, the bragging rights, the naming rights of global champion.
Yeah. So as we look at the leaderboard, let's remind everyone of where we sit. Twisted Minds, perhaps the smartest team in PUBG, is in the lead at 140. Batulin's calls have been outstanding. 17 Gaming, led by Show, having his last act. He retires at the end of 5 games today. Would love to do it with the championship. E United, the young guns of PUBG from North America, are on the chase. They tweeted this morning, Poro, first place or last place, nothing else.
That's very Ricky Bobby of them. I like it. But look, Twisted Minds, as you said, I mean, it kind of goes counter to their team name, right? But they are some of the most brilliant strategical minds in this. But can they do well enough on Miramar to fight back the storybook ending for one of the most storied Chinese players in show?
Yeah, honestly, how everything has been so far and how they've been playing, all the statistics say these guys are going to take it home. They have played in the grand final for 12.6 points per game. 17 Gaming only 7.9, right? And if they can continue anything close to that momentum, they're going to take it home.
And I'm going to be honest with you, I walked in here when they opened the stadium for teams to start practicing. The 3 teams in the chairs, ready to start at the dime drop, was E United, Twisted Minds, and 17. These guys know they're on a hunt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they know what's at stake here, and that's the other thing, right? Is you know, once you get to this point, you get to these last 5 games, you can look at all the stats in the world, and you can kind of come up with any conclusions that you really want to make. But in the end, it's just going to be a matter of who wants it more, who's got that communication, whose team is the best put together to deal with trying to make that catch up or trying to hold on to the lead.
For me, though, yesterday was all the story about Twisted Minds taking on 17 Gaming. You heard Petulin said somebody had to stop, and we did it.
So
and they were able to do so. Also, yesterday, 17 Gaming only got 26 points, guys. They got 26 points. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds put up 41. They put 15 more points, and that is why they're in the lead right now.
I mean, literally, the game before the arm wrestling match, as we sort of named it, that Petulin said had to be done, 3 European teams together tried to eliminate 17 from a game, and it didn't work. And then Twisted Minds goes, hold my drink. I can do this.
I mean, and to be fair, they ended up getting them. Yeah, they dropped down to about 2 and went out pretty early in that game. But as you said, I mean, 17 has just proven themselves to be so damn hard to kill. Like, they just refuse to go down without taking 2 or 3, not just players, but teams with them on their way out.
And the scary thing is, right, as we heard Petulin say in multiple interviews, all the teams that are below, we don't want them to run into them. We want them to run into us. We want them to run into United. Because that's the way you stop them right now. Our top 3, they're just that far ahead. They're that strong. And that's why they're looking at them to stop themselves rather than hoping for someone else to do it.
I mean, and for those of you at home that didn't translate that, that means the indicator of the mental on the top 2 teams is everyone else is cannon fodder.
Sure.
But Tulin said, I'm tired of show farming these guys, Poro. United is still in the mix. We saw them up there. They have made some good moves. But when you look at teams to watch in Erangel, they've fallen off of that list. But 17, and now my favorite, Overpeakers, because we've got a little bit of a mix-up, right? We talked about the big 3. Let's talk about the chase pack. We've got Na'Vi and Overpeakers, 2 teams of wily veterans who love to get into fights on the chase. Can they get there?
I mean, you look at Navi's first day performance, and I mean, they were right up at the top with everybody else, right? And then all of a sudden, it just kind of fell off a cliff, right? But it goes to show that they are capable of putting up these big numbers, and that could throw a real wrench in the plans of some of these teams that are trying to go for the win or even on the chase.
Yeah, the reason why Overpeakers managed to overtake him is 51 points day 1 for Na'Vi, only 50 points in the 2 other days for Na'Vi, right? So they really fell off. That's why Overpeakers are able to overtake them right now. 1 point ahead of Na'Vi. Overpeakers had some fantastic games yesterday, obviously, and they've been very consistent in both maps. So I'm actually not too worried about what map they're going to be able to perform well on. Also been very adaptive in their playstyle. Again, also, it is the last tournament for them, right? So they're in here to have fun. They're in here to have focus. Had a little bit of talk with Mexi before, and I'm like, you're ice cold right here. It doesn't matter. I just want to go home. And if I win $150,000, I might upgrade to business on my way home as well.
Nice. Actually, and Overpeakers is one to watch because I asked Vard earlier, because they have been sort of the thorn in EU's paw in a lot of these games. Why do you guys keep killing North America? And he just shrugged and went, they got to stop walking in front of us, man.
I mean, he's not wrong. It seems like they just let you right here. I mean, it's just in the middle of rotations. They run into Yahoo, they run into Wildcard, they run into United. I mean, and you know, it's going fairly even both ways, except for Yahoo. Overpeakers is kind of dominating them right now. But yeah, you need to be on the lookout for these guys if you're making your way through open fields.
Clip and Vard and these guys, like in general, just the drive-bys have been insane for them. Like, you do not want to meet them while they're in a rotation, because they're gonna switch seat you and they're gonna take you out the car, even if you want to or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things like give the AR to Mixie, but give the car to Clip, because his ability to just play out of that thing is absolutely phenomenal.
He's got that thing on the thumb button or something. I don't know. He's seat swapping like a champion.
So those are some of the teams up here on the top. It was nice to see the highlights. And again, some folks at home are going to be like, we're seeing the same teams. They are the same teams 4 days straight, but I'm not too surprised by that.
I just want to round out here with the Erangel, right? 9.9 points per game for 17 game. They could potentially have some massive games once we get into Erangel in the very last 2 games. So that's going to be exciting if they're going to be close once we get into that.
All right, we are here live from Dubai, so we thought what a great opportunity to chat a little bit with some fans who are here. So let's check in with Sam and see what she's got for us.
Thanks so much, Toffees. I'm actually out in the crowd, standing behind the stage. All the fans are filling in, getting ready for the final day of our grand finals. And I actually met a fan earlier on, Jake over here. Come on up, Jake. We had a chat earlier on. You're 19 years old. How long have you been playing games?
Since my childhood. I was always been playing since my childhood.
But you are studying accounting. Is your dream to be a professional gamer?
Yeah, it used to be my dream.
Used to be? What happened?
Yeah, studies and, you know, life comes in and, you know, everybody can't make into competitive, you know what I'm saying?
You got to be good, right? Are you not that good?
Nah, let's not say that.
Just kidding, just kidding. Okay, you're here, grand finals day. You live in Dubai. What made you decide to come through today?
I just want to support FaZe Clan, FaZe for life.
Is FaZe the team you're cheering for?
Yeah, but unfortunately, they're not doing that good.
I mean, no, they're not doing very good at all. Do you think that they can come back?
Maybe, if they get good kills and win all the games.
Literally, if they win all the games, that's what they have to do. You think they can do that?
Yeah, I believe in FaZe.
I like the support, the die-hard fan. You got this. FaZe used to be my boys. I don't know. I mean, I'll cheer quietly in the corner, but good luck with that. Do you have any advice, though, to FaZe? Obviously, as they come into this and all the other teams, what do they need to do to pick up that trophy?
Get kills.
Get kills. Don't die. Get kills. I love it, Jake. Thank you so much. Toppies, I don't even know why we need an analyst desk. Jake's has got it down pat. This is how you win at PUBG. Don't die, get kills.
Why he never went pro with his understanding
Those are
of
just
the
facts
deep sea.
right
It
there.
is get kills. Like if you ask any pro at the end of the day, shoot heads, man.
If you're in 14th place, all you gotta do is get kills and win all 5 games. Absolutely amazing strategy, and I'm sure that's exactly what FaZe Clan is gonna be running for here. Good to hear from some of the fans out there as well.
It was. I love to see the undying support out there. I still think he throws a better FaZe sign than Froz ever did.
That's true.
Let's take a look at the fantasy leaderboard and where the players are right now. Now, Poro, up at the top is a gentleman that you and I both pinned our hopes on when it came to our fantasy league.
Sure did. And you know what? He's
I'll
doing his
still work out for
best.
you guys.
He's doing his
It's doing
best.
all right.
He's putting up points for us, but yeah, the rest of our team may be a little bit sus.
Right now, Martin, you took an interesting strategy. You've been swapping captains every day.
No, just today.
Just today.
Yeah, just today.
Why?
I should have.
Why?
Because again, I was looking at the points that the teams are able to put on mirror minor angle, right? So if you're playing 60% of the games that you're playing is on one map, I want to look at that, right? So that's also why I'm up here. Only 4 points behind Synox. Actually, 1 point yesterday.
Yeah.
I was in the lead. I was number 1, but then Uber popped off in one game and Synox has in the
so
gap.
close.
Yeah.
You're still closing the gap.
Yeah.
It is real close right there. Me and Poro, the only 2 that I care about, you and I. Very close as well. So it has been quite a bit of fun to watch this. We hope you guys are enjoying it at home. Oh, Cameron's on our tail too. Ooh. This is rough. All right, so you guys, hopefully you're having a good time playing along at home over at Twire GG, and I'm sure we will have it around going year after. So get involved, fantasy. It definitely makes everything significantly more fun. I also want to say you can have a ton of fun by supporting our streamers. A big shout out to all the streamers for PGC 2022 who've partnered with us to put on a wonderful show. You can see their streams down at the bottom of the screen, so feel free to go over there, put up the multi, say hello, and hear their takes on everything that's happening here today.
Yeah, all of November so far, it's been just a festival of PUBG and esports here in Dubai, and obviously a lot of the guys have been checking it in and out. Tickleton also there, Ibiza, my boy, too. All these guys, it's always lovely, right? Even if you're not able to get to the event, some of the people that are out there watching, they're the kind of pro players that have been playing in your PCS and stuff. They're also looking at it, they're having these watch parties, and they're giving kind of their point of view of, all right, how could that have been done? How would we have done as a team? And maybe some insights of how these teams are thinking throughout the game, right?
Regardless of how you feel about how they did at the event, I'm sure Tiggleton has fascinating insights from a pro's perspective into how games are going. So definitely some options. And again, thank you to everybody who is streaming out there and supporting PGC 2022, as well as everybody here in the stadium and all of those who are watching live right now. Gentlemen, we are getting very close to go time. It is all about those top 3. Let me ask you this. Do you think Na'Vi or Overpeakers the best of the rest? Can they come up big in game 1 and get themselves into a 4-horse race?
I'd almost say they'd have to do it in game 1. If it's going to happen, it's going to have to be game 1 because, you know, we saw it yesterday. You just can't keep 17 or Twisted Minds or United from getting points in these games.
Right.
So they're going to continue climbing. The only hope they're going to have is to come out here early and make a big splash.
As much as I hope United to have, you know, a massive game 1, game 2, or both, to make it a 3-horse race in the top. I also think realistically it's going to be a 3-horse race for 3rd place. E-United over Pigas and Navi,
Sure.
they're going to have an insane amount of games to kind of force each other to fight, because they have a good cusp down to 6th place and under, right? And I think it's going to continue with obviously 17 Twisted Minds fighting all day, kind of taking the places, 1st place from each other, depending on what map they play, or how, if they have, you know, a huge game, potentially 17 game, it could pop off. They could break the anomaly of what we've seen on Miramar, have a fantastic game from 1st or 2nd game and take that 1st place back.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, will it be the young guns of North America? Will it be the brilliance of Twisted Minds? Or will it be the final act for 17? We'll find out. The first game of our last day here at PGC 2022 is about to get underway.
안녕하십니까, 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 팬 여러분. 크래프톤 대표 김창아입니다. 먼저 지난 3주간 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 최고의 무대인 PUBG 글로벌 챔피언십 2022에 함께해 주신 팬 여러분께 감사드립니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 기존의 e스포츠 종목과 조금 다른 시작을 경험했습니다. 게임이 정식 출시되기 전부터 프로팀이 창단되었고 플레이어들을 중심으로 자체 대회가 개최되기도 했습니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 시작부터 여러분이 함께 만들어온 문화입니다. 오늘 저는 이 자리에서 배틀그라운드 e스포츠와 팬 여러분의 새로운 미래를 위해 앞으로의 계획을 공유하려고 합니다. 이전의 5년과 마찬가지로 앞으로의 5년 동안 일어날 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 모든 변화의 중심에는 팬 여러분이 있습니다. 그리고 팬들을 위한 우리의 첫걸음은 역시 수준 높은 대회를 제공하는 것이라고 생각합니다. 이를 위해 다음과 같은 새로운 시즌 포맷을 준비했습니다. 코로나19로 인해 수년간 오프라인 대회가 휴식기를 가지면서 팬 여러분께서 많이 아쉬워하셨는데요. 2020년 발표 당시 전 세계 팬들과 팀들의 지지를 받았던 PUBG 글로벌 시리즈가 2023년 드디어 시작합니다. 최고의 경기력과 인기를 보유한 파트너 팀들, 그리고 각 지역별 대회에서 우수한 성적을 올린 팀들이 한데 모여 치열한 경기를 펼치는 모습을 팬 여러분께 보여드리겠습니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 최상위 대회 PUBG 글로벌 챔피언십은 더욱 강해졌습니다. PGC에는 한 해 동안 각 지역별 대회 및 PGS를 통해 가장 많은 PGC 포인트를 쌓은 팀들만이 참여할 수 있습니다. 여러분의 기대에 부응할 수 있는 최고의 플레이를 선사해드리겠습니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 국가대항전 PUBG 네이션스컵이 많은 팬 여러분의 성원에 힘입어 지난 6월 3년 만에 여러분 곁으로 돌아왔습니다. 특히 PNC 2022는 고유 시청자 수가 160만 명을 넘으며 역대 최고 수준의 UV를 기록했을 정도로 그 열기가 뜨거웠습니다. PGC와는 또 다른 재미를 선사하는 PNC가 내년에는 어떤 장소에서 어떤 스토리로 여러분과 함께 할지 지켜봐 주십시오. 두 번째 키워드는 동반 성장입니다. 우리는 팀과 선수 여러분이 더욱 우리의 리그에 즐겁게 참여할 수 있도록 진화하고자 합니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 전 세계 52개국의 250여 개 팀과 함께 해오고 있습니다. 이 자리를 빌어 다시 한번 진심으로 감사드립니다. 우리는 이제 진정한 조력자인 여러분을 위해 특별한 혜택과 새로운 자격을 부여하는 글로벌 파트너팀 제도를 시작합니다. 전 세계의 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 팀들 중 심사를 통해 2023년 글로벌 파트너팀을 선정할 예정입니다. 글로벌 파트너팀에게 주어지는 첫 번째 혜택은 팀 브랜디드 아이템 제작입니다. 파트너팀들과 함께 인게임 팀 브랜디드 아이템을 제작하여 팀들은 동기부여를, 팬들은 팀들과의 소속감을 더 가질 수 있게 할 것입니다. 또한 해당 아이템 판매를 통해 발생하는 수익은 파트너팀과 함께 나누고자 합니다. 두 번째 혜택은 PGS 슬롯 보장입니다. 파트너팀들은 2023년 PGS 참여를 보장받아 글로벌 무대에서 기량을 뽐내고 보다 많은 팬들과 소통할 수 있는 기회를 갖게 될 것입니다. 글로벌 파트너팀 제도는 2023년을 시작으로 매년 갱신될 예정입니다. 모든 팀들에게 열려있는 만큼 팀들의 적극적인 참가와 팬들의 성원을 통해 파트너팀 제도가 정착하기를 바랍니다. 저희는 배틀그라운드 e스포츠를 통해 팬들에게 하는 즐거움을 넘어 보는 즐거움을 느낄 수 있게 하고자 합니다. 이를 위해 경쟁전과 e스포츠 간의 차이를 최대한 좁혀 신규 선수들의 진입 장벽을 낮춤과 동시에 팬들이 보다 우리 e스포츠 환경에 몰입할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 또한 우리는 팬들과 더 가까운 곳에서 소통하기 위해 2024년 상반기 중 대한민국에 상설 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 전용 경기장을 오픈할 계획입니다. 이 전용 경기장은 언제나 배틀그라운드 e스포츠를 즐길 수 있는 선수들과 팬 여러분을 위한 특별한 장소가 될 것입니다. 저희는 배틀그라운드 e스포츠가 궁극적으로 문화 아이콘이자 하나의 브랜드가 될 수 있도록 노력할 것입니다. 우리는 배틀그라운드 e스포츠만의 브랜드 아이덴티티를 확립하고 다양한 컬래버레이션을 진행해 팬 여러분들이 더 자부심을 느낄 수 있는 e스포츠가 될 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 이 자리에서 2022년 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 최강자가 결정됩니다. 2022년 PGC는 오늘 영예의 챔피언 경쟁만을 남겨두고 있지만 배틀그라운드 e스포츠에게는 아직 더 많은 도전이 남아 있습니다. 과감한 도전, 생태계와의 동반 성장, 그리고 더 적극적인 교감을 통해 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 팬 여러분께 최고의 자부심을 드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 이제 최고의 무대를 즐길 시간입니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 지금까지 그래왔듯 언제까지나 여러분과 함께 할 것입니다. 감사합니다.
And I know there is so much in that video that our players have been talking about on social media and things that people have been wanting for years. I am hyped for 2023, but we're not done with 2022 yet, as we still have to go through 5 more rounds. 3 on three on Miramar, 2 on Erangel, and I cannot wait.
Yeah, me neither, Matt. I mean, of course, we're all very, very excited for 2023. I mean, there's some awesome stuff in there, but today, this is the moment for these teams. Today, we're going to crown a first-time champion for PGC. We will have a new winner no matter what. And this is the culmination of the work for this entire year across 2 PCSs, a multitude of regional events. It all boils down to this. This is their moment. Can they get it done today?
There has been so much going on for so many of these teams. Some of these storylines stretch back for years, all the way back to the very beginning of PUBG. In some cases, we have seen heartbreaks. We've seen people try to climb their way through, and it's been the year right now for PGC of the second chances. That's what it feels like the theme of this day is going to be about. Who can finally come up and usurp those past things that were just bothering them so much that they just couldn't get by. So many of these teams were always going to be in that second place position. Now, finally on the global stage, have a chance for first.
Yeah, exactly. And the 2 teams that you're looking at more than any others are Twisted Minds and 17 Gaming, 2 teams that have always been close but no cigar, and a lot of really interesting storylines to get into, of course, and I think we have some really exciting games, no doubt about it. Like you said, Matt, it's Miramar for game number 1.
Oh man, our Miramar has been absolutely wild. That trophy that you're seeing in the background will be hoisted today. We will have our champion. We thought it was going to be 17 for a while, but it's going to be Twisted Minds that managed to catch back up to them, and don't count out United just yet.
Nice playing path to start this one out. Nothing too crazy just yet, and the circles have been rather unforgiving to our players, and yet we still have seen some really stellar performances, frankly, out of our favorites. I mean, coming into this, 17 Gaming, Twisted Minds were the 2 teams into this grand finals that everyone was talking about. I mean, Twisted Minds, always close, always so close in the global events. In the PCSs, they've been amazing. They've been dominant. Their final days, as the desk has been highlighting, have been absolutely unreal. The way that they come into the final day of any event is just absolutely disgusting, absolutely dominating, and they have been nuts on Miramar. It's their best map. They've got 3 of it today. This could be their moment to just break away from the pack and take the lead for good.
That Erangel fight yesterday between Twisted Minds and 17 was one of the most tense firefights I have seen in so long. Just 6 points separating out first right now. And let's not forget, yesterday we had a massive climb in that middle of the pack where a lot of these teams also managing to find successes while they're still kind of compacted in there. This is going to be a massive life-changing amount of money depending on where you can end in this leaderboard.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, every place that you change potentially changes tens of thousands of dollars of your money. We get a Northwest Circle, so right up there, I think where a lot of us want to see it, in an area we haven't had really any Miramar Circles for a while, at least with you and me. So we'll see where this one wants to go as time goes on. And I would also like to talk about 17 and their kind of history, a team that's been around since day one. You know, the face of Global Summit, I mean, everybody remembers, you know, what happened at that event. And of course, we have some more viewing parties. This one from Sao Paulo in Brazil. You love to see it. We do have a Sparking here. Yeah, some Sparking fans. Heck yeah. But I mean, look, you know, for 17, right, on the bad side of history, you know, at the original kind of international for the 2019 year with the Face of Global Summit where they got blown up by the infamous grenade. Show was a part of that. And this is, you know, he's still here, but this is his final act. Show is going to be retiring after this event. And so for him and 17, they want to finally get that trophy. They've never really been able to do it in the PCL, in the PCS. They've always been bested by teams like New Happy and Petrichor Road. They're not here. This is their opportunity.
Well, there's so much to look at. I mean, even whenever we look over at Na'Vi, there's Uba and what happened in PNC before everything shut down and we didn't get a chance to do globals for a little while with COVID. He was on a massive rise. So them finding a team right now and finding the successes are so big for them. I mean, E-United, again, another team that has been back and forth with Sonics all the way, and a lot of people had their hopes on what E-United might be able to do, now holding down that 3rd place position because it has been rough sometimes being an America's team, trying to make sure that you make a name for yourself on this international stage.
No doubt, and they finally got their first win of the grand finals yesterday in a very impressive performance. They've been really close a couple times, but haven't been able to close it out, and they're going to need another win here today, almost assuredly, unless they could just put up outrageous kill numbers. They will be looking for a win or two to really find themselves back in contention. They did win on Miramar yesterday, so look, they're an unbelievable team. They're a younger team. They're really starting to come into their own.
Don't do it. That's the one team. That's the one team you don't shoot at because they will turn around and come for you.
Well, at this range, maybe not, but
there's still more cars coming back behind this one. So
I mean,
you never know.
he's got Mexi pretty. And James, I mean, out in the open here, so it's just a kind of a stopping point for them, a quick scout, a quick move. Duck Juice is just going to be watching it. A bit of an oopsies there to start for 17, but the good news is
emotions high.
The emotions are high. The tension is going to be through the roof. Your nerves are going to be absolutely frazzled as the day goes on, so that's okay. I mean, again, you don't take any armor damage on that, so you're just one knock in. That's the worst part.
Just slows you down enough, and that could be an issue looking into it. This circle has got a lot of wild that it can do. Crater Fields, the factory that's just going to be to the east of that, or I guess there's also, people have so many different names for that little area with all of the pipes, refinery, all that type of stuff. We also still have Pozo Fields. Cabrera is still in here, and guess what? Trailer Park.
Yeah, it's not happening. It's not far enough to the west. Sorry, brother. I hate to break it to you.
I know. I'll be fine with any of the other places, but it's been the year-long dream. I know everybody is probably tired of hearing me say about Trailer Park. I just want to see it once.
It's nuts. I had it happen once. It's pretty fun. It's kind of like it's sort of flattish, it's sort of openish, but the if it gets into the middle of it, it's got an interesting area. But
look, let me have my country roots, man. I knew where I come from.
No, I know, yeah. I understand why you want it. Oh, you just a little bit too fast on the back up there. I've literally done that before, so we've all been there. Just a little bit of a accident in 17 though, regrouping, and should be able to get Suju back up to full health as they make their way just north of Monte Nuevo. Going to be catching eyes on the Guangdong Freaks. OP though has run into TE. We saw Duckju scouting this out earlier. Are they going to be able to capitalize?
Still just this area around that northern San Martin, so we can see that back behind this, it is also going to be Na'Vi that might cause some problems for Expendables, not wanting to do too much here, but the slow, patient play. Clib, no car to be found, and he's going to go down and get picked up in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that's good little piece of work here from TE, kind of keeping eyes on OP, keeping track of them, and profiting a point and some more utility and things like that out of it. So nice start for them. A rough start for OP, but this is par for the course, folks. This is what they've been doing all tournament, and yet they still are in 4th place. It has been it seems like they lose someone early almost every game, and they are still climbing up here. But you've got to expect it with this group, right? A veteran group, a group that's been around pretty much since the origins of PUBG Esports.
I mean, I made the joke yesterday, I think it was yesterday anyway, about the fact that whenever overpeakers lose one, it just feels like they get stronger or madder. They're like the Hulk of PUBG right now. Just the more pissed that they get, the more just damage they can just like come in and just smash a team.
Yeah, well, and they're playing, very confident, very carefree. It's no secret that they are going to disband after this event. And, I talked to Mexi in the bathroom today before we got up here, and he's having a great time. He's ready to go. He was all smiles, which, by the way, is not usual for Mexi. Oftentimes, we kind of joke that, he's not a big on the smiling, but he was smiles today.
Please tell me it wasn't talking at the stalls, though. That's like against man code.
No.
Okay, good. So washing the hands, always fine, right?
Yes.
Well, now we're going to be looking in a slow, steady circle that's going to be happening right now, as it looks like FaZe, Entropic, TMA, and Wildcard are going to be our late rotators into this one. No surprise. High ground, vision for days. There's a reason he's up here, and you can see everything. He's just like full on Simba. Everything that the sun touches.
Yeah, the original mountain goat. This is his mountain. Yeah, everything the light touches. Well, which is a lot on Miramar, as it turns out. So he sees it, and I mean, the way they've been playing, he can absolutely claim control of this entire map in my book. This is just quintessential Platoons. He loves to do this. He loves this mountain. It gives him outrageous amounts of information.
Look at what we got right next to Twisted Minds on this leaderboard now. Overall prize pools, and you can see the amount of money in every single one of these positions and how much it matters.
Yeah, this is, crowdfunded, adds into the prize pool as well on top of the, original sum that came in. So, again, every position matters so much. I mean, look at that. 6th to 7th, for example. That's almost 20. It's like $15,000, $16,000. That's insane. So every point you can get, that means there's something to play for every team today. I mean, even from 16th to 15th, there's a big difference. So you've got to play your best. You've got to come in here today, put up the most points you can, and every team has something to play for.
I mean, $9,000 goes pretty far away no matter where you're looking at this one. Danawa now sitting in a decent spot. Do want to point out, Soul is still our #1 killer and pretty much holding down that position pretty fiercely. It's going to be 31. Goes back behind him in a doozy, tied up at 25, then Flood 24 and Vard 23. So Soul is putting in work for his team right now.
Yeah, and he has been really, really good, especially with the ARs. His AR damage top in this lobby across these 3 days, now the 4th day. Salute also right there with him.
Yeah.
In terms of damage, Salute doesn't have the same amount of kills, but this is a steadfast duo for the last 2 years for Danawa, players that I have had an absolute pleasure and joy of casting and watching for the last couple of years. Soul for the last 3 years. Salute for, actually Soul for the last 4 years.
Fix. Going to throw out a smoke. Some shots are going to be coming in. Means the fact that he is aware. Now going to be moving more aggressively since the engine is going to make some noise, and I think he's just going to let that one go. Yeah.
No reason to give your position away there. No one saw you, no one heard you, they don't know. So you didn't have an opportunity really. That was a high chance opportunity to get the knock. No reason to take it there. So good patience there by the young player Salute. So again, Salute is the younger of the duo here. Soul has been around for a bit longer. Soul was playing back in 2019, at the time, the PKL. And so a really nuts player. Speaking of nuts players, this guy right here is absolutely one of the most outrageously good players I've ever seen. I mean, seeing what he did at PNC this year with Team UK was just an absolute treat.
And Tropic now going to be making their rotation into the far south, and that's going to put them kind of close to what we were just talking about Danawa, as well as it's going to be TMA that's going to be pathing into the east. Notice the fact that Wildcard is going to be coming into the far west of this circle. Circle is going to pop, and uh-oh! Uh-oh!
I'm telling you where it's going to end right now, Matt, and it's not going to make you happy.
I know where it's going to end. I know where it's going to end, but let me have my moment.
Yeah, I'll let you hang on to hope. I don't want to be the guy that, again.
Look, when you live the trailer park life, it's all about hope, okay?
Matt, I just want you to know the Tooth Fairy's your parents. I'm sorry.
Dude, spoilers for anybody that's watching right now.
Oops, my bad.
That is so mean.
All right. Well, a lot of teams going to have to make rotations. This one is very likely to end on the road that runs from El Pozo to La Coberteria, and I mean either on the north side or the west side of it. That's generally where these like to go. It doesn't have to, because we've seen some absolutely bananas circles, but I'm just letting people know that that is somewhat likely. It can go into the Crater Fields too. There's already a couple teams lined up around those. You've got QM, you've got E United, you've got Na'Vi in that area, Day Trade making their way up there. Batulins is going to watch these teams rotate, and he's going to find space on the backside of where everybody's going to fill in, and this is why he takes this position, because it's such a flexible information gathering tool that he's able to utilize to put his team into spots to succeed.
Our death funnel is really around that North Pozo area. Everybody is starting to stack in there. We even have a crate that's dropping in a similar position. It means the fact that now teams are going to be pathing it. E United, being our most northern team right now, just barely past the halfway point on this circle, is going to get spotted out. Phil first is going to take down Rello. Now I'll have to see how E United responds, as they're just going to continue a more northern pathing. I also want to point out that Overpeakers, it does have TE that is right behind them as they're trying to path around Cabrera. That might be a thing, because both of those teams are going to try something.
Yeah, I don't know if there's some beef with them today or what, or just that kill on the clip caused some beef, not sure, but QM here got the knock. Relo is going to be bleeding out here momentarily. I don't see anybody able to get to him in time. Indeed, that's going to be a kill point for QM. And again, every point today matters for every team. They've got something to play for. They've got money coming. Duck Juice is going to find Mexi, so James was downed as well. And the Overpeakers struggling to find footing in this early game.
Yeah, now just down to one, and it's going to be Vard, and it looks like Duck Juice knows exactly which building that he's going to be in. So moving in, looks like he just wants to make sure that no flesh is going to be coming in. Reinforcements also now on the approach, so Vard is going to have to make sure he defends this one up. Throws out the nade, but it's going to be going the wrong direction. The vehicle's now landed. Vard does have himself a shotgun. Can he connect with something into this or get the spray? Does manage to get the drop on one. Now just trying to juke around it. Does pick up the kill. Does now move upstairs as well. He is just playing mind games with it, but finally goes down to Duck Juice.
Man, he had a good chance there on the Duck Juice, but the barrel is pretty good in those situations versus the M4, and is going to come out on top. A really nice attempt there. I like the idea here. Start with the sawed-off shotgun, and then immediately hide in the corner. Caught 7-7 completely off guard. Able to find the flush. Yes, TE has 4 kills, but at least OP was able to scrape a point out of that.
And that's 4th place, already down this early. Na'Vi just 2 points back behind them. Question mark, you saw doing some harassment second go into E United. Potential now for a couple of these teams to start trying to do some more of that climb. It is going to be tooth and nail. Everybody just scratching and scrounging for every single point today.
Yeah, no doubt. Again, it's all important. Everything matters here. So, I don't expect to see too much in the way of just kind of doing things that leave you scratching your head. I think everybody's going to be bringing their A game today, no doubt about it. And now you can see Danawa is trying to control the northwestern side, but it looks like we are going to go to the Crater Fields ending, which is right into Na'Vi territory. They've already taken control of the larger warehouse compound in the center. And that one, it can be a little tricky at times to control. As I've said in the past, warehouses sometimes a little more difficult to defend.
I mean, we still have a lot of the verticality that's going to be in the east. Crater Fields being exactly in the center of this kind of creates its own, barrier for a lot of what's going to be going on. Shots now are going to be from teams that are on the tail end of this, and that's going to be Wildcard taking shots into 17. 17 looks like they're trying to regroup right now. FaZe is going to be to the south of this, but Wildcard playing this one aggressive. Nate bounces really well, and Greg Shot gets them both.
That's a huge start here for Wildcard, and not the way you wanted to go for 17. They have to abandon this. Shou and Xiao Wu are just going to peace out, and that's a big, big loss. It hurts that it was Suju as well that was the knock in that exchange, because we remember he had already gotten knocked once in an accident, so he was bleeding out faster. So they had to react quickly to that, tried to save him, wasn't able to be done, and now 17 is down to 2 players very early here in a crucial game, a crucial start to this, trying to build momentum, trying to find some kind of footing to compete with Twisted Minds on this map.
One of the craziest games I have ever seen, we did together, was the FaZe run back on Vendita, and the fight around that like cliffside that was going to be to the west of it, and specifically in the north. We have that same potential thing that's going to be happening around where we see this crater come into it. We have a lot of the teams that are now starting to play on the outside, and this means that we're going to get contained fights all over this map.
Yeah, no doubt. This is a lot of teams are going to get forced into the rims of the crater, whereas teams that take center crater early because you're kind of expecting it to end inside of the crater at this point based on, again, the way that land ratio works. If you don't already have one of those prio spots. Now, I'm concerned about the Freaks who have taken a 2-2 split in the middle of that crater. See if they can hold that down. It has been treacherous for them so far this event, and now we do have 17 keeping eyes onto QM. Let's see if they're going to feel comfortable to pull the trigger and try to find some kills.
They got to be careful. Once they start taking shots, QM is going to have an idea on how to path back into them, but most notably, Wildcard is still nipping at their heels right behind them. Any shots are going to reveal their position, so it looks like they're going to lean more into stealth at the time. Well, I say that. It's just too big of an opportunity now taking the shots, and they don't even get a knock. This is going to be an issue.
Yeah, that is going to alert QM to their presence. Wildcard knows where they're going. That grenade right in the middle of EQ only finds one, but big damage done here by Gustav to start. Diggory to follow up. He's got two at the barrel. Nailip had a grenade in hand. It is just QBE, and he is done. FaZe wiping Tropic in a heartbeat.
And there you go. Now we're going to start getting some more of the roll coming in. E United finding a pathing down into this circle is about to pop in just 1 second. See Danawa also doing a stretch over where they've got Lambu and Helen. Twisted Mind still playing both the north and the south. Really complete control over that refinery area as the circle does still lean into Crater Fields. And now that 2-2 split with Freaks, yeah, you got to get rid of that one. You got to regroup as fast as possible. Cerberus going to lose one. Now just down to one member still up.
Yeah, Cerberus got kind of backed into this fight on not anything that of their doing. Donowell was here blocking them and forced them towards TMA. TMA leaving the El Pozo area, bumped into Cerberus, and they are doing a pretty good job handling them. Himas taking quite a bit of damage on that opening grenade. Shao Hai looking for the finish. Those ones are coming up short. They only clip 11 damage into him, 28 damage. Ooh, gets the first aid off.
Now it's just going to continue to be more and more utility until he gets spotted out, and that's going to be crazy that picks it up. But that does slow down their roll as they're very far down to the south. Question mark now taking their shots into the remnants of 17 as they realize they just want to get away from this death funnel that's going to be happening right on the edge of the crater. Speaking of which, looks like we're going to have a duel of the Dodanos in just 1 second as FaZe and Wildcard are really close right next to Daytrade.
Yeah, Daytrade there gets the opening knock on a Diggory. 17 is trying to use this vehicle for cover, moving cover. It is going to blow up here momentarily. I see 17 eyeing the firehouse compound on the northern side of the circle. It is open and available. The circle can also, by the way, go kind of northeast of here. There's a lot of space that the circle can land in that that isn't land ratioed. So it could go northeast, it could stay in the crater. We'll see. Belmoth has another knock, and FaZe starting to feel the hurt.
With this, Wildcard is also shifted into the north. They might be able to pounce on the remnants of 17 as Poochills is still just trying to finish out this fight with FaZe, who is slow rolling it. They don't want to make sure that they want to keep the momentum. They want to keep the speed on their side, and Gustav going to rotate much further into the north as Wildcard is going to be pathing right into 17.
Yeah, they're trying to get the angle here, and Greg Schott has it. He's got the knock on the show. Just Shao Wu left for 17. Now it becomes, a rap mission. These boys just love to honk their horns. There's no doubt about it that when Wildcard has you, they're going to let you know it. Now Shao Wu is going to try to cook a grenade on this drive-in. If this one's good, it could be devastating. Oh, he pulls it back.
He's just going to play it slow instead. Now we're going to have Question Mark that gets vision onto Wildcard, and they're now putting themselves in kind of a pinch position with the last member of 17. Nikos on no life. They aren't going to be able to stop here without having anybody. Finally, Nikos goes down.
Yeah, Shao Wu might be able to steal a couple points out of this fight from this initial knock onto Nikos. Smokes are going to come down. Hobbit's trying to keep his angles clear, but it's actually his left side that's exposed. He sees Cow. Shao Wu is going to find the point.
Gonna go ahead and pick up one. Looks back into Cow as well. Looks like he's trying to pick up two and does manage to do it.
Huge. These are great points. These are great plays here from Shao Wu. The recovery, at least it's something. and he is going to be pushed by the blue momentarily. Still has a little bit of cover left. It's only phase 4, so he's got a little bit of time as the wild card is getting just torn apart between the combined fire of these two teams.
Yeah, that was a very brazen rotation in, and now it's going to be Xiao Wu that says, hey, guess what? We're going to go after question mark while Day Trade hits him from the other side. Circle does stay into Crater Fields, and now you can see the Sins just coming down into the south. Yoho is trying to hold off one of the buildings, does manage to get a lot of the kills for it, but now Danawa is trying to just jump in at the exact same time.
Lambu and Helen had a problem with their vehicle, and that's going to cause them to get wiped out. They had started the fight good. I don't know exactly what happened. We missed it. It was off screen. I mean, Danawa, it's been such a reliance on two players. You know, Lambu and Helen have struggled a bit. Just, you know, I'm not sure what happened there, but, you know, it looked good on the kill feed initially. I saw them getting knocks, and then all of a sudden, you know, people were getting run over. People were dying to car explosions from their teammates, and things happen.
Got to give respect to Yoho for holding that. That was just 2 members that were in that position, and both of them managed to survive. Day Trade still making their crunch in onto question mark, and still slow and steady wins the race right now. Do want to point out that we still have Adam back behind this one, as 17 did get eliminated just a second ago. Twisted Minds is playing into the east, but they have a much harder path into the circle.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Day Trade. You know, with Flash at least getting underneath, maybe Adam can get some help. Those are big knocks there from Flash as Dante attempting to be rezzed here by a doozy. The res does come through a Flash to buy a little bit more time and space, but still, Adam's going to have a say in this fight.
Oh, a doozy just looks back in. He's going to go down to Poochills, and now the exchange is going to continue. Just Poochills and Flash off. Looks back into Dante. Good spray coming out from Flash. Now it is just going to become more and more problematic because Hobbits has got to step away from this one. Adam's still involved. You can see that he pops his head up and suddenly takes some damage.
Yeah, head on a swivel here for Flash, doing a good job of harassing Adam to keep him kind of pinned down behind that hill. A grenade over the top almost catches Flash. Belmoth out in the open, should be cleaned up here, I think, momentarily, potentially by Lou. That's really long, folks. There it is.
Picks it up, and now it's just the 2 versus the 2 solos. That nade's going to finish it out for a wild card as the Expendables continue their climb.
Yep, a lot of teams here hungry for points. They know that everything matters today. So you're going to see a lot of fighting, a lot of third partying, a lot of teams looking to capitalize on opportunities. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds is the opposite. They're being quiet. They're taking their time. They're, you know, they've already got 3 kills, sure, but they are working the edge where no one is. They're doing a great job of maneuvering, finding information, finding space. This is just what makes them so good.
Moving into the north, hearing all of that, they realized tons of weakened teams, instead making the push down into the fields, which was just going to be death, let's be honest. Cutting into that area is just, you're not going to survive it. So instead, see if they can pick up some more kills over here as they were just kind of scavenging whatever was going on with Noxus. Hobbits is going to find himself in having a really bad day in a second.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting for, you know, the teams that are in the center. If it does shift back towards them, towards the crater fields, you know, can they lock these compounds down? Can they prevent teams from making those crashes? Yahoo is barely on the edge of all this. They've got a ton of cars that are saddled up next to them. And yeah, it's going to center up right on top of Flood and E United. So they've still got 3. They lost Relo earlier. Navi still with 4. You know, Kwangdong Freaks have an edge position, so does TE. Everyone else is going to have to make a move. They're going to either have to crash or figure something else out.
United gets a circle, but what they really want is the kills as well, and it's going to be very hard with the vision that they've got, specifically on these angles. You can see Yoho is about to have to make their move. Smoke's coming out. Looks like they're trying to prep a run with some vehicles. And now it's just going to be those desperation sins we were talking about just a moment ago. This is really Yoho, Twisted Minds. They've just kind of got to go wherever they can find.
Yeah, I mean, I think either direction here for Yoho, either the Freaks or TE is kind of a equal proposition for them. Hobbits is going to finally be removed, but a pretty good start here for QM. A couple kills, get into the placement points. Now Yahoo loading up and send the smokes out, so I assume they're going to be drifting in TE's direction based on those smoke walls.
I'm just trying to get away from Navi and E United, who are neck and neck on the leaderboard right now. Rotation is going to come into TE. Nades are going to already be prepped. That's a good spray coming out from Levi's. He's going to go ahead and get 1. Bouncing out teammates as they run. Yoho looks like they're making a send into the north. They have a small dip that they can hide in right here, but it is just going to be for the time being.
Oh yeah, there's just enough of an edge here that it can hide in this dip, so not too bad, and I don't see anyone else really keen to capitalize on this, and Twisted Minds is probably going to be able to stay up on a ledge up on the northern side of the circle. In some fashion, I can already see Lou's got some space, and he's got safety there with that ridge. So for now, there is a little bit of edge space still available to Yahoo. They had to move. You know, they either had to crash or try to find another position. They're going to try to play for a deeper run. Now it's Day Trade's turn.
Yeah, they have a much harder rotation, though. They're going to be coming down this hillside right into example. It's already hit decent amount of shots in. Really, it's just going to be able who can pick these up, as the rotation is going to at least get one by. Mel's going to pick up one, and now it's just Poochills with the one life. He's going to go down. Flash at least manages to pick up the... Actually, it's going to be Lou that picks up Flash.
Yeah, Lou got it. That's a nice little piece of shooting there underneath the vehicle. Catches the toes of Poochills, who I thought for a moment there might be able to survive potentially. You can see the Kwangdong Freaks beginning to think about what they want to do next. They got to get these vehicles in a situation for the next circle, but they're going to get punished by example, trying to get set up for a future rotation.
Already have one of their members down. Ian going down at a terrible, terrible time for the Freaks. They're going to have to figure out some type of pathing into this one. And now Twisted Minds gets a lot of vision over here into E United, but really we can see it's Na'Vi and the Expendables playing to the south, trying to monitor what's going on with the Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds is just so smart. The way that they move around this map, you know, from open position to open position, they take their time, they do diligence. A little bit of shooting here and there as Yahoo is getting ready potentially to fight them, but you can see that Twisted Minds is set up a decent amount away from Yahoo, a little bit outside of comfortable grenade range, and shots gonna ring out. Just gonna pop the tires for good measure.
And that was really, really well played. Spartan's still up, does manage to get Batulins, but Twisted Minds managed to move into an area where E United would not have vision, so that way they can at least take this fight in its own area, separated away from everything. Circle did move, and it does not favor the fighting position that we're looking at right now, but Yahoo just clinging to life over here. Looks like they're managing to at least get some damage into Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and this is difficult for Yahoo because they're a little bit lower. It's a little bit difficult to get the grenades as far as they'd like. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds can roll them on in there, do some damage at the very least, but Yahoo able to stabilize and recover for now. Of course, next circle will not favor them. Kwangdong Freaks as well. Maybe I see some crates out in the field. You know, there's not a lot to play with here for the Freaks. They're still, you know, a warehouse and a half for Na'Vi. TE hasn't had to move, and neither does E United, so the Freaks, Twisted Minds, and Yahoo are kind of on the precipice.
E United tried to peek their head out, but it's going to be Na'Vi that took some shots into them. Freaks, depending on how much more they've got in the tank, I feel like they used a lot of their smokes just to get into this position, and they still need to move forward about another 100 to 150 meters, and they have 3 different members of Na'Vi that is just waiting for anything to happen. Back over in the northeast, it's going to be Twisted Minds still looking into Yahoo's position. They have got to be focused in on this. Neither team capable of moving yet, as the blue is right back behind them. But that does favor Twisted Minds' positioning. As you can see, it is going to be Yahoo with their backs right up against it. Throwables coming out, predictable locations. There's just not too much they can do. Already going to lose one. There's the second.
Yeah, just great hold here from Twisted Minds. Just we're patient, and like you said, it was predictable where they were going to be coming out, and they had saved some frags for that opportunity. Meanwhile, another knock onto Ian. That's 2 in the bag for the Freaks. The blue right on their tails. They have maybe just enough time to get that off, I think. And meanwhile, another headshot comes through into Alia onto Lash K, and Hikari is just going to be on res duty here potentially. I don't know if they're going to have enough time for Lash. Yeah, they're just going to have to sacrifice him, and they need smokes, and they need them now.
Yeah, I don't think that they have anything left. They've just been getting knocked for so long. Pathing that they're going to take is putting on more of that TE side, so they're going to get taken out. And now we are down to our top 4. It is a 4v3, v3, v3 with Na'Vi getting a lot of the attention.
All right, Na'Vi, you've got a pretty good spot. So does E United, and so does Twisted Minds. I mean, 3 of our top 4 teams are in this, Matt. This is a super exciting finish to start the day.
The problem with it is all 4 places are the only places left in this map, as it is open. Smoke's utility going to be big, so E United and Na'Vi coming down to this position early. That means the fact that they're still going to have those smokes to work with. Na'Vi's going to have to make a move. E United doesn't.
That's a gift to Twisted Minds. That keeps a lot of that hill in, so at least they have some cover to work with, unlike basically every other team underneath them. So this is going to be tough. I mean, is E United going to try to mount up and make a push over that hill or Twisted Minds? You know, or is this just going to become kind of a smoke battle for the center while Twisted Minds is able to just chill a little bit, to be honest? They're very favorable with this position right now.
My biggest question is, what the hell is TE going to do? Because I don't know. It looks like they're just trying to prep their vehicles up, and it's just going to be a matter of who can pick up the kills. It looks like they're just all going after him. It's a split between E United and Twisted Minds both.
All right, Down to 3 of our top 4 teams for our first game of the day. Na'Vi still 4 up, EU 3, Twisted Minds 3, but Na'Vi and United have a bit more work to do currently as Twisted Mind begins to fan out along that hillside. They're going to take their space. They're going to, just make sure that nobody's in range to get grenaded from one single grenade. It's going to take work to clear them out, and you can see the smokes have to come through for Na'Vi, so you can see they're running back and forth, grabbing them, picking them up, grabbing whatever extra utility, whatever extra ammo they can, and then it is time to make their move.
Looks like they're trying to prep some type of vehicle fortification in front of them, and it's about the only option that they've got. Vehicles now are just going to go ahead and start to roll out. People should hear that engine shot's going to start coming out from Twisted Minds. Going to try to roll into it. Some shots do come out. Spyro's going to go down, and whoa! Na'Vi just runs right into this one. He is outside the blue, though. That's great. It's no problem, but wow! Twisted Minds gets eliminated. That was an insane push by Na'Vi. United now turns back in. They're trying to move in, but it's going to be one member from Na'Vi that was left behind.
Mel still alive, but he's the only one. United may be able to take this. Alia has a knock here. Excuse me, there's 2 alive for Na'Vi. Alia on the angle, still held back, and he has found a big knock. Now they should be able to get Uba up and running. Example out there as well, so even though they went out into the blue, took some knocks that way. Ooh, kickstart. That is nasty, right at the feet of Alia.
Finally closing down Alia's positioning because United wanted to pounce, leaving that one behind shut down anything that United was trying to do, and that gives enough time for Na'Vi to try to reset, get into reposition, and now with 3 looking back into United's 2.
Those are championship moves from Na'Vi right there to know that you need to take the top team down in this circle to have any chance of winning the event. And they go for it and they make it work. That's what you want to see. Grenades now start to impact on top of Na'Vi. Kickstart dodging a couple different mollies. Ooh. He might have stepped into one there. I'm not sure. No, he's still good. Snaker's now going to let loose with some grenades of his own. They're coming up short.
Na'Vi has control of the center right now, and United knows that. They have to push this hillside. Throwables now starting to come out. Na'Vi is reading it. Blue coming in. Peek's going to come up. Uba does connect onto it at the exact same time as Example. Kickstart tries to go for a play, but no! Na'Vi's Miracle Sim gives them the victory.
Welcome back, Uba. Welcome back to PGC. This guy has been great all event. Na'Vi has been fragging out. A little quiet the last couple days, but they're back, baby.
That was insane. My mind broke watching that. That was just ridiculous aim. They realized what they needed to do, even sending one of their players just out. They were like, we just got to gun it, hit the shots, and we have to know that we're going to hit that blue, but that's fine. We just, as long as we can get a couple of knocks, we can try to mop it up.
And like I said, it's a championship move. I mean, that is just beautiful, knowing the situation, knowing the point totals, knowing the leaderboard situation, knowing the game situation, all of these things to make that decision in that moment is absolutely brilliant from Na'Vi, and the execution even better.
I am just so astounded. We often talk about the fact of making sure you set the pace in the game, making everybody to react to your decision making so that way you are always in control of a firefight. Na'Vi did the unexpected and did it so clean that you could tell United was still just trying to figure out what was happening at a certain stage.
Yeah, I mean, United probably pretty surprised by that move. I think they maybe expected that there might be a pull-up in the middle of the circle or something like that, but, Na'Vi absolutely knew everything that, Twisted Minds had. I loved it, though. It's the right play, 100%.
Sometimes just wiling out works out, and I got a couple boys that are going to wile out themselves.
Thank you, gentlemen. What a play by Na'Vi, and Twisted Minds, just like me, never saw that pull-up coming. They made a wonderful play. Na'Vi dominated on the push, and then United, they could have pushed back. They could have done it. But Alia,
man.
Put the stoppers on it.
It's just everything that could go right for Na'Vi went right there. I mean, that's probably one of the best repositions you'll ever see in a competitive sense there to get a win at the end of the game. And like you said, Alia just absolutely huge, preventing that push from United while they were kind of had the opportunity. But a little bit nutty here playing around Crater Avenger.
Honestly, in this cases here, right, you're in a situation where you're just looking at it, all right, we're going to have Cinder Compound for some time. You saw that, how the circles worked out, and that's how it's going to work out for them too in this case here. But Alia with that anchor position and that push is just crazy. 2 knocks and they managed to get out of it. I would love to see United push a little bit earlier. They were running on it, but a little bit earlier. The smoke should have been out towards Alia. I would like to see 2 offensive smokes towards Alia. That would have forced him to move in a different position.
I don't think they knew he was there.
No, maybe not.
Maybe they should have. They should have expected that guy to be left behind.
Maybe not. I mean, often you have these anchor positions, but I would love to see how that would have worked out in that game there. Love that it's these teams that end up being our top 3 in this case here. Na'Vi United and Twisted Minds.
Incredible game. I asked you at the start of this, we said, can either of the wily veterans teams make a big push? You said, hey, if OP or Na'Vi does it in game number 1, maybe it opens the door, and they do it. This is a team of superstars, experienced veterans. They played the circle the best they could, and when they knew they had to make a play, not only did they take the risk, they got the reward.
And the other thing, I mean, at the very beginning of the game, we were a little bit concerned for Na'Vi, right? Andy United, the fact that they were in those compounds in the center of Crater, those typically don't end up getting a lot of kills to go along with, I mean, they get placement, sure, but not a lot of kills to go along with them. But Na'Vi end up getting 9. United get 3 off of 766 damage. You don't usually see second place with that few, a little bit. But at the end of the day, Twisted Minds still getting 8 points. They're still climbing.
Yeah, and also 17 Gaming going out quite early on, not getting that many points, of course. There are some clutches, there are some good points that they're kind of stolen, kind of salvaged a little bit, but not a lot of placement points in this case here where Twisted Minds is just popping off and they're just putting so many points on the board. Again, it's Miramar, it's their map, man.
So you did say when we started today, this is their map. 17 did get picked off early. Twisted Minds always finds a way to put points.
And going back to, like, what was it, Circle 2, maybe Circle 3, you saw Twisted Minds. They were on the south side. They do this big, long wrap around the east, around the crater, through the blue, getting up to that northeastern corner and kind of playing that position. That was a 5-head rotation from Batula. And he was kind of, they had this big, wide split, too, so Batulans was watching everything out to the south. He knew, that team knew where every other team on the map was that was a threat to them. And, I mean, it's ridiculous. They're such a good team, meta-wise.
You can predict, you can think you know what's going to happen, but you're never prepared for the Na'Vi car rush. They came 3A straight at them. They played out of their minds. Their trigger discipline was incredible. Na'Vi takes the win, 19 total points, and Twisted Minds, despite getting run into, run up on, and lambasted, does manage to get second. They're going to put up some good numbers from that one. E-United, who did grind it out and finished in second, technically, because of the circle, couldn't put much up, Poro.
It's still 9 points. You know, you still take that every day. And, you know, if it weren't for Ollie, I mean, maybe they get the win there. But, again, all cylinders firing for Na'Vi on that one. I mean, it's probably... You could eat your dinner off of how straight that smoke line was. I mean, that was the most beautiful thing I've seen in a while.
Also, them being down to just 3 in this case, right? If they're 4-man strong, we would see them much more aggressive. They were out there farming kills, farming damage for United. But Na'Vi taking the kills here. They're out there being aggressive. They drive by, take 3 kills from Twisted Minds, right? And also take United down. Like 6 of the points of the 9 here is from the last 2 teams, right? So it is a very passive with the warehouse there, but you gotta hold on to it as long as you can, because it is just guaranteed placement points here. And I'm loving that it's Na'Vi that's able to step up here. They're able to continue having a great day. They might be able to contest the top 2.
And just also really smart, something that, you know, in a casual game you're not going to see. You're not going to see the forethought to leave Alia behind and do a 3-man crash against a 4-man team who you know is one of the best in the world. And they had the hubris to go ahead and do it and take that risk. And that's ultimately why they won, because they were down 2 and United could do nothing about it. Here's the numbers as they stand right now. Twisted Minds is in the lead with a whopping 153 total points. Prize pool for them north of $1 million on the line. 17 and E-United are actually getting significantly closer now.
What was it that Batulin said about 17 yesterday? Somebody had to go after him to stop him from collecting points. Maybe 17 is looking at that interview and thinking, you know, Twisted Minds kind of running away with this thing. Maybe we should go after them as well. So, I don't know, man. It's just Twisted Minds. Final day, Miramar, all things that they do really, really well at. And again, just collecting more points here today.
They're too good at Miramar. Yes. We expect this to continue, right? We're talking about a 12.6 points per game in the final so far in Miramar, and they continue to put up numbers. 17 Gaming doesn't kind of start already now in this next game here. It might be too late for them.
And that's what it's all about. You see the trophy, you see the PGC logo, the climb is on. Na'Vi does now put themselves into a conversation, because if 17 continues to slide, maybe we see a fight for second place, $500,000 plus, and they weren't necessarily in that talk. When we started today, we said, okay, there might be a fight for third. If they have another decent game, not even the same level of game they just had, they'll be in the fight for second.
Yeah, and the thing you worry about, I think, if you're some of these other teams, is that snowball effect, right? I mean, that confidence that you get from having a game like that, and not even just a game like that, a win like that, but the way they did it, where every shot call was the right one, every shot was hitting. Like, they are feeling on a confidence high right now, and that's going to be spooky for all these other teams.
And for me in this situation here, like, it is so hard when you're having so much pressure, right? It's last day, you know you got to perform. There's tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars more to be made if you're able to. We saw the updated prize pool leaderboard. It's more than $1 million for first place, 500 grand for second, right? And if you're able to contest that, be able to push through just now here, that would be insane.
You got to take those risks. We saw United do a little bit. We also saw Day Trade come out and take those risks as well. They got a massive kill count and will be making more money because of it.
Yeah, they jumped a few places here, like with $20,000 more in just one game. Can they continue to do so? It's like 40, 50,000 just from having a good day today here, because again, our bottom of the pack and our middle pack is so close still because the top have been sponging so many points.
It's going to be fun to watch.
It is going to be fun to watch, and it's time for us to get ready to watch game number 2 right now. Let's send it over to our Princes of Pontification. It is Matchroom and the Paper Thin.
When you get to this stage, you've got to clutch up or shut up. In this case, it's going to be Na'Vi that clutched in a massive moment.
I mean, that's one of the most beautiful electric ways to start an event. The way that Na'Vi came out into that game and just went for a home run and knocked it out of the park. Absolutely beautiful from Na'Vi. Just brilliant stuff. I mean, that just shows, like, not only is this team full of insane fraggers, but they're full of big brains. These guys know the situation, they know the moment, they know how to get it done. Perfectly executed, leaving Alia behind as an anchor. He even got a knock when they were pushing through there. He was able to kind of catch Twisted Minds on the top of that hill line. Just, oh, it was so good.
So thought out, too. Like, just leaving the player behind, making the send in, pushing it as hard as you can, letting Uba get knocked to the blue just because that way he can get some shots on a new angle. It was just so meticulously played, and you got to give respect. Now, I do need to call out the, I guess, elephant that is in the room, and I'm kind of curious if 17 went to like a water park or something. I don't know if they realize how bad they're sliding right now.
Well, I mean, again, Miramar's been tough for them. I actually talked to 17 briefly before the match today, and I asked, you know, you guys have been struggling on Miramar. You know, what are you going to do different? Are you going to do anything differently today? What are you going to do different? And they said, you know, we just need to play better. That was all it was. You know, they think they're a good Miramar team, and previously they have. There have been PCSs where they have dominated on Miramar. Oh my God, that circle. Well, we're going Puerto Priso. The crowd loves it. We love it. But like 17 just said, they just need to play better. They just need to play their game and, you know, just kick it up a notch. And, well, that first game was not it. And also, I do have to say, I want to say this. Batulins, he might be playing some real, like, five-head psychology games, telling everybody that they need to stop 17. Well, now they're the ones that need to be stopped.
Ah, now everyone must come after them. I did see the picture from Batulins yesterday where it was like, we all love 17. If you haven't seen it on his social media, it's, I think, every single player out of 4 different teams that are all shooting at them at the same time.
Oh, that was just hilarious. I mean, 17 just had no hope. That's just a wide-open field that they had to drive through in some manner. So, yeah, literally, you know, from the rest of the teams with love. Just an absolute crossfire there.
We've been seeing a lot of southern areas inside of Miramar, but this eastern, oh yeah, give us a new angle on it. I want to see this drive-by from the hill, because this is just, again, look at Alia back there on the angle. The moment the push comes out, now defending up, taking some shots in, weakens the approach, and now that opens up the doors. Like, look at this.
That's all Alia.
So well played.
I mean, that opener there is all Alia. He does a ton of damage, gets a knock. That makes it so much easier for the car to get through and do what it's got to do. That's absolutely outrageously good shooting from Alia.
That's right there. That's how you climb the leaderboard. You need to have your players that can do something like that. We've been talking a lot about examples, but man, all the way, right?
Beautiful.
There.
I mean, that's amazing. That might be the play of the tournament. That might be one of those moments that we look back on, and that's when things turned around for Na'Vi on the final day. That's when they were able to gain momentum. That's when they were able to make a run at the championship. And goodness gracious, what a great ending to that game. I'm still just tickled with how fun that was.
Now, I know the players aren't too tickled about this circle, but we do have a lot of space that's down there. The teams can be supportive. There's, yes, some very dramatic drop-offs moving into the coast, but there's also some pretty big hillsides that you can get some vision on. So there's a lot of potential for how we're seeing this game and how it's going to develop. There we go. Hey, we're pretty familiar with Bangkok. We were just over there, so hello, everybody.
Yeah, it's a wonderful city, and the Thai fans are absolutely incredible. So, Day Trade's putting up some good points. Again, climbing the leaderboards as much as they can. At every position matters. I mean, they're at 75 points right now. 8th place is 81. They're 6 points behind that. So, I mean, a big game can change so much money for you as a team. I mean, an insane amount of money just from winning a game here today.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Day Trade and Wildcard, just one kill. Just one kill. That's phenomenal. It's still blowing my mind how close some of these firefights are. Even going all the way down, we can look at it's FaZe and TE that are tied right now. Like, any game, any kills, anything, a squad wipe can just change tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, those points for FaZe taking out Entropic were huge. It really kept them at least, close to that kind of lower position battle. I mean, it kept them in it. And so, yeah, everything matters. Literally every game matters for every team. Every point matters. There is no reason not to fight tooth and nail today till the very end.
See all of our rotations coming in. Most teams still leaning into what you're saying, that Puerto Priso side as the hills are going to be where a lot of our teams are leaning into, trying to get out of that Los Leones as 17 is going to find their path. And Na'Vi are going to put themselves in an area pretty close to Cerberus, but I don't know if there's going to be clean sight lines due to how these hills line up.
Yeah, a lot of teams are going to sense that this one is going to be maybe a little bit closer to the coast than not, just based on how much water is in it initially. These do like to go to Puerto Pariso for some reason.
How our circles have been going, they still like water.
Also that, Matt.
All right, so Na'Vi does find themselves a spot that's
actually
pretty centered into this one. Isaki, I mean, Cerberus had themselves in a crazy impressive game over on Everest yesterday. So we know that this is a team that has capabilities and can make some massive plays. It looks like they're trying that. They're already trying to, you can see, stretch out, seeing if they can try to pick up some early kills. They're trying to be a little bit more chaotic for everybody around them.
Cerberus is trying to triangulate this for Tycon. He was aggressing in that direction. Hisaki continues to look for the Kar 98 shots, has not connected with any just yet, and opting to just make sure all of his guns are fully loaded, everything is set up the way he likes, and this might be a golden opportunity. He just misses.
Oh yeah, Mel's gonna get, it's like, okay, time to go back to cover. I'm kind of done with that one.
Another chance? Nope.
Oh,
well, they've got a bolt too, by the way.
Yeah, okay, well, we know who won that sniper duel.
Yeah.
Isaki has to step away from it, and now looking in, we still have the Freaks, TE, Twisted Minds, Yahoo, a Wildcard, and Overpeakers that are still yet to be inside the circle.
Yeah, some teams are definitely going to take their times with this, not just based on the looting spots, but also because it's a hard-shifted circle. You're going to expect that a lot of the teams with priority are going to get as close to Puerto Pariso as they can, which means there's going to be a tight cluster of teams there, which means you're going to have space to work on the edge, at least initially. Twisted Minds in particular, they're the masters of this. Get the information. You can see it's leapfrogging. It's taking the high ground position. They know, point to point on the map where they can go to make sure that they can see probably as far as they're allowed to in front of them.
That last circle and the success of Twisted Minds hinged on Batulan in that high ground position very early.
Yes.
We saw them up there.
Yes.
They just moved down. They knew exactly where it was clean, where it was clear. They were watching where firefights were, jumping in on weakened teams. These guys live and breathe off of collecting information and exploiting it.
Yeah, it's not going to look the same as, say, a PO or something like that. They're a little bit more tight-knit. They're a little bit more, again, leapfroggy is the best way I can describe it, right? Like, it's one person doing it, the next person doing it, it's next man up taking their time. Whereas a lot of teams are going to, send just one player out who their job is solely to do the scouting. So they're the ones who are responsible for taking a position. Everybody gets to them, then they go to the next spot. But it's a little bit different with the Twisted Minds.
And it's so methodical, and it actually kind of speeds you up if you think about it. One person holding down means the fact that the rest of the group can move forward, and just constantly switching out in that fashion means the fact that they're always moving in somewhere. There's always somebody that's ready to cover them. As you can now see, our latecomers now starting to come into the north part of the circle. Twisted Minds and TE might bump into each other, depending on how we see the path and coming out from Twisted Minds. Overpeakers coming in from this angle as well.
Well, TE has shown us already that they're keen to set up traps today. We've seen it previously with the overpeakers, but right now Twisted Minds just taking the road. Sometimes that gas station can be a little bit dicey, but actually I don't think anybody's here. So, yep, you're going to be able to bypass that as there is no traps laid at that point. And 777 just going to use this tall building on the southern tip of Impala to watch Twisted Minds as they look to kind of try to get into the same area. I don't know if they've spotted 777, though.
He's really far off away from the rest of the team. Twisted Minds in that reposition. I almost feel like that's kind of the bait and switch that TE is trying to set up right now. Send a couple of teams that direction, and then maybe he can sneak up back behind them. Overpeakers are just going to do a more brazen approach, and they're just going to roll right into the thick of it.
Yep, and this is a little bit dangerous for Twisted Minds right now. There's a lot of teams in their space. And some players they are unaware of. Now Perfectix going to start lighting up Jeems.
Oh.
And there is their 7-7. He came to life. He's got Batulins down.
And that is big. We just talked about how important that high ground Batulins information is for Twisted Minds. Losing him at this stage could be impactful, as now they are very limited in coming into this with near no information.
Yeah, TE has come to just make life a nightmare for these other teams in this lobby. They don't care who it is. They're not targeting anybody. They're just taking a spot that they know they can set up traps, and they're going for it. And this time, it is going to be Twisted Minds that falls into their net. As previously, the Overpeakers, who are also in this general vicinity, probably wouldn't mind to do a little bit of damage to TE, get a little bit of revenge for the previous game.
Yeah, but this is just really well pathed from 777. It's defended up on the way, all the way to this location. Freaks do feel like it's going to go Puerto Paraiso, as well as they've gone all the way down along that line, are going to be holding that position. You can see Twisted Minds just barely on your screen over there to the top right, as they're going to be taking that nice scenic approach, and we are going to be going down even further to the south.
Yep, so it is going to avoid the Puerto Paraiso area for the most part, it looks like, and hard shift over to the south. So you can see that a lot of teams weren't there, a lot of teams already in the Puerto area. There's going to be a lot of traffic making their way. Donawa already really spread out in the center of the circle, has Yahoo and others. Navi now potentially driving into Entropic territory. This is already in the circle, so... Oh no, Entropic's way ahead. Who am I kidding? They're way out there.
This has got a lot of peculiar sections of the map inside of it. I think that we still even have the mine. Yep, we still got the mine inside the circle. There's a lot of very, for lack of a better term, ratty positions that you can play here.
Yes. That is one thing you really have to be aware of, especially with the way that this lobby's been playing, that there are rats all over. We already saw it a couple times here so far. Lou, though, stuck between two crates, out in the open with Flood. He's got the bead, he's got the knock. That should be the flush.
I know a lot of eyes have been drawn into Kickstart, but Flood has been just racking up these kills. Good shots. That was well played coming up from Lou. He wanted to try to avoid the Freaks, get himself into a safer position, but Flood just had an angle. Those two crates just kind of closed in on each other, and he was just trapped.
Yeah, that's tough. That's just a kind of unexpected angle for someone to have behind Lou there. And now Perfectix and Spyro trying to get into recovery mode, but already Example doing more damage here to them. He's finding the angle right underneath that car.
Feels like we might be starting to find the kryptonite of Twisted Minds. Just how exploitable it is trying to find Batulins every single time, though, as the rest of the members are still kind of scavenging, trying to find their way through. And there you go, 17's going to go ahead and find themselves a nice little cubby to hide in.
Yeah, take the caves to keep those cars safe. And you can see our throwables damage leader is Xiao Wu. And then Soul. Soul is leading in AR damage and in second place in throwables damage. Absolutely insane. Performance that those two players have been showing us so far, as Twisted Minds finds a little bit of a divot here.
I wonder where he buys his backpacks at, because they have to carry a lot of weight.
Soul?
Yeah. Okay, well, Twisted Minds coming in. They are inside the circle. They do have E-Unite that's going to be to the north of them, but managed to get away from Na'Vi. This position is pretty safe for the time being. Way up to the north, it's going to be Overpeakers, who still have TE next to them, and this has just become a rivalry of all unintended purposes.
Yep, now Cliff has found potentially some revenge here on the TE. The return fire is decent from Duck Juice, and that sends Overpeakers back. They actually don't find that knock. They had a pretty good opportunity, just not quite able to convert, as Na'Vi sends Mel out early to get some info. Now he's going to run into Entropic. It took a little bit longer than I expected in a way, because I got baited by the X-ray on the Observer, but Entropic should be pretty comfortable. Mel, it looks like he's just going to try to go for sound cue information.
Oh, Gonna hide underneath the ramp. Oh, okay. Nope, just gonna find themselves a building for now. This is way over on the edge. A lot of scouting going on with body armor, just seeing who's gonna shoot them, as Frectix is gonna take some damage, but he should be able to make it to this compound. They're just gonna bail out, and this is, yeah, full-on damage control position.
They have to. Absolutely. This is 100% the right play. They need to just try to stay safe on the edge, try to snake out points as much as they can in any fashion that they can. That's the name of the game now for the Twisted Minds. But tell you what, if there's anybody who could do it, I certainly believe in them to find ways. And 17, yes, center circle, but these caves can be dicey, Matt. I think anybody that's played in them knows that they can be tricky to get out of as this goes back. It ping-pongs over to the east now.
So still kind of, it's still around that Porto Priso area, so you're right. And now we're going to see Wildcard have to make their move in. FaZe coming in. Wildcard and FaZe, again, familial relations between the two teams, and also very similar mindsets on how to approach circles, as they look like they're going to be pathing right into each other again.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure they they talk a lot about strategy and tactics and those kind of things, and Wildcard is going to be right behind FaZe. Now it looks to me like FaZe is taking a moment to stop up, maybe setting a bit of a trap. The Overpeakers are just chilling on the northeast edge here. They are going to have to find some space. I think there is enough underneath EU that they can settle up. TE in the vicinity as well, as they're going to lose Ninja 2K. And there's that fight between FaZe. 17, though, taking some damage. We're going to be focused on them a lot, and that's a knock there from Ivis.
Yeah, this angle is not going to be enough to be able to get the... Well, actually, I say that. He kind of scooted his way back up that hill, and it's going to be a combined effort. This dip is kind of bold to go for at this stage, given how much high ground is around it and how many teams are still alive.
This is offering up some really juicy fire lines for Na'Vi here, and you can see a knock on a Suju. Show has been flushed, so 17 in a world of trouble, and Lucarux, he's running. He looks like he wants to start throwing some frags, maybe.
He's got one. Is it the magic nade? Is it going to be enough? There are some vehicles over there, so if he can creep into this, there's a lot of bullets coming at their direction. It's going to be hard to hear the footsteps. He can line in, knows roughly where they're at. Okay, he's got some support. Let's go ahead and make the red zone. And 17, you've been having some troubles in the early game, and it's gonna keep on continuing.
Xiaowu, the only one left here. A sliver of help. Nope, he is done. It's actually gonna be High Saki who finds him with the bolt. And 17 Gaming, a dangerous dive into the center dip, finds their death.
Na'Vi and EU United starting to taste the capabilities of what? About another $125,000, $200,000? I don't know. A ton of money as a weakened 17 out early a second time.
That's no points for 17. That's heartbreaking. I mean, I guess if you're 17, the only thing you can kind of rest on right now is so far Twisted Minds haven't done much, and they're down 2 players, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm telling you, those 2 players, you never know. They could pop off, put up quite a few points. FaZe still has Wildcard kind of trapped here on this edge. Adam has Helen sneaking up right behind him as well, so things getting a little bit spicy on the southwest edge.
Yeah, this is just going to be the third-party pat down, for lack of a better term, as it is going to be Wildcard that gets an idea on where we see FaZe playing from, as Helen's going to take those shots, and this is just going to start setting off more and more movement. It looks like Yoho, also to the east of this position, was wanting to move in, but some shots are going to come out from TMA. Adam realizing, okay, this is going to be a problem. Nikos is going to go down. Is he going to send it down here to try to save him? Diggory is kind of looking in. It's going to be Mukau on the other side of it, and he does manage to get the knock on effects.
Yeah, well, here comes, whoa, what a response from Gustav onto Helen. Soul's got Mukau knocked. He's got effects flushed. Now Soul is just making it rain. Gustav is able to secure that point before Soul can, but Mukau will fall into his hands, and Soul continues to be just terrorizing this lobby as FaZe 2 up, trying to recover on the bottom side of this hill. Donovan needs to go for a res. Northeast side still has Yoho and Day Trade awaiting.
Cerberus has got some vision on any pathing that's going to go through there, as Overpeakers is going to send it down. They can't even make it into the circle yet, as EU United is still gatekeeping in a 2-2 just to the south of them, and they're putting in work, and really Overpeakers doesn't have too many options. It's just going to be Mixie that's going to be way up to the north of this one, and I don't know how he really wants to move through it, because even if he comes down to the south, really it's just going to be who can steal the kills, and Flood does manage to pick it up.
That's FaZe forward. Flood already has 300 damage in this game. He might be vying for that 1K club. We'll see. He's on pace to potentially get there, as he is going to be running back up to his teammate to, again, reinforce the position ahead of them. 2-2-ish split in the small compound there. And you can watch this replay with Entropic knowing the situation, knowing they have 17 just in a awful position for 17, and a great position for them. And they connect with their grenades, and that's good enough.
And those nades are just the epitome of dead to rights there. They knew exactly where to put them. It was just surgical. Just dropped it right on top of their positioning. You can see the Twisted Minds is playing pretty close to that E United line as they have managed to regroup. Overpeaker still is just out in the blue trying to figure out how they're going to come into this one. Mexi does at least manage to move next to Cerberus, so might have themselves a pathing into this one depending on how they want to go. It's not going to be easy by any account.
No doubt. There isn't much space on the edge anywhere on the kind of eastern half of the circle. All of the edge is taken, all the compounds are controlled, all of the space has been essentially eliminated that anybody else can use. Solalzi gets a decent shot onto Mexi here. He's going to go for the grenade, has to back up. What a great molly from Mexi. That might have just saved his life because now Solalzi can't throw the grenade that he wanted and even gets the knock.
That is
beautiful.
So good, so good. Now then, the problem with it is his two buddies are in a phase 4 blue, and it's going to take them some time to come over here and regroup. And even if they do get here, they're going to be pretty hurt. So there's not much the Mexi can do onto this one yet. TE hears this, and it looks like they're wanting to swoop in to see if maybe they can pick up some kill points.
All right, let's see if they can finish the job. Mexi still stunning, preventing the res.
Oh.
As they don't, I don't know if they've heard him. They have not heard him. He saw him. He's going to get the 1 point, holds the angle, expecting the push, and he still gets another 1 HP.
But the blue took him down. Oh, he was 1 HP in a dream. Now what can Overpeakers do? They still have their 2 members that are kind of creeping in slowly and steadily, but this is about to get even worse once the circle closed, man. This is going to be so hard. They're about, what, about another 300 meters away in the blue. They're hopping in the car and they're going to send it down. We'll have to keep an eye on that one and see if they can get some reses in as Danaway is going to get eliminated. Twisted Minds now spots out Na'Vi and wants some vengeance for last game.
No doubt. I mean, Na'Vi is just, making sure that no one's pushing in from their south. I see a lot of attention being put that way, and now they have their eyes once again onto Twisted Minds. Want to finish them off. Another game in a row. Example, a ton of damage there. Nothing but a tree and a headshot there for Example. And that is just Perfectix left. Don't forget it. Uba found an angle, and Na'Vi once again eliminating Twisted Minds.
It's like Navi's finally finding their legs and the perfect time to do this. United is trying to take some fights over with TE at the same time, but they've now spotted out Na'Vi as well. Going to be some bullets exchanged between them. This is outside the zone, so United is going to have to move in a much harder path across the fields as they also do have TE that's right behind them.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit tricky up in the top of this circle. Mel looking to find some more nasty bolt shots. Blood here trying to escape the spray. Only takes a pinch of damage. And Relo up and over near the farm equipment has a little bit of information on what's going on. Lucarex found an AWM and is putting it to good use. Cerberus has 2 left up in the north as they begin their move into the circle. Still E United and Na'Vi kind of mirroring each other. There was a grenade in Lambu's hand down there. I saw it in the kill feed. He got knocked with a grenade in hand, and that basically wiped Dono out of this game.
United looks like they're trying to move aggressive. They realize where Na'Vi is going to be positioned, I'm pretty sure, based off of how we saw kills just a moment ago. This looks like this is going to be the battle for second place and a ton of money on the line. Trying to move in. E United can't get a clean pathing into this, and it's going to be due to Entropic and the position that they're trying to hold down. E United still just kind of out in the open. They have some high ground. That also means that QM can kind of see. Na'Vi has a much more comfortable spot for right now, but they still have to move as they're not in the circle either.
Well, yeah, the real kind of issue here is how is exactly this team right here, the Freaks, going to play this. They're fanned out across the hill line. They've kept themselves out of the vision range of Entropic, at least for now. And now United pushing in down this valley as they have 2 members of Cerberus who have found their way ahead. Are they going to fight here momentarily, potentially? I think Relo might have heard a little bit of noise from one of the vehicles from Cerberus.
Oh, just watching Overpeakers finally manage to make it in the zone and then catastrophe. That one feels bad. We've all lived that life before, as now it looks like E United has their eyes more set onto that Cerberus pathing as throwables are now going to start coming out from them. Entropic's going to take some shots, though. They're running a 2-2 split, as well as Hobbit's a different angle trying to take some shots in, while we have the Na'Vi and a Freaks fight that's going on. This is a nice contain coming up from the Freaks. They are very separated out, but they have a good wall.
Yeah, the problem here for the Freaks is they're kind of playing reactively instead of proactively. Na'Vi started taking shots at United. That might have been their opportunity to do some damage here. Instead, now they're getting pushed back. They're not able to get to this ridgeline to really get decent damage into Na'Vi, already low onto frags and other utility here as Na'Vi starts expending some of their own. Finally, E-End is going to connect onto Uba.
So looking in, Akkad's gonna go down. 3 members still up for the Freaks. Do connect onto another one, goes for the spray, but that's gonna go down. Both teams taking some massive casualties at the start of this one. Example still up though. Looks like Lash K is gonna come up with E-End. Gonna be seeing how they can navigate through these smokes and try to exploit. Example does spot him out. Spray's gonna come through, but it's gonna be Lash K that comes up on top. E United is eliminated while we see a push from Entropic.
Yeah, the E-End is going to spring to action and finish off Na'Vi, so the Freaks barely able to hang on, and the AK is tough to spray, and you can see Lash there able to get his recoil under control just a touch faster than Example. Difficult situation there for both teams, and the Freaks barely coming out of that. Na'Vi putting up a good fight. And Tropic thought about third-partying it, instead opts to move right into the circle, wants to play for points, wants to play for the win. They're dead last, and again, you move up to 15th from 16th, and look at that difference, $9,000.
I mean, this is a battle for some big bucks right here. You can see that Cerberus, 85, Yahoo just 1 point back behind that TMA, just 2 points behind. Any kills still going to continue to be a stack. QM is getting control of the north, but Hamas is still alive and might be able to come back and backstab them into this. As we're looking through, TMA really has the strongest point in this for right now, but it's not like they're too comfy cozy with just 2 members up, as the Freaks are going to do a wrap down, and really it's just QM and the Freaks. We have Day Trade as well as Entropic. Those are our strong teams in this situation.
Yeah, the Freaks, if they can get underneath here relatively safely, they've only got Poochills for Day Trade that's really got an angle, I think, onto where the Freaks are going to line up, but they're really going to split out here. TMA up on the hill, they're going to just go for the ultra safe play, just get way down here, try to stay out of comfortable grenade range for TMA. I mean, I think TMA, I think it's a little bit outside of grenade range, even with that downhill slope. HC's still alive for FaZe. They got kind of chewed apart there on the southwestern corner earlier. Now he's still alive. He's still chilling in the bush, just trying to see if he can find anything out of this.
Shimboy is going to be right next to him. Just going to be kind of chilling. And this is what I was talking about when I meant strength just a second ago, is there are a lot of tattered teams inside of these positions that are just kind of holding down, trying to rat it out. Our stronger teams with the 4 members still up are really just north and south, lined up against each other pretty close.
Yeah, and again, every point matters, so Himas is right on the edge of the blue, trying to stay obscured through the soft cover of the grass, but this is ticking pretty fast, goes for the point, not going to find it, and he is going to go down into 8th place. So a placement point for Himas at the end of it. Not too bad here for Cerberus, as they are still in 8th place currently on the leaderboards, but Yahoo might be surpassing them soon.
So I have to see how this jockeying around positions in north and south is going to go, as Entropic is trying to make sure that they can navigate this a little bit cleaner, as Chance now starting to pop off for one of the teams.
Yeah, there's a knock there from Phil First at range with his M4, finds the head of QBE. The grenades to follow to try to go for the flush. Are they going to be able to get it? And QM is just sort of poking and prodding here onto Entropic. It gets tough as you go down this hill. You're going to expose yourself a little bit more to the other teams. The Freaks have now settled up underneath this hill, where I thought maybe they'd go initially. Instead, they opt to go on foot, trying to play it a little bit more quiet.
Still 20 alive at this stage. FaZe 7 has the capabilities to support all of these teams right now. Tropic, though, and Question Mark are just too close to each other to separate cleanly. We might see the Freaks get some vision depending on how Entropic moves down as they make their pathing into the south. Question Mark still just wants to hold the defensive line right up next to them, make sure that nobody crests in. They do not want to surrender any of the vision and any of the control, as Freaks are actually trying to see if they can stretch into this compound. I think that they realize that that might be asking too much, though.
Well, they grabbed the crate. That's what they were looking for here initially. They want that Mark 14, and Akkad trying to put it to use right away. He's got the level 3 gear as well. So confidence for the Freaks on this maneuver, but they got to be careful. They're starting to put themselves into the firing lines of both Entropic and QM. I think this might be a moment to sort of regroup, back up. Indeed, Hikari and the rest of his team are falling back.
That was a good read by the Freaks. I think that they were like, wait, this is way too many people moving off of it, and they're going to come back down, because TMA was also still close to them right inside that compound that could come up and just bit them at any second. But with their reposition away from this one, Entropic now moving down this hillside, they're starting to find a path in. They've got to be careful. Freaks are still taking shots at both teams. That means the fact that they're getting a lot of attention.
I mean, it's FaZe 7, and we still have 20 players alive. This is going to be an absolutely wild finish to this game. Still a ton of players. Still a lot of teams with 4 players. We have 4 with 4 players left. Absolutely just nuts. This one's going to be, kind of just coming down to who can find the right timing to start a fight or finish a fight. Those kind of things are going to be oh so crucial. Lucarux with that AWM, leading point for Entropic.
got to play this one carefully, as these hillsides are just really just sight breaks. That's what everybody is trying to hold on to. Hikari is playing this one, starting to see if he can hear anything. Slow, quiet, as how Entropic are wanting to move into this one just narrowly on the other side of this hill. And they realize the fact that they do not want to go any further. With 2 members for Freaks still holding this line, it's going to be QM to the top. Now I want to point out, as we see the center, it's going to be our weakened teams that are going to be in the thick of it, as 8Z finds himself right next to the center of the dot.
Yeah, absolutely. 8Z's sitting pretty because everybody's fighting around him. Nobody's really able to take that central space with the way that everybody's positioned. Some decent damage coming out from Nail Up. Are the Freaks going to be able to respond with some damage of their own? The angle just not quite there yet, as Entropic has found a little bit of hill on the other side. QBE is going to get the best of Hikari with his SKS, find the knock.
It's go time. It looks like Entropic are going to use whatever they can get, but it's going to be EN that finds an angle up on top of that one. Trade it back into him. This fight's starting to break off all the way down to the southeast, but while this is happening, it's going to be QM moving into Daytrade's position as well. Lash K does get a knock on a Lucarux, but it's going to be a quick exchange up in the north on top of everything that's going down here to the south. Lash K and Akkad have moved very, very far down, seeing if they can get some vision into everything that's happening, but now it's going to be just throwables exchange between these two teams who've been eyeing each other for so long.
Yeah, Dante letting loose a spray into the smoke, has no idea exactly where Daytrade is, just seeing if he can get lucky with some of that damage that was done sooner, but Flash full health up on point ahead of the smokes, trying to catch members of QM peeking. The res has come through, but Daytrade...
Oh my god, Shinboy is so close to them right now.
God.
He is just in that bush. Does Belmoth? Belmoth doesn't even see it.
He's got to take the point.
Oh my god, yeah, Shinboy knows. He's just sitting there waiting. There is a moment that can happen, but he has to be careful. QM is going to be coming in this, dropping off some nades right in front of him. Shinboy can pounce at any moment. Right now, he just wants them to fight amongst themselves. Big fights coming out from Daytrade. It's going to go down. Now going to have 2 members up on both sides, lined up against each other. It's going to be a battle for the top of this one, but Belmoth has had some big plays.
Oh my god, Belmoth hits the head, doesn't get the knock there. Going to have to reload. He is absolutely destroying the flanks of Question Mark right now. Going to pop up and over, looking for more damage. Dante on his left, Shinboy still waiting in the wings, and he is just watching Belmoth, just stalking him.
I dare you to notice Shinboy right now, as Belmoth is going to take down Dante as well. And it's just trigger discipline. As much as you can pull, him and 8Z are going to be able to absolutely ruin what's going on. Belmoth takes the damage. He's going to drop down, as we still have the continuation of the fight that's going to be going on with the Freaks and Entropic. They're just too close to each other, and they have got to fight at this stage. Belmoth still up in front of this one, still trying to go for the flushes, but it's going to be a jump up. Entropic finally goes down, as QM still has to find some way to push through this one. Neurons on Neuron, no life, but it's going to be Belmoth trying to go for this peak. Hero plays have been so big for him. Can he find it? And yeah, Belmoth with a big one.
And here comes Shinboy. He might be able to take Belmoth down, but Belmoth on the other side of the hill. TMA reaches out, finish off the Freaks while they were weakened by Entropic. Belmoth going for a res. Shinboy starts to queue up the heals. He is ready for this.
He doesn't see it.
He's going to be rezzed. I think, I don't think it's going to be a time. Is it going to be a time? He gets him. They're in.
God.
This might be a double for Shin.
Moving in. They're going to be walking right into him. He reads. They spot him out, though. Patience doesn't pay off for him. Neurons, though, now on a sliver of life, has to wait. Guess what? There's still another sneaky stake, as we have 2, 2, and 1 coming into this one, and technically 2 of those are down right now.
What a reaction there by Neurons. Absolutely insane reflexes to get the save for his team. Belmoth back up. TMA has lost Crazy, so it's just Yuppie. And then somehow, some way, 8Z has found his way into this endgame scenario. That Molly got Yuppie. He is done.
Trying to run away right now. TMA is going to just
he barely hang on. I thought they got him.
Yeah.
Wow.
So this is going to be a tied up position between Yoho and TMA right now, so a big fight for them. FaZe still clinging to life right over here. This patience that FaZe has been holding for so long is actually potentially going to turn this game on its head.
That is unbelievable. Yuppie with just 1 HP, holding this angle. They sprint around the corner. That's 1. He's got the flush. Got 14 bullets left in the clip, but almost no health. 8Z comes in with the grenade right at Belmoth. Does decent damage. Stuns are out. 8Z looking for the finish.
He saw it. He saw it. He's prepping up the nades. It's going to be Belmoth that does hit, but that nade lands right in front of them. FaZe, they find it. They were hiding for so long. Smiles on their faces, as you know. They were not expecting that one.
Yeah, can you believe it? From the bush, 8Z gets it done and finds the win for FaZe Clan. A big one for them. And, you know, they may not be winning PGC this year, but certainly they are going to climb the leaderboard and earn themselves some more cash. You'll love to see it.
Dude, I kind of feel bad for Day Trade on this one. They had to fight for so long over there against QM. They even had the freaks to push down on the held on them. They had to deal with all of these rats coming after them. They had to deal with TMA that was still holding down that compound for so long, but they did manage to pick up quite a decent chunk of points for themselves.
Absolutely, just nuts. I mean, I love to see it from these boys. They've worked so hard, had to get through the grand survival to get here, to find a win on the final day. Hey, it is Sunday, so it's FaZe Day.
Yeah, how much can they manage to string together as we still have 3 more games and 1 more Miramar after this one? I know a lot of the 17 fans have their eyes more glued to that Erangel side of this, as it's been just near on nothing coming up so far.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing for 17 here was Twisted Minds didn't really do much either. So as far as that's concerned,
top 4.
Yeah.
All of our top 4 went out early, but we got a top 3 that are going to walk you through everything you need to know.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let's jump right into the win for FaZe. A story of snakes. Indiana Jones would be terrified of this game.
I wish I had a bush right now to hide in. You want to talk about the complete opposite to the ending we saw in game number 1? Holy moly! But I mean, I don't think I've ever laughed harder than when AC pulls this off and I hear Martin yell FaZe Sunday.
Had to give it to them,
Oh, yeah.
No, that's great. Honestly, this is why I love this area, because the terrain, it's just so unprecedented stuff like this is going to happen. I got to say, though, Shinboy with an absolutely deadbeat of heart rate.
He was dropping.
Yes.
He was literally dying as he was like
59 beats per minute while looking at a potential top 4 situation. I'm a little bit sad that they saw him, right? Because they had a res, and he potentially could have been the 8th there, or he could have been in a 1 versus 1 versus 8 here. But yeah, that's great. It came down to a 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 2, because Take Me Away decided not to do the res, right? So that was kind of interesting. That's unexpected, but also maybe could pick them up, but didn't really 100% see into the kind of decision making with that. But no matter what an insane end game. Most of our top went out super early on, so this opens it up for a lot of our mid pack and our bottom teams to kind of catch up and try to jump into it.
I mean, what do you think? I want to see the heart rates on Twisted Minds and in 17 whenever they go out super early, and then right afterwards they see United and Na'Vi both get taken down as well. Now, United and Na'Vi both picked up a nice little stack of kills for themselves, so still climbing a little bit here, so it still steps in the right direction. But, yeah, I mean, they definitely dodged a huge bullet with this game.
Hey, I just want to shout out to all of my rats out there that love to see it. You brought it up. His heart rate, Shinboy's heart rate literally started at 64 and dropped, I think, 59 at its lowest point. You guys saw him going up and down. The crowd here at the stadium was yelling and cheering for him in the bush. And he even gave him a little nod. So that was very cool to see. But ultimately, it comes out to FaZe at the top, got the high ground, easy cleanup after what was a unique game.
Yeah, we'll call it that. We'll call it a unique. Again, credit to Day
so little damage on the top 4.
I know, right?
It's like,
less
than 600 damage on 3 teams. Like, what's going on here? Yeah, but they fought hard for it. They put out a lot of utility, and Belmoth, what a machine! That was insane. He demolished Question Mark towards the end there. What a barrel spray he had on that. Some of the guys there, insane.
And I think that's Day Trade showed up today. They definitely came to put some points on the board. And when we do talk about that, it's because we saw those leaderboards and how much money is on the line. Yes, we now know first place is north of $1 million, but everyone in the mid pack, when you talk about 5th place, it's $180,000, down to about 9th, you're looking at $92,000. So if you can make these jumps off of one good game, you are going home with a massive paycheck and really a good setup going into 2023. It's going to be kind of a crazy year. We saw a new format coming back into play. Any stability you can create for yourself now is very, very important. Take a look at the top 4 teams. Again, not so much damage, more about position, I guess.
Yeah, we'll call it that. Why not? It seemed like a very, very scrappy game. And again, it's just the terrain just kind of lends to that, doesn't it? I mean, it's just you think you know where the lines of sight are, but there's just it's impossible to hide from everybody, it seems.
So So FaZe Clan does come out in first place. They end up with 4 kills and 14 points because they get the 10 from the win. Daytrade, who hustled as hard as they could, picks up 13. Freaks, 11. And Entropic, a team that we haven't seen in a minute, does manage to get themselves up to 4th and 8th place. Yoho went out in 4th, but is not going to show on the left side of the board because, again, it was a very slow game for those teams who were able to survive the onslaught of teams like Daytrade and Freaks into the late game.
4 teams on 7 points. It just talks to how crazy
wild.
this game was, right? In terms of both points from placement, and then some of the teams that are fighting their way through. Like, you're getting 1 point for placement Cerberus, but you're also getting 6 kills. Then you have 7. All the roads lead to 7, just like when you have 2 dice.
The winning team.
Highlight reel there. It's probably not one you're going to screenshot and send to the boys later on, but you know what? It's a win's a win at the end of the day, and that's a nice 14 points for FaZe.
So they are going to put that up on the board. That second story they're probably going to see when we get to the leaderboard is Twisted Minds and 17 both fell out early. They left the door open to play a little bit of catch up.
Yeah, which means that our mid-pack teams, they're going to be able to jump into it. Look at that. United just 5 points off 17 Gaming. Navi also close to that second place now. Just 12 points. Just one good game for them. But Twisted Minds, they're still in there. They're still 17 points ahead right now. That's one good game. That's basically a win with 7 kills, as we just saw possible from this case here. But yeah, look at all the changes. FaZe Clan actually did not go out of 14th. They started 14th today, and even with a win, they're still in 14th. So now they're kind of rejoining the middle pack right now, and with one great game, they can jump into quite easily. Look at 8th place. Like it's only 13 points up to 8th now.
Middle pack is super tight, so that one great game puts them into the chance to play for thousands and thousands of additional dollars. Importantly, up at the top, though, we talked about, will it be a race for 3rd? Twisted Minds has only one more game on Miramar to sort of thrive in their environment, and in that game, they gave up points. We're less than 20 away from closing that gap up, and it being a race for 1st again, Poro.
Yeah, and like I said, I think they were probably, whenever they went out or went down to 2, they're probably a little bit concerned about it. I mean, those guys, again, ice water in their veins. They know what to expect in these kind of situations, but you still got to feel like they're thinking, okay, we dodged a huge bullet that time because that didn't go our way, but it didn't go anybody else's way either. So at the end of the day, we got one more on Miramar.
I think it just in this case here, they saw 17 Gaming go out in 16th place. Like, it's a huge release for Twisted Minds. Oh, it doesn't matter. They're not going to catch up to us now. We're gonna be able to do whatever they want, right? It wasn't a game where they're able to kind of lose that lead.
All right, well, we are going to take a quick break. The players can go buy some weed whackers so it doesn't happen again. And when we come back, it's time for game number 3.
Did you know they call Callisto the dead moon? Dead. Gives me chills every time.
out to the fans.
Meditate on that!
High five!
My eyes are up here. A bold message. I will not rest.
I know Callisto Protocol doesn't come out for like another week or so, but it feels like FaZe is already playing some survival horror. Although I feel like they're the ones that are more like the monster giving everybody else nightmares.
Yeah. There were a couple players doing that in that one. Him and Shinboy just spoiling a few teams' rounds, or very nearly. So that's part of the game. That's why we play them. That's, you know, part of the strategy, part of the kind of intelligence that these players have. And 8Z had that push for a very, very long time and was able to make it work to find a big win for FaZe. One more Miramar to go, and that's it. We'll be done with the desert for the tournament. Match 18. And this one's a little bit northern, a little bit.
Just a little. I think it'd be all right. But we've been seeing some southern circles, so we can go back over to the north again. I'm okay with that one. I know that a lot of eyes are really going to be drawn on how well Twisted Minds can do inside of this round as they've started to develop a lead, but with 3 rounds left, it's not an insurmountable lead by any account.
But it's getting worrying every game that ticks by, and it's 17 points ahead of 17 right now for Twisted Minds, so, you know, a maybe kind of coincidental number, but it's still an important one because that's a win in 7 kills, just assuming that Twisted Minds bottoms out, and rarely do they on Miramar. It is very uncharacteristic for them to have a game like they did previously, but so far we'll see if they can bounce back. FaZe, yeah, hey, you're up in the 14th. Again, you just made yourself a little extra cash. Now you're right in that kind of middle group for 14th to 12th. Where you could still climb even further and gain some even better prize pool money.
Yeah, just a couple of kills, tens of thousands of dollars. I know we've said it a lot, but it's just going to be a reoccurring conversation. Also, reoccurring conversation is that second place position. 17 in the slide that they've been going on means the fact that there are some more opportunities for technically third and fourth place right now. This is a pretty friendly circle that I think that we've seen before.
Yeah, we see this one a few times in this event, so maybe this time we'll get it to avoid that area to the southwest of water treatment near the God compound. That would be super duper if we could get that for once. And yeah, you can see that on Miramar, yeah, it's going pretty good for Twisted Minds. They are just absolutely dominating on this. United has been having a great time in this map, too, no doubt.
Looking into this one, okay, we've got all of the tried and trues that we have talked about several times. We've got the Death Star Trench in here. We've got Minas with that high ground finish that we had beforehand. We still have water treatment, the God compounds that we saw beforehand, Hacienda, San Martin. Tons of fun to be had no matter where we go inside the circle. It's also got a lot of space, but a lot of dead zones inside of it.
Yeah, everybody should be pretty familiar with this circle at this point in terms of what's in it, what can happen, and so we've seen it a few times. So just gonna wait and see how the teams want to approach it. So far, I see nothing too super interesting. Nobody's really done anything crazy. FaZe's Gustav is probably the kind of most interesting piece of this situation right now, as he has reached way out to the south of Cruz de Valle, ahead of his team. 17 is still looting inside of Picado. Twisted Minds is Power Grid plus the 2 God compounds that are on the outer edges of the Power Grid mountain. And those are kind of your interesting facts. United as well, off to the east. There are El Azahar, but they're not just solely El Azahar. They've just got Flood there. The rest are in the compounds to the west.
No.
Not again.
No,
not like this. Not like this.
I don't know. Like,
what is with TE today?
I don't know. Did Overpickers come and steal their breakfast or something like that? I don't know. They are just sitting here, and a kill here or there again is very big for TE, as they are presently tied with Entropic.
Yeah. No, I mean everything is every point counts for TE. They get $9,000 more if they're not last. So
they're not even moving. Yeah.
Yep.
What can you do there?
Well, it just is. I mean, TE's all over the place in the beginning of these games. It seems that they're just going for these trap plays early to get any points they can. With Entropic's pretty good game in the previous one that caught them right back up. TE now up into 15th, but only by 1 point. As Twisted Minds looks like they did a little bit of scouting out to the west to see what was going on with those teams, and are now content to head back to the east and probably take some high ground and get some information.
One of the things I find very interesting about 17 on this map, while they are still 17 points behind, and that poetic nature of what we're looking at, they're our Picado team. And this is a map that they don't necessarily have the best control over, and I find that to be kind of interesting. They kind of have the inside track to get whatever they want and how to handle it. It just feels like the map itself is a kryptonite for them to deal with.
Sure. And it's only been a recent thing. This isn't a historical problem for them. This isn't something that I've seen them struggle with up until PCS 7 Asia, really. So it just seems like they're not as comfortable. They're not feeling the timings. Their movements are a little bit off, and they don't seem to find positions that are safe very often, especially when they make center circle dives. It seems that they get either chewed up along the way, or when they hit the spot like we saw in the previous game, they just get, you know, into a position that is pretty easy for other teams to punish.
Again, E United is moving in pretty close to the center already, as Snaker is going to be the tail end of E United's front that's going to be coming in. They are kind of split both sides of the Death Star Trench right now, with 3 being on the bottom, and it's going to be Kickstart on the northern side of it. They also do need to keep an eye on Twisted Minds and how they want to navigate this. Since they do get Power Plant, they still have that high ground, as we have seen, be so useful for them on this map.
Yeah, this is just the Twisted Minds playbook 101. They love to do this. They love to see where the other teams are going and how they're maneuvering and when and all those other things. I mean, it's all part of the mental calculus that Batulans and the rest put into those supercomputers of brains they have and output great results on this map time and time again. So love to see it. As Sparking in a bus, is he...
Hey, look, if it's going straight down a hill, that means the fact that windows aren't as bad, right?
No, well, no, yes, but it's actually not that bad downhill. It goes pretty fast. Yeah, Sparking's in the bus. No other choice there, of course. If you don't know why buses are bad, well, there's a whole bunch of reasons. Nobody really wants to be driving those if they can help it.
Going up the hills in Miramar in a bus is about one of the worst feelings I think that I can ever find.
Yeah, and being off-road is also horrible. It's got huge windows, like you just mentioned. It's slow. Doesn't have a lot of torque in the wheels, so its acceleration is bad. It's a whole lot of bad.
That's Lambu found himself a nice little, I guess, rock that's going to pop him for a second, but he's just going to continue on his merry path thing. Most of our teams are kind of leaning into that center-western direction, where we do know the God Compound is just south of water treatment, that hillside. It's got a lot of strength to it, and we've been seeing the circles generally go that direction, so not too surprised off of that already.
No doubt. Now, Sparking has gotten out of the bus and has gotten dangerously close to Wildcard. He's being shot at from behind. He's being pushed into this. He might just get taken down. Yeah, Nikos is ready and waiting, along with Waikikamuka. The reinforcements are just shut out.
Man, that was just fast. There's not too much they could have done on it. So now Wildcard do get control over this area. Nalip is pretty close and did hear that, but I think that we're probably going to see everybody reconnoiter and get back together.
That's just, you know, Sparking was already under pressure, and there was already a team ahead of him. He's just bad place, bad timing. Greg shot on his own.
Yep. Hey, remember that thing that you guys just did? Looks like it's now being done to you. Now you have to be pretty careful with it, as it looks like Greg Shot is just trying to sneak away. Cal is going to get into a point, provide some type of support, so it looks like they're going to try to get to that outer wall. And actually, no, Greg just says, I'm going to take this. This is my house, buddy.
Hello? Greg Shot, that was absolutely nasty.
Oh my God.
He almost got the knock on the Hobbits as well. The Molly at the bottom of the stairs. Hobbits should have enough time to heal. This is bought time for Waikikamuka and Nikos to get here and help their teammate out.
Question mark. You thought that you had this compound. Now a doozy's going to be rolling in, and what are you going to be able to do with this now? Is it's just going to be quickly resetting, getting back into an area. You can see Molotov did connect onto Greg Shot, but Throwable's now going to come out on the side of Wildcard. See if they can connect. Nothing's going to do too much off of it. It's another Molotov just to continue to stall that push.
Yeah, and it's just stalling on both sides, and nobody can really find much footing. This hallway is, as we've seen time and time again, very dangerous, very tricky to get through. Another Molly from QM to continue buying time for themselves. Aduzi looking to see if he can get one in the side room, suspects that somebody's in there, and he is correct, but I think that first one might have just been off, and you can get up on top of the furniture for Greg Shot to avoid any further damage had a Molly landed in there.
This is so much utility being used right now. Nate is going to do some damage, but nobody wants to go down the hallway, and we all know why. Longhouses are the suck. It's going to be a doozy with an angle in, but it is going to be exchanged. One down. Looks like going to go ahead and go for the flush. Defended down that hallway. Now, Hobbits, where are you going to go? You going to go for vengeance, or are you going to go for safety? Looks like it's going to be vengeance.
Yeah, this is the right play. You got to go for the win here. See if you can get the 1v2. Gets a bit more damage. Going to reposition off of it. Try to catch him on the long, but the pre-fire was decent, but somehow Hobbits hits him on the cross. Barely Nikos wins.
Wow, that was way too close for Wildcard's comfort off of it. Both players taking the pre-shot in, but it was all just about the aim.
I thought Hobbits was going to get that for a second. I mean, they knew he was going to cross that door. They pre-fired it, and he still somehow got that shot. He must have hip-fired or something there. That was absolutely nasty.
Again, Batulans monitoring everything, planning out their next set of moves. They do have Freaks that's running a 1-1-2. And that's going to be Ian all the way over in Power Grid taking shots at him, just, I guess, cuz.
Oh, why not?
Yeah.
you got nothing else to do. You're way out on the western edge. The Freaks literally control about a kilometer and a half of space, maybe even more now, almost 2. And they are just waiting to see where this one goes. And hard northeast.
Bait and switch, and now you can see we're going to have a rainbow of rotation coming in, as it's going to be teams just trying to get there as fast as they can. It's going to be Danawa that already inside of vehicles coming into this one with proper timing. They're going to be coming into the south of it, but Cerberus does get some vision into him, but shot's going to come back into high socket. That means fact that you can't get too much with it. Condensing, we're going to see a couple of teams now trying to move around that San Martin area. This is where we're going to have to see 17 as well as Twisted Minds make a move. Expendables now taking some shots into Na'Vi, and that's going to be more of the center rotation. It's going to be phased directly in front of this, that we're running a 2-2 now trying to regroup.
Yeah, everybody's making a rotation around the same time. Na'Vi, Danawa, United, TE, Wildcard, everybody's driving. And it looks like Na'Vi has found what they will consider good enough for now up on the northern edge of that field. And going to control this warehouse plus U-house, or not warehouse, garage plus U-house. Mel just popping shots to see if he can get any damage into Danawa here. A bit far for the SKS.
I am going to point out Hacienda does have Twisted Minds and 17, both right next to it, and that could be another potential brewing interesting fight. We've seen the fact that whenever they get compounds right next to each other, some very dramatic fights can happen. I do also say that this feels like the Freaks' game so far. They do manage to get themselves about 1.5 kilometers of space, and the circle just goes the exact opposite direction.
Wow, Lambu just barely outside of damage range on that. This is rough for Danawa. They are in a slightly exposed spot, almost within grenade range of FaZe. If FaZe reaches out of this compound just a little bit further, they'll be able to get grenades into Danawa territory. Potentially, Twisted Minds settling up in the southeast Hacienda warehouse as they push Cerberus' Tycon away. He doesn't want to take a fight by himself, and I think that's pretty wise.
While this is happening, I want to point out that there is still one member for Twisted Minds back in that power grid high ground, and guess who it's going to be? It's Batulin's, just making sure that he's feeding that information into his teammates, calling out exactly where they want to go, and I'm willing to bet that that's why they pulled away from that Hacienda position down into the south.
Yeah, the Mountain Goat himself is still mountain goating, just watching, waiting. There isn't much to see in San Martin. All the other teams have cleared out. There is still a team in Hacienda, and it's 17. And the real question is how aware of that is Batulin's? I assume fairly aware, especially with his team crossing not super far from that territory. But we'll see. Day Trade rotated all the way up to the north. That opened up space for the Freaks to enter from the northwest. And so those teams have quite a bit of space to play with, at least for now.
You kind of broke my brain for a second with your watching, waiting, and the pausing on it. Now I have a song that's just going through my head the entire time while this is happening. But it looks like pretty calm other than this.
Is it a Blink-182 song?
It is, yeah. So thank you for that. That's going to be in there probably the rest of the day. So if I end up saying something along those lines, I'm trying to get back at you.
Say it ain't so, Matt.
Okay, all right, you just wrecked me on. So slow and steady wins the race, it looks like, as the Freaks do manage to find themselves, again, another big section of control. It's going to be to the northwest this time.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, there is at least some space right now in this circle. If it goes to the northeast, it starts to cut out a lot of compounds and things where you start after playing the sand dunes, some of that flatter terrain up there as well. And we're going to see exactly where this one wants to go. Wildcard not able to get up into that spot where they put up that big 22-point game. Instead, it's going to be the Kwangdong Freaks up on top of them. And you can see Twisted Minds comfortable with this position to play edge, to play safely, cautiously, and it goes towards water treatment. My goodness.
This has just gotten pretty spicy. Water treatment itself in the center, so Wildcard and Freaks, while they are a very similar color, also going to be holding down a similar sight line to try to defend up. We still have the fields that are going to be down to the south of it, and really that area around Entropic isn't too comfy cozy either, so we're probably going to see a couple of crashes, as that's about all you can get for some of these positions.
Yeah, Danawa fortifying the southeastern edge there. Twisted Minds now wrapping all the way to the other side, knowing that this side of the circle is going to be open. They saw that San Martin was open. They highly suspect that this area, this angle of approach is going to be clear, and they are 100% right. I mean, this is why you leave that scout, that recon player back as long as you can on that high ground to get you this information. For hard shifts like this, it is so valuable.
TMA, you best be careful. They were coming in right back behind E United, and they've now stopped in this position. They're going to go ahead and prep, realizing the fact that a crash is probably going to be the way that they're going to have to go, or at least a firefight. We also do see just to the north of them, it's going to be Day Trade that ran into a 2-2 positioning. Just over here, you can see that they're going to continue their pathing in now, right next to Entropic. Realize the fact that sightline's going to be open. Now they're just going to have to defend themselves with bullets. Are they going to send it in? Are they going to stop at this hillside? Where do they want to go? As it looks like they're just going to crest in pretty close to it, so that way they can try to move forward. No, that is the worst way to do that one. Shots are at least going to provide some safety, and E United, my God.
Kickstart had to get out. He was under pressure and is stuck behind the rock. I don't know if there's any rescue available as he's trying to cut underneath the sidelines, avoids the grenades. Good timing on this move. He at least didn't take any damage from the initial frags.
Naylup moving in, and now E United hand has got to be played. Naylup is going to get the down on to Kickstart. E United can't make too many more moves as it's also going to be the Freaks trying to pick up this kill. They're just going to tap him out, and yep, it's going to be a COD that picks him up.
That's tough. That's toughy there for United. It's those little vehicle mistakes. We've seen it a couple times in PGC where it really can cost you, you know, whether it be one player or two. In this case, for United, I think it's fortunate that it was just the one.
Yeah, I'm amazed that it's only one. That is actually pretty beneficial in and of itself. Now, whenever we look in, we do see 17 is coming into the south. They're going to be just to the south of where we see TE. Cerberus is also going to be playing just to the east of their position. Day Trade did wrap while E United was making their push up into the north, so we're right above where we see the Freaks playing from.
This is going to be tough for show. He's got Hisaki in the bus. Hisaki immediately just takes some shots and is like, no way,
so
Jose.
Slow.
Yeah, no, it's slow, it's dangerous, and everybody knows it. You're just, I think everybody's a bit more cautious.
No, Show, don't, just leave him alone. Just leave him alone. Look how bad his life already is. He's inside the bang bus. Just
I mean, the angles really haven't been great for Show there, so a bit fortunate for Cerberus.
All right, so we're waiting for the next circle to go ahead and show itself. Cerberus already inside the vehicles, realizing that, yeah, okay, there's not going to be anything that's going to pop down here for us. And even if it does go into the fields, at least they'll have their vehicles prepped and for it. 17 is going to go ahead and start doing the exact same thing. The circle does lean to the north of the fields and still keeps it a pretty decent chunk of water treatment itself.
Yeah, so this was either going to go like west, south, or east, somewhere. It's going to eventually leave where the Freaks are, and already doing so early. Himas is knocked by, it's actually Lambu, and Lambu will find the point for Donawa as they continue to work with southeastern edge. Cerberus still on their horse, still trying to claim more territory towards the center. Going to start fanning out a bit. T, hello?
Well, yep, I mean, it's just dip. That's all you can do right now. Clib's got some vision. Going to go ahead and connect on to Ninja. He's just going to get dropped out of it. So we're going to see TE continue their pathing in, and it's going to be following them right back behind Yahoo. I don't think that Wildcard's going to get too much vision in this as they're going to hear what's happening. They're still playing inside of water treatment itself. Just to the north of this position, though, is going to be where the Freaks are at, but they're still kind of caught up with that whole day trade situation.
17 has a weird situation. I wouldn't be surprised if they're considering buying time here, trying to wait for the very end of this, trying to find a fight to capitalize the third party onto potentially, because the southwestern side of this circle doesn't have a ton that they can just comfortably find an edge position in. TE, they did pay the price for getting here. Yahoo right on top of them, just kind of keeping them at bay with some smokes and some other things. Yeah, they're getting slaughtered.
Yeah, they tried to pass right next to Danawa, Cerberus, FaZe, Tropic. They at least managed to get out of their vehicles as FaZe's compound is where they had their sights set, but they didn't even manage to get into it. No clean angles from the third parties just yet as TMA, I guess, finally manages to reach in.
Yeah, they really want this point on a Diggory. Gustav and Fex cannot reinforce Diggory. He is just done and dusted. They're going to throw a molly here. Fex should be able to heal. He's hoping someone was on the outside. They're actually pushing up through the middle. Follow-up grenade might be decent.
We do see TE that just ran through a gauntlet of teams to get right to the north of them. So FaZe now with this distraction has another problem that is starting to brew as Twisted Minds are going to find themselves a position to stop at. That's going to still have Nurens right next to them as FaZe Clan do manage to eliminate TMA.
Yeah, but now you've got TE there as well, and maybe other teams considering trying to crash that position if the fighting continues. Nurens, it's your turn to be the rat, my friend.
What's he gonna do? He's just gonna let.
He's gonna let him go.
I mean, oh hey!
Oh, there we are.
You don't have a choice now, right? Whenever Patulas just lands right on top of you, you gotta take it.
Yep, that's a point for Nurens. I mean, somebody did it to him in the previous game. It's fair play to do it again. EN watching the other three members of the Twisted Minds roll in on the hills to their northwest, but he's going to actually get knocked by none other than Nurens.
Nurens just back there being a menace to everyone. Twisted Minds now has to play this much more carefully. We still have Belmoth alive, but they're both just out there nominal on that blue. Belmoth gets some vision in what's going on with Twisted Minds, and it looks like this is just not going to be a clean fight no matter how it goes.
Yeah, this is difficult. EN might get flushed, potentially. Lash and the rest of the Freaks doing everything they can to keep him alive. Daytrade will be knocked out between the combined fire of Entropic and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds still working their way forward. Hikari trying to spray into that valley to keep them pinned down. So far, Twisted Minds hasn't taken much damage.
Well, with Freaks holding this position, they got into that fight with where we saw Daytrade a second ago, and they've also been kind of fighting alongside a Wildcard. They don't have any throwables left, and that is a massive benefit for Twisted Minds, as one throwable could just absolutely destroy them right now, but the Freaks can't do anything. With all the smokes down, they just kind of have to watch and let this happen.
Yeah, and there is a few other angles that they're getting shot at. Hikari tries to take it. It is not going to happen. The flank gets shut down by Spyro. What a turn.
That was just wild. Twisted Minds goes down, and now that 20-point lead not looking so good.
Wowzers. I mean, 3 kills is something, but this was not the Miramar that I was expecting out of Twisted Minds today. I was expecting that maybe they get a few more points ahead based on how well they've been doing. Now you have Cliff trying to hold the angle against Little Ghost. He's spraying it down with the grenade right in his face from Xiaowu.
What can Mexi do? He's the last one. Does manage to continue to rein in. 17 looks like they're going to go down about the same time. Hey, at least they managed to get a kill and still have one with Show inside the circle.
I mean, that was absolutely disgusting from Mexi. Just filthy shooting there. Oh, beautiful. Oh,
and the
chef's kiss. Chef's kiss, Mexi.
Damage control still continues. They're holding down to 5th, and not a care in the world.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, just, you can, play spoiler here for 17. I guarantee you everyone is keen to do that if they can. Since Show the only one left here. Mexi now under pressure from the wild card boys from the water treatment. I was called the wild treatment. I'm like, yeah, the wild treatment.
It's where all the fun is.
Yeah.
It's a wild, wild west of wild treatment over there, as Na'Vi still has control over the south, but it's a lot going on down here. As you can see, there's just tons of targets. Freaks just moved even into higher ground, as it's going to be Yoho on one side, and they're kind of in a North America sandwich with Yoho on one side and Wildcard on the other.
That was nasty shooting from over there, just pinpoint accuracy.
Nice roll, too.
Yeah, that's the end of Cerberus, well, it should be, except Tycon got out of there. I thought that grenade might catch him, but Tycon slips away just barely underneath the nose of Na'Vi here as they are fanning out to try to take some more space. The Donawa was eliminated on the outside of all of this. Tycon looking to find an opportunity to get some heals off.
This is a big potential for Na'Vi right now. Just 2 points back behind E United, who only has Flood still remaining up in the north, and Tropic knows exactly where he is, so if he has to make a move, he's probably going to get dropped. They still have 4 members up, 17 already down to 1 member as well, so this is a big opportunity to Na'Vi. Capitalizing off of that earlier first game, they can make the magic happen.
Yeah, no doubt, and Lash has Poonage out in the open, has an easy flush for himself. Finally, Tycon sniffed out by Mel, and that's going to be more points into the Na'Vi bag as they are rocking and rolling this game, Matchroom. They are really gunning for one of those top 3 spots.
Circle has popped, and you can see it's going to be Entropic taking those shots into Flood right now to the south. Na'Vi's going to have to move in. His phase still going to have their compound under control. Show also going to have to move, so our Solo's getting no favors inside this one, except for Shinboy, who's just kind of comfortable in the middle.
Once again, Shinboy on his own
Bro,
for Yahoo.
If it works, if it works, right?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
I mean, 2 points goes ahead and gets him ahead of, Daytrade and TMA, so buy it how you can get it.
No doubt. I mean, of course, that's what every player should be doing in this situation. Show as well as Solo, but a much trickier situation with just this Shack. He's got 4 smokes. Not sure the status of that. Well, now it's even worse as the tires start getting popped on the Bronco next to him, so going to be pretty challenging to use that. However, if he can find the timing with Wildcard scuffling with the Kwangdong Freaks, maybe, but Hikari also is keen to make sure that Show gets no further.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard can't really do anything to Freaks based off the positioning, but that means the fact that they have nothing else to do but just look at Show's direction, while Freaks looks like they're just going to be competing on who gets that KP.
No doubt, no doubt. But it should be stalled up for a while. I see a Groza floating around in Nikos' hands, and with how good he's been in these grand finals, that is an absolutely wonderful tool for Wildcard and himself to really start putting the hurt down in this lobby, climb the leaderboards once again. And has Nikos down, though. I just jinxed him. I'm so sorry, Nikos.
Nikos was trying to sneak in and do something kind of tricksy. Tropic looks like they're going to be sending on a path right next to Flood, and they know where he is. He's got to be careful with these peaks. He doesn't want to over-peak it, but now Tropic's just going to pass right by them. TE's going to be taking shots on one side of it. It's going to be Freaks on the other one. They do find a point that they can stop at, but they might need to be careful because Freaks can kind of look down into this area depending on how they move.
Well, if the Freaks play this right, they could scoop in quite a few points.
True.
It's going to take some really accurate shooting. Ian, I'm curious to see if he was able to get that Groza. Still see the barrel in his hand, though, so not able to snag it. Navi, curious about what's going on over in this side of the circle, wanting to see if they can maybe put some punishment in on the teams that are playing on the hillsides. And Wildcard looks to be maybe the Orange Tropic, one of those two. First opportunity.
Navi now tied with E United. 4 members still up as it looks like the Freaks are going to opt into sweeping down that wildcard angle first. So the double up for wildcard, realizes how the approach is going to come in. Hikari is going to be up at the top of it. Now just going to have to be careful as they move through, as those sneaky snakes can put up so much damage. We just saw a second ago in Miramar, but it's going to be Navi actually taking shots into wildcard. That's going to make it more difficult. And actually Freaks going to start stretching down into this when they do find an angle, but Greg Shot yet again tries to make something happen for wildcard. It's going to be Navi that now sees Freaks positioning, is going to take some shots, but going to have to step away, go for a res.
I mean, Greg Shot there, I think, just saying, I did everything I could, and absolutely that was a nasty spray. He has been really good this game for the side of Wildcard. Ian has been rezzed for the Freaks. Navi going for a res of their own. Azuba was knocked by Fex from FaZe. Now Circle is going to drift just right into the center of all this, so there's a bit of a plateau that still has some high ground on the west, some hills and other things in the middle, and then on the east, a little bit of the compound still touching the northeast edge.
Big game for the bottom half of our leaderboard, but Navi has now moved into 3rd place and has the potential for 2nd. With all these close-range firefights, they're trying to get control over the circle. It's going to be TE trying to hold up. Vex goes for some shots into it. It's going to be 777 that managed to pick it up. Duck Juice going to go ahead and get the flush. It's going to be FaZe now continuing this press in. It's going to get some assistance on the outside. Got to be careful with it. Duck Juice is going to just go ahead and hop down.
Yeah, Tropic had an angle down into this, so they're actually doing damage to both teams. They've gotten a knock onto Levies and now a knock onto Gustav. The point was stolen away from them for FaZe in from Levies. 777 run out of ammo. 8 trying to buy all the time he can with that stun. He's got plenty of ammo, and somehow Duck Juice still able to spray that down.
Just read where it was going to go. Navi still trying to stretch out, get some more kills, as every single thing that they can, as they can move away from E United, get some breathing distance. The climb for them has been massive today. It's going to be the Freaks, though, that are standing in front of them, and it's going to be Lash that does go down as Uba finds the angle into it.
Yeah, I mean, Navi has their backside completely clear, so they can just barricade this western edge, and they are doing tons of damage to the Freaks. Ian still alive, but just barely. And they are trying to cut through here. Hikari putting some suppressing fire down with his SLR, trying to give Ian a little bit of breathing room. Should have a decent angle potentially, but that's going to get cut out sooner rather than later.
Climb still continuing for Navi. Sights now set on 17's position, just 2 more points back behind them. With the way that this firefight is looking and where the Freaks are positioned at, it feels like placement points could just give them that at the time. The lineup now heavily favoring Navi's position. 3 members just creating a defensive position for it, and it's going to be Uba back in distance. Tropic reads the circle, instead moves down. Looks like they're trying to play around this trench, but I mean, Freaks, I don't know how Ian can do much more than just hide where he is right now.
Yeah, no, he has no real opportunity to fight this. With the way that Navi is hitting all their shots, they're absolutely cracked out of their minds today, and they are going to be in 2nd place after this game, it looks like. Ian just trying to prone down. He had to expend a lot of smokes, and now Navi just wants to flush him. They want this game. The push is up and over. The stuns in return from Ian buy him a momentary respite, but I don't think it's going to last long.
Really, the question is, can he do any damage to provide anything for the other 2 teams to do anything with right now? TE still pretty close to Entropic. He reads it, hears what's happening. He's just going to continue to play this opposite side. And, I mean, he still has a position that he can play from as Entropic and TE are now really going to be the ones that are going to have to move.
Yeah, Navi just couldn't comfortably get over that hill in time before the circle changed their decision, and now they've got angles down on the TE doing a little bit of damage. A player out in the open. Yeah, Lucarux, easy shooting for example. That's going to be another knock.
And whenever that flush happens, it's going to be big, as 17 is potentially going to slip down any given second. And what can you do over here, realizing the fact that that's probably going to be where the heavy defensive line is going to be, but it looks like Entropic might be going for this res and could be able to get it off, so still in 3rd place, Navi.
I'd like to see Ian play for points here, try to go for damage into Entropic, into TE. He has no real ability to fight Navi unless somebody else does damage to them first. you know, maybe he gets a lucky knock or something, but otherwise, this is exactly what I'd love to see. I think this is really smart from Ian. The shot's just a bit off, but this is 100% the right play.
Those shots are also going to draw Entropic this direction. Na'Vi doesn't want to crest that hillside. Smoke's still going to be down. We did see the Freaks place there just a moment ago. Duck Juice is going to use this opportunity as well as 777 to creep into the circle, though. So all pressure now starting to become in this northern section with the 2v1 duel that's going on between Ian as well as Entropic.
Yeah, here comes the return utility from Entropic, keeping Ian pinned on the hill. Once again, the spray just off for Ian right now, and now he should be done. Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, good pushover, good timing from Na'Vi.
Second place now going to be held by Na'Vi, and eyes still set even higher. There's a ton of kill capability still sitting here in front of him as it's going to be TE moving down the hillside, getting right next to him.
And the Na'Vi chants begin in the crowd. Duck Juice, though, gets Ibis looking for another. Yeah, he is just swatted away. Good job by the Expendables. They're too strong. Na'Vi is trying to push this hill.
156 doesn't seem so far right now for Na'Vi as they've got their eyes on that overall prize. Na'Vi moving in. They managed to spot out both members. It's going to be Smokes buying some, but Example coming alive when he's needed. Looking through the smokes, trying to get those last couple of shots. It's all just going to be how much more can they get?
Na'Vi coming through big on Miramar today, and they are shooting up the leaderboard.
This has been their day, and if you're gonna have a day, you need to do it when the pressure is on you, and you can see that has been absolutely massive. Na'Vi now in striking distance at first place.
The experience on this team, the talent on this team is really showing today. You know, in particular, you know, Example has just been bragging out of his mind. He's a great player. He's always been a great player, but in this PGC, it's been something beyond belief.
Oh, look at the extreme excitement on the coaches' faces.
Lyra's just sigh of relief there. Woo!
Oh, we're done. We're done. Okay, well, we've got to get everything set up to move over to Erangel. 2 games now remain. Toffees, Poro, Avenger, give us everything.
What a game as Na'Vi comes away with a double on the day. One more would make it a hat trick and possibly put them in the fight for first. Gentlemen, my name's Toffees. I'm joined by Porosaurus and Avenger, and at the start of the day, I asked both of you, can one of these veteran teams, OP or Na'Vi, go the distance? You guys said a strong start. Na'Vi gets a chicken dinner. Now, we're walking over to the grassy pastures, and in the third game, they get another.
I mean, and it's not just Na'Vi doing as well as they're doing. It's the fact that Twisted Minds, 17, all the teams that were ahead of them are kind of falling off a little bit here. But Na'Vi taking advantage of that situation, and they are getting everything they can possibly get out of it.
43 points today in three games, guys. That is just unreal. More than the other 2 days that they had so far. Like yesterday and the day before, they only had 24 and 26 points.
Tell me you're veterans of a game without telling me you're veterans of a game. This is when they had to come, put rubber to road, leave nothing behind, and they do it. It is a master's class in how to play the last day.
I mean, just the comeback is so huge right now, and obviously, you know, we're going to be focusing a lot on the top of the leaderboard because that's what's so big right now. But well, yeah, but there's been so much movement all around the leaderboard. I mean, we're seeing every single game, Martin. People are losing and gaining $10,000 to $20,000 just off of placement. It's insane.
How much did United lose in that game?
40K.
40,000.
Just by dropping down to 4th.
Yeah, just dropping down once around, and our mid pack is just extremely close still. And also, we have some wild and wonky circles. Twisted Minds, they expected to come their way with that circle, right? We saw them in that compound. We've had a lot of innings close. It didn't, and they had to move. We had a water treatment-esque ending here, an interesting one too. We just played that so well. They held on to an important compound. Then they went out and defended it super well and took control. Stayed Fall Guys alive for a long time.
I mean, you saw that. 17 and Twisted Minds both very sort of close to each other, thinking this is the shift, this is the shift. And when it didn't happen, you heard a loud, well.
It is what it is. I mean, I do want to give a shout out as well to teams like Wildcard. Of course. Collecting a nice stack of kill points for themselves, putting them right back into the mix. And what are we looking at? I mean, I can't wait to see our leaderboard, but I think it's something like 7th to 14th or something like that. 5 points removed or 5 points apart from each other. It's going to be insane.
Take a look at the top 4 teams. Na'Vi is going to be in first. Expendables does come in. Entropic and KDF. And those are important because when we show you the leaderboard, though a lot of teams in the mid-pack are fighting for, I think we talked about $10,000 a point in terms of climbing up that board. So we will get a closer look at that in just a second. But Na'Vi coming up, and it's not going up to this point, Martin, if you ask James or Toby, example, he's the hard carry, he's the legend of the team.
Yeah.
Uba showed up at the grand finals.
Exactly, and especially if you ask Toby, do you regret changing your captain from example to Petulance today? What's your mind of that? Yeah. No, I gotta give him that a little bit. I gotta say though, Entropic, they played this game super well. They went out, they took a lot of fights, they won a lot of their fights. Naylor popped off, I think he got 5 kills in that game alone there. And now they're kind of putting themselves into this mid-pack fight, which is, as we're talking about, 10 points or so, and you're making yourself tens of thousands of dollars.
Crazy. It's I mean, and you look at how Na'Vi just controlled the end game here. I mean, it's just been it was much different than their first game. This one, you feel like they had a lot more control, whereas in game 1, it felt like they were clutching victory out of the jaws of imminent defeat. This time, it was more in line with what we're used to seeing from Na'Vi, where they just take control of an area and just collapse down on top of everything, suffocating every other team around them.
We gotta say though, it did end extremely close to where they ended up in second circle by this compound. It's so strong to get out of it, especially when you have to push north. You have an entire region you can lock down. 21 points though here at Toffees. Insane for them. 21
points for them. You brought up a good game for Entropic. They're going to move up to 13, but the thing to really notice is the right side of that board. Twisted Minds comes away with 3 points off of that game. 17 Gaming comes away with 1. Remember, the difference between first, second, and third, we're looking at north of $1 million. 500K, 250K. That's a lot of money for a couple of points.
Well, 17 gamers then keeping their average. They've got 3 points today in 3 games.
Wow.
They are
so bad,
really, really in shambles here at this point. That's also why Na'Vi is going to be able to jump the board at this point. Look at this, up and downs from going into today and to now. Na'Vi being able to put this many points up is just crazy. That's actually just from 1 match.
That's just from 1 match. And that, I think, is sort of an indicator of what Na'Vi came to do today. And what you have to do if you come into a grand finals day and you aren't sitting in those top 4 positions.
That swap from 4th to 2nd place, we're talking a casual $82,000.
Absolutely.
Quarter mil there.
Beautiful play. And like you said, Pro, they're not doing it as a one-trick pony. They are. Some games come screaming in, guns blazing, some strategically outthinking their opponents. They do seem to be like the total package.
Now, to be fair, both games they did catch circle, but at the end, that's what matters: is can you clutch it out? Can you get that victory at the end? And there you go. You see the overall leaderboard. But this is what we're talking about on that right side: how close it is from 8th to 14th. FaZe Clan, with 4 points, could just jump up the leaderboard and get themselves another.
Even 7th here, like $134,000 for 7th, all the way down to 14th, it's $50,000. We're talking more than $80,000 worth of 8 points. It is insane.
And when we started the day, Na'Vi was not in a conversation for are they racing for the top 2, and now they are. They're 11 points back on the leaders with 2 games left to play.
But now we get the big thing. Now we get the switch over to Erangel. Now, how much is that going to be able to, how much impact is that going to have on these guys? I mean, we talked about how Twisted Minds, Miramar is their map, right? But now we're leaving Miramar. We're back over to Erangel. 17 doing a lot better on Erangel traditionally.
Yeah, and also from what we're looking at for Na'Vi here, they are actually, and historically, on the Grand Finals, they've been doing quite well on both maps, right? So looking forward to see if they can step that up for Twisted Minds right now. Miramar was these 3 games here. These 3 games was where they were supposed to get these 10 points per game to make sure they were winning this tournament. Now Na'Vi's putting themselves back into the conversation. Can Na'Vi take this home in the last 2 games?
It feels like Twisted Mind. It feels like 17 decided to skip the pit. The tires are getting low. They're struggling, and Na'Vi's coming out fresh. They're looking to make a play. E-United is a team that also was in that mix when we got here, and they keep showing up in the end games, Poro, but they're not putting points on the board.
I mean, it's the same thing with all of these teams at the top, right? There hasn't really been anything to kind of build off of, right? They're struggling, they're fighting, they're trying to get as many points out of every single game that they can, but they're just getting picked to pieces in that mid game. And I mean, outside of Twisted Minds in game 1, that was the only other instance that we saw of a team kind of making it to the late game, and Na'Vi's taking advantage.
Let's call it. Let me ask you this. I asked you at the start of the day, can someone do it with a big start? They did it. Will they go the distance? Can Na'Vi take first on this game?
I mean,
yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Let's find out. We're heading to the grassy pastures with your archons of articulation. It is Matchroom and the Paper Thin.
Time for the map switch, and it's time to get this underway. 2 more games as we are just going to be jumping directly into the action. I gotta say, we've been seeing a massive climb for Na'Vi, but with the map switch, can they hold it?
I think so. I really do. And I mean this. I mean, this team is outrageously talented. They've got tons of veteran experience on it. You can see that they are firing on all cylinders. Their shots are clean. I mean, every time I'm looking at Na'Vi, they're taking good sprays, good attacks, good timings, and they're landing their shots quick and efficiently, and that's a team that is poised to win a championship. And I mean, just think about, you've got Uba here who comes back, out of a brief retirement phase. You think back to the 2019 PGC in a very similar spot going into Erangel in second place, just like he was when he was on phase. And this is his opportunity to take a championship home.
There's so much. Again, it's the second place story that is just so common in this event. I gotta say, we've also been talking a lot about this, the point sponge situation that was going on between Twisted Mind, 17, E-United, up at the top, not letting anybody have anything. Well, it's really just been Na'Vi today. It's made it to where it's hard for all these other teams to try to pick up anything as the car duel still continues. That was a nice landing right onto the door.
Perfect. Yep. That's the pros just showing off with their parachutes. I mean, absolutely. With a team that's as hot as Na'Vi, you would think that they can get this done. Now, this one gets a little bit interesting. It's not quite a 50-50, but it's darn close with the river in the middle. It is slightly shifted to the south, so maybe we'll get another mountain finish. We can only hope, as you and I have shared our mutual love for those. But
I mean, I like almost all of the circle. I like that area that's north of Georgia Pole. Really, just don't
we get another South George finish. Why not?
Yeah, just go away from shooting. It's no fun.
Why not? I mean, look at this. Look at these numbers. Between Uba and Example, 8 kills, over 1,200 damage, 1,300 damage. Absolutely brutal stuff from them. Greg shot had a good little game there. He was doing a good job in that little U-house. Had a quick spray down onto a Freaks member.
I was going to say, it's good to see Greg Shot on here, as this is a player that sometimes doesn't always get the love that he so deserves, specifically for the team. And he has got a lot of heart into this game and knows it so well.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great guy, super nice, super personable, and is really, giving it all here, as everybody is. But Wildcard, has had their moments for sure in these grand finals. Yeah, they're in 13th, but, nobody's really just bottoming out. I mean, look at how close it is.
Yeah, I was gonna
From
say.
7th down to 16th is less than 20 points.
Yeah, sure. That's all
It's
I can say at
ridiculous.
this point. You can't say that anybody is having a bad tournament in this one. It's just that damn competitive.
Right, exactly, Matt. Yeah, it's just so close. I mean, one big win will shoot you up so many spots. Lamboot goes for the spray. Speaking of big wins, teams like United and 17 are going to need them here. I mean, this is, they're far enough back now with only 2 games to go that you start feeling like you either need to have kind of one of those, 13, 14 kills, like second or third places, or a win and, 8 or 9 kills to really feel like you've got a shot going into the final game.
There's a pretty decent drop-off between E-United down to Overpeakers. So if you're going to try to make something happen, you want to try to assert some authority, these are your 2 games. You've got the gap. You've got no excuses. It's just time to put up or shut up.
Exactly, Matt. That is really well said. I think for 17, there's going to be a ton of pressure. Show's final act. I think a lot of fans from his region as well, their hopes, their dreams resting on this team. And out Donawa, Lamboot going to be watching 17 come right in here.
Oh, goes around the corner and Show clutches it at a time that is so needed. Donawa loses 1.
Yeah, Lamboot there kind of put himself out in the open and didn't even really get to pull the trigger. He barely got a few bullets out before 17 fully ready, fully aware that somebody could be in that position. And once again, Donawa losing a player that is in Solar Salute fairly early. Costly, as they are the team that's at kind of the top of that 20-point gap, that 93 point. They're the outside of the triple-digit range, looking to get into it, looking to climb towards maybe 5th, 6th, kind of getting to that spot where we saw them finish at PGC 2021.
We talk so much about momentum in PUBG and how important it is, how you feel like you've got that good hand ready to go. You feel like everything is turning up in your favor. Na'Vi, today is their day. Map switches come in. We'll have to see how that momentum carries over, because I know every single eye right now, whenever you're watching that map, it's about how Na'Vi is moving through this, and can they get enough? Can they make the miracle comeback?
It is kind of funny sometimes, Matt, how the map change really does seem like it changes teams' fortunes, whether, for whatever reason that may be. you know, a team that does really well on one map will kind of bottom out on the next one. Now, I'm not saying I think that will happen with Na'Vi. I don't want it to happen. I love the way they're playing. They're absolutely blasting people, but it does happen. Historically, I've seen enough games. I've watched enough PUBG, and I'm not exactly sure what the reasoning is.
Whenever we get to this stage, no team says the fact that they have a specific map preference or anything else
17
like that.
kind of got mad at me when I was like, you guys are doing bad on Miramar. They're like, well.
Well, whenever you look at it, though, you get to this stage, you will notice the small differences in play styles, in where they do have more strengths and where they do find those commonalities. We keep showing those stats, and they exist for a reason. You can see how sometimes just averaging about 2 points more on Miramar is going to be much, much bigger by the end of a 20-run game.
For sure, for sure. And you can see that the way that they approach the maps and kind of their knowledge of, especially on Miramar, the terrain is super, super important. I think most people have Erangel pretty well mapped out at this point, but Miramar is a little bit more chaotic in terms of just the land, the amount of land, right? The surface area.
Too. It's also much flatter.
Yes, the surface area on Miramar is crazy huge. Like how much land there is just nuts.
I feel like it's probably about 4 times its size once you count in all the textures, raising verticality, all that other stuff.
It might be, yeah. It might be 3 times, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
Huge. So we can see our usual suspects trying to get some control points onto it, but hey, look, it's going to be TE up there right next to 17 as Everest has got some eyes on it. Looking in, we did also have Na'Vi that is down in the foothills just to the south of here as Xiao Wu still leaning into that bolt, and at this point, just whatever works, right?
They need points, and you know, if they realize that maybe there's only a couple members of TE up here, if they've been paying attention to TE in their, you know, kind of post-match sessions and their coaching sessions, they should be aware that TE likes to do splits early, and they might be able to punish this, especially if Xiao Wu can find a headshot with that Car 98. That could be a big opener. I think there's somebody in that compound. I think it's Wildcard that's out there. You can just barely see him through the X-ray. But Xiao Wu, you know, making sure that his angles are clear if he is going to push ahead and kind of displace one of the Vietnamese teams. I mean, we saw Cerberus up here yesterday playing out of their minds, and maybe this is TE's turn.
Nobody is playing around that, like, Shark Fin area, South Gatka. That's just not even really a part of the circle to these players' minds. Nor is any of the area really to the north. Only I think that Overpeakers and E-United are playing in that area, as Overpeakers are going to be moving pretty close to them right now. As, again, this is the nature of the beast with Overpeakers. You can see already leaned out of their vehicles, but with those shots, it's going to deter them down that hillside and might put them into wildcard sightlines.
Headshot did connect, but it wasn't enough to get the knock, and United probably just wishing they could find one more bullet in there, desperately need a point for themselves, but not to be this go around as they continue to work their way to the east of North George, start taking up kind of some of those hills. Maybe if it does shift north, entirely possible that they will have a fairly favorable position as the game goes on. And FaZe, late entry. This is very much the FaZe style for this event. They are an edge team. They come in late and start trying to make it work from there.
Doesn't matter who's on the team, doesn't matter what the roster is, FaZe rotates late. That is the basic rules of life. But you know who rotates even later right now? Freaks. They're just now getting off of military. They just passed that eastern bridge, and they're going to be coming to this quite late, but not too punishable. Well, okay, now, I was going to say, if they lose their car here, that might be punishable, but there is so much space around the edge, I think it should be fine, unless they just go on way too merry of an adventure.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, wait, Bagel Pa isn't in this lobby, so they're not going to be the last ones to come in. Okay, it is the Freaks. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're the furthest away from this circle, more or less, so taking their time, looting up. You know, a lot of teams that know when they're going to have to play edge, they're going to take that extra time to make sure that they can get more smokes, more frags, you know, have enough heals to chew through a little bit of blue.
So I got a question for you. While they're watching all these people rotate around in the blue as well, no, Clip's going to take some shots and pull away my question for just a second, but I think that might be just about it. The blue. Do you think it, like, itches? Do you think it tingles? Like, how do you think it feels?
I mean, I have to imagine it's like getting a static shock. You
That's kind of what I imagine,
static
too.
electricity?
Like
yeah.
It always looks like it's got, like, that electricity going through the cloud.
Yeah, and maybe by, like, phase, like, 6, phase 7, it's like a stun gun. Just
yeah, it's the first circle is just somebody coming up to you, like, rubbing their socks against the rug and just hitting you with it.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I've always imagined. Like, your hair starts to stand up on end while you're in there.
Dude, that explains so many of the cosmetic hairs now.
Maybe they just, like, put a big, like Tesla coil in the middle of the circle, and that's like how they generate the electricity on the outside. I don't know.
Next Erangel remake. You heard it right here. Tesla coil, middle of the map. Now, see, Twisted Minds, yep, they're going to go ahead and re-rotate again in this circle, going the direction that nobody is surprised by.
Yep, this is going to start going south, and now everybody is going to make a dash for some of that vital territory next to the ruins area. Donawa already controls the ruins, 17 above them.
Cerberus is running right through Twisted Minds. It doesn't look like that's going to connect in any kills, though, but that was a very awkward passing, as you can see over here in the north. That is going to be Snakers going down to wild cards at him.
Yeah, these minis have been really devastating for shooting people out of vehicles. Same with the M4s. They're really, really nasty with that pinpoint accuracy and that bullet velocity that you get from those guns. Twisted Minds has this 5-stack to themselves, and that's a really, really good spot in this circle. That is a very powerful position to play from. It's difficult to push. It's great to move around in and out of. Circle's likely to start drifting in that direction, but QM has TE on top.
Oh, nades were prepped, but now I have to run away. Levi's takes a decent chunk of damage, but I think that this is just kind of the vying for King of the Mountain. We keep talking about the fact that get your throne. If you're going to have it thrown, the top of Everest is probably the place to put it.
That's a good point. I mean, absolutely, it feels like the teams are going to fight for it, and even though 17 has left it because they want to get more central circle, they want to group up, play together in the compound, you know, for TE and others, this is still a really powerful spot. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe one of the teams that's north of the river right now come on down, try to take some spot, you know, take a spot up here because there's a lot of great information to be found. And Batuans, I'm telling you, this spot is really, really good for harassing teams. You got great sight lines out to your east.
Yeah, I mean, it just has such good vision into the Badlands, but it does look like the Freaks are going to make a push into Ruins. They're going to find that as FaZe is just playing the Badlands south of Sunken City, pretty close by, but I wouldn't necessarily call them neighbors except for 8C, who's taking some shots, and Gustav might come up to support. This is... If we continue to see this go into Ruins, I feel like it's been a long time since I've seen a Ruins game.
I haven't seen one that's been like in the Ruins proper in quite a while. I'm definitely down with that. Those are super fun. There's a lot of, yeah, it basically turns it into the deathmatch map.
Well, Yoho decides the fact that they also want to try to get their throne on the top of Everest, as they're going to come up right next to TE. His question mark says, okay, this is too annoying. They're going to go ahead and hop in vehicles and move down. Not too many teams that are playing to the south around Gatka and Chopsticks, except for really Day Trade. Pajinki still has TMA that's just on the outskirts of it, and we have E United that I guess didn't want to even try to deal with anything more with Wildcard. They're going to do a wrap all the way down to Rajak and make their way back and around school.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty smart wrap here for E United. There wasn't much space on those two bridges. They were both being pretty well kept. And so might as well go for something different, try and find an open bridge, and they do. They were able to scout this out, and they are, you know, they're relatively safe for a while. FaZe's Diggory is a bit out there from the Sunken City, but they should be able to find some space in between Pachinki and school. There's a couple compounds open there, and yeah, package is free.
Man, that jump between third, fourth, and third to second is just absolutely massive. But you know, Na'Vi has their eyes set on that jump from second into first. Just in mind, though, with the center position, they probably have the capabilities to put up a good game here, as it's going to be Na'Vi just on the foothills of Everest that are going to have their work cut out for them.
I mean, look at that map. You've got 3 of our top 4 teams right in a triangle in the middle of this circle.
Sucks to be Cerberus.
Yeah, poor Cerberus is just slammed in the center. But we'll see where this one wants to go. Should be shifting south eventually. Doesn't have to because it's not phase. Yeah, because I was going to say because it's not phase 4 yet. So phase 3 circle doesn't have to cut out the water. But this one starts drifting up towards the mountain again.
Yeah, it's Yoho's early positioning is going to pay big. 17 as well. Looks like Twisted Mind has that same idea. They're going to go ahead and hop into vehicles, and they're going to make their push around. Now, how are they going to opt into going off of this? As it looks like they are going to at least get distance away from 17 as well as Na'Vi. Not going to lose anybody that way, but they're still just making the sin right into the bottom of Everest.
Yeah, there's a couple, again, sort of divots in the side of this mountain that you can try to play potentially. It's a bit tough to get all the way up there. Couple teams, just everybody's doing damage to each other.
What is happening here? Day Trade, TMA, we have Cerberus, E United, all just running into each other.
This should be pretty decent angles here for TE. They've got some frags. They should be able to do some damage to Twisted Minds.
Hey,
the Freaks, hello?
We also have FaZe that's now going to be coming in back behind that fight we were talking about a second ago. Yep, this is just wilding over here. They just don't even have cares.
Let's get it.
Yeah. Try to get your kills, but it's going to be E United losing one yet again, is now trying to catch up to 17. Just feels that much harder.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it is really tough here. The Freaks and Wildcard just mutually assured destruction. EN on a sliver of health. Flash trying to get in there to help. Adam on the angle, trying to hold it with the spray. FaZe rocks and to TMA and rolls them out of the lobby. Grenade now from Lil. Goes to big one here. He gets the knock on Defects. Gonna go for the follow-up if this damage is good, and it is. There's a ton of damage. FaZe is gone.
Look at just the vehicles continuing to explode. That was just a cacophony of explosions over there. Now, Day Trade still needs to make their pathing into the circle. 17 starting to feel like they get some of their groove back, sitting at 3 kills already.
Those are big points for 17. Again, they're going to need to put up a big one here just so they can be within breathing room of Twisted Minds. Clib trying to go sky high with those grenades. QM doing a little bit of a broadside here on the Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds should be all right.
They ain't nowhere here, QM, because if you even stop over there, that's going to have you a hoe with vision into it and continue on your path. It's still going to be 17. So stop where you will, but it's all going to end up about the same. You can see just getting dropped everywhere. Bumping into a tree is trying to escape as well. This is just everybody taking some casualties in this rotation.
And some of these points are falling into 17's bag. Flood is going to go down. So United eliminated very, very early. Question marks Phil first. Found out by Xiao, Wu, and Show. And that's 5 kills now. I mean, this is their map, Matt. This is their map.
They are center up, and they have a ton of targets that are going to be next to them. The question is, how much is the fighting around the edges and in these weird spots going to be? James does finally get a nade onto Levi's. See if he manages to follow up with it, as it is going to be Authority right now going into the over-peakers. Circle's going to be popping in just one moment as question mark still rolling around inside that. I mean, if you're going to go somewhere, man, there's a ton of cover here, right?
Look at this. It looks like an apocalypse in the middle of
it's
Dante.
Dante's Inferno.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
Oh, Matt, that was the pun of the tournament. Oh, Xiao Wu hits Batulins. Insane shot. No way.
Okay, now what are you going to do?
Oh, the point goes to Navi. Oh, come on.
Oh, man, of all teams for it to go to as well. That one's going to hurt.
I got to fist pound you for the Dante Inferno. That was amazing.
I got excited about that one. I kind of jumped up and down. Teams that are still needing to make their way in is really just Adam, the last one up for Wildcard, as well as Day Trade. Dano is also going to have to make some pathing. You can see that this TE fight still slow and steady over here, is really Overpeakers does not want to overpeak. They realize that they can have a big game from this angle, and they do not want to lose anything without having to. Duck Juice, the last one up. It's a ton of Overpeakers coming, and really, I don't know how much more he can get. Yep, he's going to go ahead and go down.
Thought he had the knock there. He was already trying to get that back down behind the cover. Thought he could get the 2 on the right with the stun, take the first person approaching, try to get the knock there, and then finish the other 2. If that had worked, if he had gotten that first knock, he might have had all 3.
Okay, now Overpeakers up at the top of it. You're going to be looking down, having Twisted Minds just below you. Yoho that's going to be to the east. Crate is going to land kind of close to Yoho's positioning. Navi already pretty aware of where Twisted Minds as well as 17 is. Mel putting in work. This is the game for them. They know it, and it's going to be Mixie looking down. This could spell some problems. Going to deny the res. This is a big, big problem for Twisted Minds.
All right, Mel now trying to get back into the action. A well-placed grenade here from Overpeakers could finish the job. The Molly is in. The grenades are out. Twisted Minds is gone.
Twisted Minds is down. Navi still got the numbers. They've got control, and now they have their eyes set to first. Just 9 more points.
Unbelievable stuff here. This is just opening the door for the other 2 teams behind them. Navi 6 points ahead of 17, who already has 5 kills, 3 in the bag for Navi. Both these teams are going to be licking their chops. They want to win this game. They want to usurp the current kings.
I mean, this is big right now. Navi on the constant trend up at 17, who has had a quiet day, but now back onto their comfort map. Looking in, they've got center control. Navi is just so close to them. If we continue to see the circle go this way, they're going to have to do a hillside fight relatively soon. Other teams just kind of clinging to that low side of the hill to the north, east, and south of this position.
No doubt. Everybody's kind of scooting as close to 17 as they can, as that's kind of the only compound in the center of the circle. Everything else is edge. OP still on the hill, and I wouldn't be surprised if a little bit more of the mountains in the next circle. There was a crate that fell over towards Yahoo. You can see that on the map. Dante out of the Inferno and trying to just survive there on the other side. And I don't know, out of one level of hell and into another potentially, but so far so good. Overpeakers continue to just harass everybody and get information as best as they can. Yeah, oh wow, Overpeakers is completely removed there.
Well, 17 though, you've got yourself the compound.
but I feel like you're also going to have a lot of threats. That hillside back behind them going to be how some of these teams are eyeing positionals. Yoho also in that gatekeeping position around over peakers. Navi's going to have to move in, and it's going to be very uncomfortable. Adam's still just kind of hanging out in the blue. He can't really move forward. He's going to have the freaks that are going to be in front of him. See if maybe he can connect into this, but it's going to be Navi now rotating in, and they still not inside the circle, so they're going to have to continue forward. They just don't want to move yet, as it is going to be Day Trade and a very bold 2-2 hold coming out from Cerberus.
Well, let's see if Day Trade and Cerberus start kind of scuffling. There's only a couple players left over there for Cerberus. They're at a wide 2-2 split, so they might reinforce up to the north. Then you might have a straight-up fight with Day Trade for Na'Vi. They've got enough of this hill that they can play underneath 17 sightlines. Day Trade, though, looks like they might be angling to kind of backfill behind Cerberus, but there is not much space on the east side of that circle.
Man, I miss lands. I hear you guys out there in the audience with the Let's Go Na'Vi chances. They have an opportunity here. They've got the kills in front of them. There is the potential. Dano was also going to have to come in here as well, though. Day Trade still going to make this path back over. It looks like they're going to be going into the east, but I feel like that's where all of the cluster is going. Entropic, though, we need to keep an eye on. They're actually moving more Everest-sided while we have Yoho just trying to hold this one out. Sparky actually moved all the way down the hillside, but that gets read by Clib and it's dropped.
Yeah, Clib is so clean, though. A headshot onto him from Shinboy. It's going to put Clib down behind that cover. Opens up the ability for him to try to go for this flush onto Mexi. Two more members of Overpeaker starting to push forward, get the damage into Shinboy's backside. Donowa wiped out by Cerberus off screen. Na'Vi just clearing as much space as they can on this eastern side.
Still need to move forward. They've got a big fight that's in front of them, and there's a lot of kills for them to pick up. Day Trade, though, is wanting to get the 4 themselves. Trying to move in. Day Trade does go down, and now it's going to be Na'Vi. They've got some vision into what's going to be going on with Cerberus, but it's going to be Lash K still up back behind. That is Entropic's attention at the time.
Like the way Na'Vi is playing this, just watching the other teams fight, trying to scoop in any points they can, staying underneath 17 sight lines, just working around the edge. This is methodical, smart. You know your west side is clear. You know your back side is clear. You can keep putting pressure on these teams ahead of you. Keep finding points.
They don't want to overextend. You know, like, this is like a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment. They know that they need to get the kills, but they don't want to push out too far because they don't want to put themselves too thin. They know the fact that there could be so many things lurking around them. As now we're going to have the continue end of, it looks like Freaks. Lash K has gotten spotted out by Entropic, so that should just be a matter of time.
Yeah, Lashes. There's not much left for him to do unless, yeah, okay. He's just the full firing squad of Entropic on top of him there, out in open space. Freaks are out, and now Overpeakers still continuing their push on the north. Entropic trying to just gain any kind of territory they can, maybe spread out towards the edge of the base of the mountain, which has got a little bit more cover, and especially with the way the circle shifted, Entropic is in a phenomenal position.
Yeah, just coming in right back behind Yoho, and suddenly they're going to find themselves pinched. They've got to play careful, but it's going to be Cerberus. It's going to be back behind. QBE does manage to get down Shinboy. That's going to cause some shots. Coming out from Cerberus as well. Question mark finally does get eliminated. Cerberus has themselves a pretty decent dip that they can play. Na'Vi does find themselves on the outside of the zone. Yes, 17 does have a couple of numbers out there as well, but they still have their compound to play from.
Navi's going to have to fight, and Cerberus knows it, and they want to keep them out of this. And the good shot there from Himas to get an opening knock. He pays the price, takes a ton of damage himself. Smokes out to go for the res on the melt. Navi still has a little bit of time. They can stall.
There is a lot at stake on here, and keep in mind, 17 is oh so close. If they start putting together 2 and 2 on what's happening on side of the skill board, they can find some way to make this happen, and they can just jump down and pounce Na'Vi. Na'Vi knows it, so looking in, this has just become a very tumultuous fight for Na'Vi. One side, they have a fully entrenched Cerberus. On the other side, they've got 17 with the high ground onto them. Meanwhile, we still have the Overpeakers that are still going to have to make some type of push into what's going to be the new Entropic defensive line.
I think we'll be watching this fight quite a bit. Example is keen to make sure that 17 isn't able to push out. You did get the AWM knocking another one from Balefrost. That's a nice quick scope, and Nayla is going to get flushed for it. That's what we like to see.
Every single kill here worth more and more money, just right back behind Danoa, right? So now we still have the continued shots coming out. Nothing going on from the Everest itself. Looks like Na'Vi is going to start prepping this out. They've got the nades. They've got to start moving in, but they have to be careful. They're in nade range as well. Cerberus still continues to get the better end of these trades.
Yeah, that first one was huge. That bought Cerberus even more time. Now a response from Na'Vi is needed. Will 17 get involved? They do find the finish onto Balefrost. That's another point in the bag. Alia watching the hillside, gets the headshot onto Salalzi, damage into him in return. Uba thinking about trying to push forward. Tycon throws a grenade out and over. It's perfect!
Cerberus looks like they're gonna play spoiler on this one right now. It's gonna be a quick push coming out, but there you go. Now it's gonna be Example finding it down. He's making the push. You need to have your moments, and it looks like he's gonna try to have it. He's gotta be careful. 2 members of Cerberus still in front of him. Goes for the spray, gets some damage out, spots out another one. Example refuses to go down, but it's gonna be 17 charging behind.
It is an excellent play with the Mark 14, puts it onto auto. Here comes Lil Goes. He is scooping up these points. Example once again on slivers of health, trying to pour him down, and now the damage from Suju is good. Na'Vi on its last legs. It is just Example.
But he has managed to get first. Is it going to be enough as 17 still has more points that they can try to pick up? And it's going to be Suju that manages to finally take down Na'Vi, who are having a phenomenal day. Overpeakers, though, realize this. They're just rolling into it. They've finally done with the Everest fight, and they're going to set up their defenses and try to pounce before 17 can reset.
Yeah, they know there's a res coming through. They want to try to catch him right on it, and they do. Show has been knocked by the first grenade. Clip continues to push in. A smoke is out. 17 is trying to retreat, trying to lick their wounds, trying to find an opportunity to heal, but Vard out on the edge, gets spotted by Xiao Wu. If he hits that, he did get him. He didn't get the knock. Can he get another?
Tries to go for the follow-up into it. Don't forget about Overpeakers. They're trying to catch up to E United right now, and with a good game, that's going to put them in touching distance of doing so. Molotovs, throwables, smokes everywhere as this fight is outside the safe zone, and it's going to be Vard, the only player inside of it. Now it's going to be 17 pushing in blind, near on no information to work with, but it's going to be 17 that runs away, leaving Clib behind. Just sitting there, goes for the spray and does get the knock on one, but he is going to go down. The cost is big. James repositioned. He's got the high ground now, looking down into it. Lugos does connect into some damage as 17 still wants this, sitting on 11 kills on one side, 10 on the other.
That was a huge spray to find that headshot on the James. That forces the reposition out from him. Vard's going to go up to the roof. James trying to escape. Lil Ghost is going to try to spray him down. Does not connect onto James. James should be able to get into the safety of the foliage of the trees for now. Vard is a really important position here for the Overpeakers up on the roof.
Just 3 points now between 17 and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds having to watch on, hear everything that's going to be going on. 17, though, still outside the zone. Vard's high ground position on one side. James already back up against Everest. Beautiful angles for Overpeakers. But what did 17 do?
He's trying to get up on the roof, just can't quite do it. So now he's just like, I'll just watch the angle instead. I mean, 17 has to start making a move as the circle will be there rather shortly. James is going to pull ahead. I mean, if Xiao Wu hits one of those bolt shots and takes somebody out, I'm going to lose my marbles.
Oh, he jumps out. It's going to be Lugos that read it, though. He already knows exactly the position. Just one up for Overpeakers. Every single kill gets it. And there you go. 17 should move into second. That's what I want from my PGC.
17 Gaming coming up big when they needed it most. We go back to Erangel, and the boys are hungry. They want this title.
This is what I am talking about. Whenever you are down in these final seconds, who can come up for your team? 17, it's been a quiet day, but finally they find something.
It's the final act for show, and 17 wants to go out with a curtain call. They are doing everything here. Well played by OP. Honestly, they tried to punish 17 when they were wounded, just couldn't quite convert, and then Lil Ghost gets ahead of James' position, and James just not ready for it.
This is just getting on, everything is so freaking close. We still have one more game, and it can go wild. It can go anyway. We're still looking at so many of these teams that are just 1 point, 2 points apart across the leaderboard. There is so much that can change. An entire lifestyle hinges on the next game.
And I mean, the 17 fans came out in force to support their boys, and me, oh my, they are getting a hell of a show.
Well, show, last act. Can he do it? What's your take on this one, Desk, as we're going to move into our last game?
When their backs were against the wall, 17 came out and showed up in spades. We knew the change of map might be what they needed. It is one game left to play in Show's career, and 17 gets a chicken dinner to lead into it. My name's Topics. I'm here with Poro and Avenger. We're going to try to set the stage for what must be maybe one of the most exciting last games ever.
I mean, the fairy tale isn't over yet, is it? It just keeps on going and keeps on going. And these guys are leaving everything out on the table here today, Avenger. 3 teams, just a handful of points. all down to one final game.
If it isn't just typical 17 gaming to step up on a wrangle and take home a chicken dinner like this here. They played this amazing. Their aggression, the tactical prowess to play around this, and then also taking down Na'Vi, taking down Overpeakers, taking down all these teams that are challenging you on the way.
We saw a game end in this exact location. And when it did, 17, it took everything everyone had to stop them. We come back to this spot and 17 plays it perfectly. That said, OP, Na'Vi, teams that we thought maybe they don't even make the moves. Maybe they don't get there today. They showed up. Na'Vi moves into the lead before this victory, and OP is the clincher who almost takes it away from 17.
Oh, man, it was so close. OP just showing again, once again, how many times have we now seen it from OP that if they can get to the late game, they can fight with just about anybody, and you can see the emotion on the face there for 17 Gaming. Lil Ghost is just putting this team on his back right now. MVP type performance from this kid.
Absolutely. Let's take a look in just a second. Numbers of the top 4 teams put up 13 kills for 17. So not only do they get the win, Martin, they do it with a huge kill count to get right back in the hunt.
Before this game here, 17 Gaming, we're talking about 3 points in 3 games. Right now, they're popping off. They're getting 23 points in this game alone here to put themselves in the very top. Oh my god, I honestly can't believe it. I gotta say, the Overpeakers, they fought tooth and nail for this second place here. It was close. They managed to make a good push here, but if they just had, you know, maybe a little bit more nades than 22, they've been able to take down 17 Gaming on that aggression after they had the engagement with Na'Vi.
I mean, what can you even say about the mentality, the psychology behind 17 to get 3 points in this situation on the final day of the global championship, and then put all that behind you, all that tilt, all that stuff behind you, and then come out here and deliver a huge performance to put you back in the top.
Absolutely. You might be wondering why you heard the casters call at the last call, and again, that is because Show has said, I'm retiring. This is my last game, and we thought it might be over. A lights out performance for them on the first 3 games of the day, but they show up, they put up when they need to, and another team that's doing it, and you're seeing them on the screen, Martin, is Na'Vi. They were in the hunt for some cash, but not for the trophy at the start of today. 2 chicken dinners and another big game sets them up to go the distance.
They made 51 points in day 1. They made 56 in 4 games now, so they have broken their kind of first day performance here now. They're come back, and now they're making a 3-horse race. We're speculating whether it was possible, and they've shown us by luck of Twisted Minds and Twisted Minds 17 Gaming having on a rough start, and now 17 Gaming, they put themselves into the 3-horse race here. So I'm really loving what I'm seeing, honestly. One of the most exciting, if not the most exciting, global finals we've had so far.
Let's take a look at the match. Leaderboard, 17 Gaming comes away with 23 whopping points. Overpeakers picks up 16. Na'Vi continues the climb. The big standout is in 13th place. Twisted Minds, once again for another game in a row, gets 1 point. It's like someone called and they said, hey man, there's people looking to rob your house. And they said, let me unlock the doors. Let me go ahead and open that up for you, because they are not securing that position they started today with.
And it's very untwisted minds-like. Yes. I mean, we were talking about it coming into today, how clutch this team has been on the final day of tournaments all year long. Even going back to last year, they put up so many wins, so many points on the final day of tournaments, and it just has not been going their way today. Now, all that left aside, it doesn't matter. You don't even worry about all the stats. You're down to 1 game here, Martin. 3 teams all have a shot.
And Lil goes with another performance. Another game, 6 kills and above. It's like the 4th or 5th time he does this. You know what I'm kind of hoping for?
What?
This last game to be a military circle.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I'm hoping that he changes his name next year.
Just a ghost?
Just a ghost? Poltergeist? I don't care.
He's
haunting this lobby.
It's crazy.
Absolutely nobody can put a stop to him when he is playing his best. Take a look at how the points have changed. Poro, as we walk into this one, Twisted Minds only picked up 1. United also, very tough game for them. But 17 Gaming, wow.
I mean, that's... I don't even know what to say.
United, they're in a position now. They're looking to hold on to 4th. Like, it's going to be possible for them to jump in and take any of these spots here. It's a 3-horse race now. We have just 1 game to play. Overpeakers with a fantastic run in the last game. They could take 4th away from United. At this point here, we're talking 10 points different only, right?
Absolutely. We're going to get a chance to look at that overall leaderboard in just a moment to show you exactly how the race is shaping up. But I think you said it best, Martin. It is a 3-horse race at the top, and then we're going to see a race for the best of the rest. Up at the top, 160 in first place to 157 in third. The difference in payout, $750,000 for those 3 points. So those teams are going to have to come to play, and the best of the rest, 134, 124. Unite Overpeakers fighting it out, and everyone below that.
Just $250,000 per point, by the way.
$250,000 per point.
Currently.
How do you deal with that kind of stress, Boro?
It's just insane. Like, you got to shake it off. You got to focus on your games. And also, Cerberus on 9th with 99, all the way down to FaZe Clan on 14th. It's only 12 points difference. Again, $80,000 or so in pocket change for these guys, maybe, some of them, but still insane, life-changing money possibly.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's the same thing that we were talking about at the beginning of the day. It's not having to do with your mechanics, your skill, your shot calling, your all that. It's how well you can communicate with your team, how well you can keep your head in the game and just focus, keep your cool, keep calm, collected, and just play what you know. These guys are, all of these teams are good enough to win this thing.
And it is not lost on me that the teams that thrive today are teams that are helmed by veterans. They've joked about calling themselves boomers. They're people who've been doing this before we left LANs for a while. They know how to handle it, and they're coming out with that presence of mind to make the big push. I gotta ask, 3-horse race, who wins?
17 Gaming is statistically the best
And
team
you think
on
they're the
Erangel.
win? Do they win?
Yeah, I think so.
17, what do you think?
Oh man, why you gotta put this on me,
because
man?
it's a 3-horse race.
I don't know. It's a 3-horse race. I'm gonna say 17, man. Look, I want to see the fairy tale. I want to see it come true for
All
sure.
right, I got 2 17s. I'm gonna stand up and say Na'Vi goes the distance because they've looked good today. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone, we're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we will crown a winner in the final match of PGC 2022.
This win goes out to the fans.
Meditate on that! High five!
My eyes are up here. A bold message. I will not rest.
Did you know they call Callisto the Dead Moon? Dead. Gives me chills every time.
Things are changing. They're evolving.
Year of games to get here, 2 to 3 weeks of action, qualifiers, going through last chance survivals, fighting through everything just to get to this stage. One team is going to manage to usurp this 3-point difference, walk away with $1 billion. The others, a lifetime of what ifs.
A first-time champion, and all three of these teams have been around the block multiple times, have been so close yet so far away that are in the top. I mean, this is insane. I am nervous for these players, for these teams. I'm excited because it's so damn close. This is the dream finish for PGC.
This is just absolutely insane. And we're talking about the top 3, but there's still so much compacted around the leaderboard. This is just everything you would want from PGC, and now we're getting it. This next game is going to be one to remember for the rest of PGC, for the rest of PUBG Esports history, I would say.
Yep, no doubt. History about to be made, and one of these teams will be walking away a first-time champion. And you know, elation, adulation will come, but for those other teams, it's going to be like, we were so close yet so far away. And to think about this, Matt, 1 game to go with only a few points separating the top 3 teams. I mean, every little decision you make counts. Every mistake will be so glaring in the rearview mirror.
This is just going to be so insane to watch because there is going to be so much pressure on these teams to try to make sure that they find that moment, find their success, assert their destiny, and just try to take everything that they can get. Paper thin, it's time.
It is time. It is the final game here at PGC 2022. It's Erangel. Let's get fired up, Dubai!
Plane is up. Path is set and ready to go. There is just a kill or 2 across this board. Who will be our last team standing, as it is going to be neck and neck. Plane starts over Zarky.
Yes, right where we want to see a circle, and I swear, I mean, this is going to be, oh boy, it's going to be really intense. A few alternate drop spots are going to have to be found across this one. I mean, I'm already just, I mean, if they had a heart rate monitor on me right now, Matt, it'd be in the red, no doubt. I'd be up in why kick a moo cow territory.
We got to take those deep breaths for a second. I know. You got to get feeling it, but you can see the drops coming in. See if any secondary, tertiary drops are going to be coming like you were talking about. This is already going to be damage control for a couple of these teams.
No doubt. It is potentially one of those kind of plane paths that does cause some congestion around vehicle spawns. And right now, I'm not seeing it too much, though. I think a lot of teams are playing it safe. There might be a lot of people squaring off over Sosnovka Island.
Yeah,
I mean, I think United in particular needs a huge game if they're going to have any hope of getting close. I mean, they need tons of kills and a win. And so for them, you know, gambling on a military circle here, you know, is not the worst thing. They can maybe pick on some of these teams early, but again, for United to even sniff at this title, it's going to have to be the biggest performance we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, they have to have everybody else go out and pick up, 16 kills in a victory, and they made a gamble last time, going up to the north, seeing if they can get it, and you can see the spread coming out as it's going to be the Freaks right next to FaZe, and that gamble does not pay off as we go yet again to the north.
Yep, this one a little bit heavier shifted towards the northern end, towards North George, so it feels like that's a little bit more likely this time than what we saw in the previous game, so we'll see if that is what happens. FaZe has themselves a US to grab. The Freaks are just a bit away from this, but the Freaks would have had to have gotten a gun and really been on their horse to punish this.
I feel like this is just a grab a vehicle, make our way back over to Milta kind of situation. And so the question is, Zarky?
Maybe.
Actually a maybe.
This one actually has the possibility.
Everest has been where we keep getting our focal points into this one. Little Ghost, man. Okay, you can see, these are the names right here. Who's going to be able to step up? Who is going to have the game of their life? Because this is no hyperbole. Really, this is the case.
No doubt. This is a who's who of PGC 2022. I mean, Tycon, the young superstar. You know, Cerberus has kind of slid down a little bit, but gotten a little bit quiet, but overall still a pleasant surprise from the APAC region to see them play as well as they have. Jeems and Overpeakers, you know, playing well above, I think, a lot of people's expectations coming out of the Grand Survival up into 5th place right now. Looks relatively safe unless they bottom out and QM wins the game. So, you know, I got to admit, I'm really so happy for the Overpeakers. A great group of guys, and Akkad has driven over towards EU. I don't think they realized that EU dropped down here.
Yeah, this is going to be bad, if depending on how this goes. Akkad's going to stop. They're all coming in at roughly the same time. This is just going to be the easiest pickups United is ever going to get.
This is huge. I think the Kwangdong Freaks weren't really aware of the parachute situation that EU had dropped earlier. Maybe they expected them to loot some of the other parts. Yeah, he's dead. That's done. Tommy gun to the face. Goodbye.
Just delivering kills. Is United's dream alive? Can they make this one happen? You can see that United's trying to regroup. Nade's prep, light looting was done by the Freaks, but it is very light.
Love the repositioning here, not giving them any opportunity. Snakers coming around the corner, gets another one with the Tommy gun, putting it to good use.
Tommy gun coming up big for United right now as it is starting to get the climb, get those kills early, and that's going to put more pressure on those top 3 teams every single time United manages to pick up a kill. Means the fact that they know that somebody could be chasing after them.
I mean, they have to frag out and they know it, so you got to take the opportunity while you can. Akkad's going to throw a gas can at the door just in case anybody pushes from his east, setting up for a bit of a trap potentially. Gets kickstart just a smidge of damage. Kickstart going to go for the grenade. Akkad saw it, so he might close the door and try to counter grenade when it splashes out. And actually, he was just expecting somebody to be pushing him.
Shotgun, it's got some capabilities, but probably not in this fight. You can see too many angles coming in. There's the double barrel on one side of it, Akkad with the AR, and it's feeling like the Freaks are going to go out pretty early here. And keep in mind, while yes, they are in 12th, that's not by a lot.
Exactly. And Wildcard shifting a position ahead of them potentially, you know, loses them a lot of money. So this is devastating for the Freaks and a great start for United. That Molly is going to miss Akkad. Trying to see if he had come out the door, but they have Snakers watching the front. Snakers, they should have him down here. Kickstart jumping around on the furniture. Relo gets some big damage with the double barrel and another one, and the finish. 4 kills to start for United.
Now they got to start that looting phase. It did slow them down a smidgen, but they should be able to get everything together and get it going fast. 4 kills. Now looking back up at Twisted Minds, looking at Na'Vi, looking at 17. Meanwhile, 17 has made a move over into the foothills of Everest. It's going to be also Twisted Minds starting to make their move. Looks like they're going to lean into the north.
Yep, absolutely. 17 already out. The bridge is being camped on both sides of this. All the bridges, all 3 of the Georgia Pole bridges, I have somebody around them. You have Donawa and Tropic and Cerberus watching them from some angle or another. So 17 going to have to be extremely cautious. This is the most open bridge. Donawa only has a couple here.
Ghost does get the read on it, does stop. Twisted Minds and Na'Vi are playing way further over into the east with Razak Bridge going to be for Twisted Mind. Na'Vi looks like they're going to go the Yaznaya side. 17 still just trying to feel this one out. Keep in mind, we still have Entropic that's playing the opposite side of North George as well.
Na'Vi right behind Twisted Minds over by Razak. You have OP leaving Yaznaya right behind them as well. They are dangerously close, all 3 of these teams to each other. If they run in, they might, they might scrap, especially OP. We've seen it multiple times this tournament, that OP fully happy to just drop the gloves and go for it.
I didn't realize that Buriram had picked up EU players and renamed themselves.
They're not quite that bad.
It's just a joke. I'm just playing.
I like it. I like it.
I love those guys, though. There is so much strength in that squad, and they are not afraid to use it. They are going to be coming in right back behind the tail end of Na'Vi, and Na'Vi's going to be right back behind Twisted Minds. They are going to get some separation as it looks like one's going to lean to the west and one's going to lean more northwest.
Can you imagine the power move here if Na'Vi just kind of has figured out in their minds that this is Twisted Mind? Like if they had kind of read the rotations through their coaching and said they're going to do this on these circles, let's just ride behind them and take them out. I don't think that's going to happen, but man, oh man, with the way Na'Vi played in that first game today, anything's possible.
I mean, with the plane path makes it so hard, and you know that there's going to be a lot of double think. I wouldn't be surprised if people are like, do we go for this? Do we just push them? Do we try to get these kills? And it's just with such a western plane path, do you think that people could track that?
I'm not sure. I mean, maybe. I think with good coaching, yeah, absolutely. United's going to have to go for the beach and go for the vehicles. By Milta Power should be free. There should be definitely some vehicles available over there. I assume Tycon looking to spray down Yaho with his star. That's a good angle. Those are some good shots. Shinboy, no more solo rat play for him in this tournament.
That vehicle, I was going to say, that got scary for a second. Punij does get himself positioned to play from right here. This is going to be, I guess, an awkward standoff for a while. Balefrost's got to play himself careful. Tycon having himself a hot hand today.
Yeah, no, he has been an absolute just phenomenal player this entire event. All eyes on him for the future, no doubt. For the not just the APAC region, but for the future of PUBG Esports. Hemas, great headshots onto Balefrost trying to escape underneath the rock ridge.
I think that we should be able to see a res come out. That's pretty safe, unless Cerberus chooses to push this, but that's kind of wild. Nade might connect onto it. I don't even know if Punij is going to go back over there for the res, or if he's just going to let this one go.
Yeah, I mean, they would really like this flush. However,
I mean,
there's nobody
safe
here to save Balefrost just yet. Punij, like you said, is trying to get there, but I think Cerberus, do they know where Punij is? I haven't seen, well, somebody's shooting at him now. I think it's from across the water. I think it's actually Entropic.
Yeah, it's Entropic's
on the other side.
Entropic is running a 2-2 all the way up just to the east of Zarki and has a southern, a northern Georgia pole as well. That's kind of wild.
Nikos here cannot be flirting with Na'Vi. He needs to get out of there. He is alone. He has no backup right now from Wildcard.
Na'Vi's got a problem of their own. They're just kind of rolling around. They've got Overpeakers that's now back behind them to the east. Wildcard that's already entrenched to the west. They still have, it's going to be Twisted Minds to the south. So while they're kind of rolling around here, they need to make sure that they've got their angles on lock.
Yeah, Alia just going to start doing some kind of peak battle with Vard. Vard has had enough. He wants to reposition here. I think Overpeakers they're going to kind of fall back a bit to safety. They don't want to, have too much damage done to their cars and those kind of things. So no reason to mess around too much with fighting this early in the game.
Uh-oh, they're also going that phase pathing. It looks like they could be bumping into each other depending on how the pathing is going to work and which one wants to go for what building. You can see that E United is still outside in the blue. I think they're trying to farm up some more vehicles and see if maybe they can get some meds. They need to start hurrying, though. While they got those kills early, they have got to have a big game, and they know it. So pressure's on, not just to get the kills, but just to get to the circle at this point.
Yeah, no doubt. But every point they can get at least keeps them ahead of Overpeakers. It looks like we are almost assuredly going north of the river with this shift and into kind of there's that valley right down the center of this circle that is really difficult to play through. Already Twisted Minds inside of there in this compound, one of the few kind of safe zones inside of it, and they already have it, and so that's huge for them. Dead center of the circle, they've got a wonderful compound to hold and real opportunity, especially with 17 finally able to cross this river, sort of. Show on the other side, harassing TE's rotations.
Boy, I get so scared. Twisted Mind's position is it is going to be Evos takes down Duck Juice, and it's going to be Ninja that goes ahead and finishes him out as he makes his push. The Twisted Mind's compound is very good. It's very centered, but if it goes away from that point, I feel like it's so hard to get out of that compound.
Yes, it is a bit of a gamble for Twisted Minds. You hope that, the circles are in your favor for sure.
Well, here we go. Going to be rolling right up into the waiting arms of Dano. Spray's going to connect one, but it's actually going to be Ninja that gets the drop onto Helen. Dano wanted that one, but that was just going to be the girl that got away.
With an AK from the vehicle, absolutely sick from Ninja. Now he's going to let go with the grenades, and a really good shooting from Salute. Finds the headshot onto Levies. Grenades out as he had spotted 777 on the other side of the hill, but does not matter. Car is rolling down. Here comes the counter push.
777 making it up, getting pretty close to that crest position. Lambu, though, is going to be holding this line up, going right up next to him, and he's going to get Salute spotted out. So 777 is just in the thick of this positional. They've got to be careful, though, as it's going to be some range coming into it. Lambu's going to go down. Danoa now with just Soul. The backpack has got to be big. Can he make something happen? Goes for the spray into one, trying to go for the second one, but no, Danoa's going to go out.
Yeah, Ninja body blocked for his teammate there for sure, and was able to keep him alive. And Danoa, right now into 8th place, but Yoho only 1 point behind. Day Trade TMA 5 points behind. There's a lot of teams that could catch them. And here comes Xiao Wu. 17 got across the river, and they want points.
Ooh, that nade goes too far on the opposite side of the hill. TE has got to be careful. It's really hard to cook these nades and just hit them connected. So with this, it's going to be TE pushing away. Ghost might decide to crest up this hillside, but I think that they're just going to continue to throw for now. This is a heavy expenditure to finally, there you go, I was going to say, you got to finally make the push, right?
Yeah, Lou, actually, from Twisted Minds, from afar, looking for the point. Lil Ghost is going to find one, so it's even Stevens in that exchange between our top two teams.
Quick updates as we're looking into it. E United is finally getting past Yasnaya, so they could potentially get to the circle about the time the next circle is going to reveal itself, but this is now a race. Twisted Minds, Na'Vi tied up, 17, still 3 ahead.
I can't even see United finally coming into view as they are way late, but a little bit of space on the edge. Vard is there for OP. 17, by the way, has a ton of space available right now. Question mark, maybe the only team, unless United gets diverted to the south, is about the only team that's really going to be messing with that hillside they've got control of.
Well, now we know why E United chose blue as their color.
So you couldn't see him in the blue?
Yeah,
it's like a hide out. Yeah, it's a sneaky strategy.
Twisted Minds compound is so strong, but you can see that it is in that valley of what can sometimes be doom, and now it's a matter of where this next circle is going to go. Making the push into this position right now is actually kind of smart in its own regard, because if it does shift away, they can just kind of leave it. It is going to stay in, though.
Yeah, right on top of Cerberus in the compound on the side of the hill. That's at the bottom towards the field there. That's a low ground position for Cerberus. A lot of teams on the northern side of Georgia Pole. Daytrade kind of split inside of North Georgia, trying to find a way to potentially group back up, and Tropic and Yahoo control the edges quite firmly. Wildcard going to be letting TMA pass by, but keeping notes. Jeems out in the open with a lot of Na'Vi really spread out. They might be able to kind of get some good angles on him potentially here. Let's see.
The overpeakers are the hornet's nest for so many teams. Now that James has spotted out one, you can see that Mixie's going to be coming in. Clib also getting pretty close. United back behind this one is 17 now starting to do a much wider split. Ghost has been sent all the way to the edge. I guess this is trying to go for some kills. Na'Vi, though, wanting to see if they can get this position and make sure that they can get the kills, as everybody knows it's just going to be a kill race, positional race. Nate is going to land next to James, going to take it down. Uba starts this one off.
Perfectly placed by Uba. Mel under pressure from above by Clib. Decent spray, gets a decent amount of damage. Kickstart getting involved now. He's putting shots into Mexi with the rest of the team. They've got him weak but not out. Now, you can see Na'Vi wants to try to find these points. They would love to get this flush on a Jeems because every point so important.
Clib sitting there, going to have to defend up. Snaker's going to be the point man running in. Nade's now starting to get prepped. You can see that Snakers, the rest of EU United, knows that they need to get all of these kills. Now it's just going to see how much do they have. Nade's going to come out. Is it going to connect on a mix? Going to do a lot of damage. Is the follow-up going to be enough? That's going to be pretty close. Doesn't get him.
He got the first aid off just in time to avoid the knock there. Mexi at half health. The res being attempted onto Jeems. Looks like it will be safe. Na'Vi backed off of this fight. They didn't like the third team getting involved. Relo has flushed Clib. Overpeakers don't really want to take this fight much longer. If they can help it, it's going to be a heal, jump in the Dacia, and move.
Overpeakers know that they need to get away, but the problem is if they go to the north, it's going to be where Navi's at, so they've just got to make a send more along the line for the circle. Rilla's going to start taking some shots to the back. Mexi is going to go down. It's going to be more after any kill that they can get. His phase now looking into EU United. It's a ton of EU teams now looking EU United's direction, see if maybe they can try to survive, get some more kills. Kickstart has gone down, and it's just turning into a kill race.
Yeah, Example now starting to get some serious work done. Jeems has been knocked, and the reload should allow for the finish. More points going into the back of Na'Vi as they are 1 point ahead of, make it 2 points ahead of Twisted Mind.
Nate is not going to take down Kickstart. The blue is coming in yet again, that old friend for EU United. It is going to also be Na'Vi moving right into the waiting arms of Wildcard. They've got a full-on line set up, defenses ready to go, as Na'Vi is just going to come in, stop right at the edge of the zone.
Yeah, they're playing this as safe as possible. Wildcard still pretty well fanned out around them. The push is coming through. An Example is once again good for another kill. Greg's shot is down. Mel trailing behind his vehicle has one spotted out up and over the hill. Is going to find another knock onto Nikos. They are just a wrecking ball.
But it's going to be EU United. Looks like they're coming back behind this one. Flood moved very early. It looks like he's trying to get some more shots in to see if they can pick up anything. FaZe is going to be back behind EU United. Wildcard's going to go down, and most of those are going to go over to Na'Vi. Now, what can they do? Circle has shifted into this direction, and most of these teams are going to have to move into the north, but our big factors already in play.
Na'Vi is in first place currently, 6 kills in this game already. They just steamrolled Wildcard out of this tournament. United back up to 4, but they're going to take this time to regroup. Get, transfer around a little bit of utility, get some heals, do these kind of things before they take another fight. And I think they wanted to get involved in that fight with Na'Vi, but they couldn't because Na'Vi just wiped the floor with Wildcard.
They haven't had a chance to get their feet underneath of them and get into a circle yet, the way that these have been popping and the way that the shifts have been coming in. It just means every approach that they've taken means that there's teams sitting there. They still have got to be cautious, as it is going to be FaZe that could have an angle onto that shack depending on how they move. And it's now going to be 17. Ghost starting to make some scouting, and he's going to be pretty close to Daytrade, as well as seeing Cerberus. And I'm having some flashbacks to a bad fight here.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be a little bit tricky now for 17. The circle did shift up to the north away from them in a sense, and so now they're on the edge, and they've got a couple teams that are sort of posturing like they might go in their direction. Daytrade is taking their sweet time, and Tropic is just loaded up into vehicles and may now be crossing 17 territory rather shortly.
We do see that there's a couple of moves coming in. Question Mark moving in pretty close to Twisted Mind's location. They're just going to make a directed crash. This could be big. Turn the game on its head for itself. Now, Twisted Mind's just trying to defend up. Question Mark's already got the nades out, and it's just going to be start lobbing through every single door.
All right, Batulin's now cooking some grenades of his own, and you can see everybody wants to see if they can find this. Batulin's avoiding much damage. No, he's avoiding any. There's a little bit into him. Now you can see the surround coming through, but Spyro in that small house could be a thorn in the side for Vectix. Trying to hold on, he gets to the car. He's swaps out,
The
he's got
jukes.
one, he's over the top and gets him.
It's going to be pushed in because FaZe was taking the shots into this one. While this is happening, EU9's also taking some shots on the outside of it. Batulin's just trying to stay alive and keep his team in this one. Going to make the push in. It's going to be a juke around. Batulin's taking a lot of damage. Now having to move away. He's going to go down. Just one member still up. QM, it's a 1v1 for Destiny.
Spyro trying to push through the door. Hobbit's throwing some smokes down. He's going to push the angle here. He wants to get these points. He knows he needs them. He needs to finish off QM players. Here comes 17!
They have an opportunity. They're just going to crash in. Little Ghost wants to exploit it. They realize where the fight's at. Nade's now being prepped. They could pick up these kills. Nade's going to roll right into it. Spyro's got to play this so careful.
He is under a ton of pressure. Lil Ghost is going fishing, and he's going to find it. Lou is down, and another one coming in from Hobbits takes Spyro out.
17 Gaming now starting to move, trying to get more and more. They know that they need the kills as well as it's just continuing. Everybody is just going bloodthirsty.
Twisted Minds has been removed. They will not be winning PGC 2022 this year. Now it's on to 17 and Na'Vi. FaZe out in the open, taking down members of E-United, and E-United has gone out into 10th, and they will finish in 4th place.
Cemented in position. 17 though not yet done. 64-62 and the fight continues.
Oh, what a grenade from Xiao Wu! Takes out Hobbit. 17 loses a player, but they've got 3 kills.
Climb, and climb some more. That is the name of the game. Navi's got control over the circle, but 17 has control of all the fights around them. They've got Entropic that's going to be the north phase that just managed to fish off E-United, but to the west, it's going to be Day Trade that's going to be moving into Cerberus's lines. Na'Vi doesn't have the cleanest vision into what's all going to be happening, but it's going to be FaZe that's starting to get pretty close, and looks like they might be trying to see if they can get some kills into it.
Well, FaZe is getting sandwiched here now, and Entropic on the backside. Example's putting some serious hurt, gets a headshot on to Fex. That's going to be a cleanup. Another point here for Na'Vi. They are slaughtering everything they look at. They are dialed in. Now that is a knock on Uba from Crazy. Here comes Lil Ghost.
Now moving in, insecting right back behind where we see Entropic. No real push just yet. Still trying to get a feel. Does spot out QBE. So close. Still 2 points separating them out. Lil Ghost does not get the knock. Has revealed position. 17 has got to be careful. And it's going to be Lucarux that gets us down onto Lil Ghost.
How did he find that spray? An insane one from Lucarux. Grenades out to try to protect, but that one's right next to Lil Ghost. That could be the end. No, he's still alive. The follow-up is right next to him. Somehow, some way, Lil Ghost is escaping danger.
17 knows that they need to make the push into this. They have got to defend their teammate. They do not want to go down to a grenade. It's going to be Xiao Wu on one side. Connects in. Does get the drop onto QBE. Now Lucarux all by his lonesome. FaZe sees what's happening, and they might be coming down to third party.
Xiao Wu needs to cook this grenade a little bit better this go around. That one's right next to him. Lucarux almost down and out. Xiao Wu's going to think about one more grenade. Saw him prone. Should have him done here. That is going to be another point in the bag for 17 Gaming.
Okay, now FaZe had to pull away from it. TMA and moving into it. Maybe a gatekeeping position. Na'Vi still control of the circle, but they're having to watch that kill feed as 17 is just absolutely vibing on the outside of it. Now just 1 point behind Na'Vi.
Alia still Overwatch on top of these fights down below him. 17 now still encroaching, still pushing, still trying to find damage with Lil Ghost being rezzed. That's a lot of firepower back in the hands of this team. Suju gonna reach out with a grenade. Now you have FaZe backing off of this. They know that 17 is on their heels.
17 slows down for a second, resetting, getting that mental under control. Navi's got still about half the circle. Everything to the north is theirs. The problem is all the fighting's going on to the south. They realize what's going on, and they're hoping that a weakened 17 is going to be limping into this one, or maybe not be able to pick up enough kills. But right now, it's just being a continue firefight that 17 is finding. Sure, they have lost one, but it hasn't been enough to stop the roll yet.
I thought Day Trade might come in here and try to play spoiler. They're doing a little bit of damage onto Lil Ghost. Don't find any knock. All 4 members of Day Trade very close. Cerberus on the other side of this. Xiao Wu right up close and personal with Belmoth. Going to start throwing some stuns.
This is going to be another potential pull around for Belmont, but no, Xiao Wu, he goes down. The quick exchange between the two of them. Day Trade trying to make their move back into this position. Little Ghost holding that point position. He has got to defend his teammates, but he goes down as well. It is just Suju still up.
It is falling apart for 17. Suju has to play his life. He has to find a way to save his teammates. Daytrade got stabbed in the back by TMA. They lost a couple members, had to back up for a moment. Gustav and FaZe are getting involved. Here comes Cerberus. It's a party.
Everybody is jumping into this one. Tycon's going to go ahead and take down Poochills. Take Me Away Gaming is going to be eliminated, but Cerberus is not quite done. Making the move into it, trying to find more. It's going to be FaZe Dickery. Now starting to take them shots in. Throwable's coming out. Just one member up for 17, but clinging to life.
Suju just trying to push out, push ahead. FaZe was throwing a lot of utility his way. Wasn't able to connect. Tycon dangerously close now to Suju. Suju just trying to hold the line, trying to hold these smokes. Is Yahoo going to get involved in this as well? Meanwhile, Navi can just buy, but Suju is out. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new champion.
Navi's patience is rewarded in the biggest of ways. $1 million they now get a hold of. They just have to play it slow, steady. Dickery gets a crazy shot on Isaki, but he is going to go down as it is now moving into our top 3 still alive.
Unbelievable, and you can see what it means to the Navi coaching staff. Already a lot of emotion on their face. We still have a game to finish. We still have some positions to be decided, some money to dole out as Navi has full control over the northern half. You still have Yahoo, who is breaking ranks, breaking away from Cerberus. Cerberus, they're kind of eyeing Navi's position, but they are just barely on the edge of the next circle.
Big money in this for Yoho if they can win one of these firefights, and if they can take the game, could get themselves all the way up into 6th place. So Yoho playing more passive right now, but it's all going to be on Cerberus. Multiple eyes going their direction. Navi holding down, what, 3/4 of the circle right now?
Yeah, something like that. And we got a shot of the PGC trophy there where Navi will be etching their names into history. They will find pictures of their banner in the museum as time goes on. Indeed, they will be added to this list alongside greats like Gen G, OMG, the Sonics. I mean, just unbelievable. New Happy, an insane achievement here for Navi and a great list of teams to be right up there next to.
And still the potential to win the last game.
Why not?
Cemented in, take everything. Circle does favor Yoho though. Cerberus gonna have to move. Navi, with all the control they have, it's the 1/4 they don't.
Oh, Sparking's got an AWM. Hey, I'm about this. Let's just pop off with this big boy. And oh, they got 2 AWMs. This is beautiful. Oh my God.
All right.
Poonage. Let's go. Let's just AWM this one for the victory. You know what? I mean, Navi, I hope they win this, but man, oh man, he's got him.
Oh my God. I know we talk about sniper shots being money, but right now they could be big money for Yoho.
No doubt, no doubt. I mean, these are wonderful guns to have temporarily in this position when you have the high ground like this, when you can really just make it rain on top of the other team. So that's going to be a lot of smokes committed by Cerberus to try to push around in the they're going to have to fight through a Yahoo. I mean, look, they got AWMs. You might as well try to break them.
Now going to be moving into this one. It is so much smoke down on the other side. Throwable still going to be coming out. Cerberus getting caught in a lot of those fights, had to use some of their utility beforehand, but Poonage just taking the blind shots in. Still got himself 11 more that he can work with, but he's going to go down. Hisaki gets close enough.
Yeah, finds a good grenade. Still the angle being held by Sparking. Balefrost trying to reinforce. Might be able to find a shot here. Sparking just going big or go home, baby. That one just a bit behind Himas.
Now it's time to go back over those ARs. Yeah, that works a little bit better for you, Sparking, hitting that damage in. Poonage feeding over some information, but Navi getting control over the circle due to it. Sparking taking a lot of damage. Last one up for Yoho. Does he have any shots he can hit? No, he is going to go out, and that cements them in 8th place.
All right, here comes Navi. They want to end on a bang. They've already claimed the championship, but you might as well go out in style. Alia leading the way for his squad, has Cerberus looking at him behind that tree. A bit of a peak battle here, but you can see Navi is fired up. That movement is quick.
Alia with a beautiful gun in his hands right now. Example, just going to go ahead and start tossing out the nades. The patience, the control, still going to continue. Backs up against the wall. Cerberus not going to be able to do too much. Looking up this hillside now, stepping away. I know the fact that we talk about, what is it? Cerberus is like the gatekeeper of, what is it, Hades?
Yeah, I believe that is the case. That dog, yeah, he is the gatekeeper of hell.
I feel like they're about to be sent down into maybe C1.
Wah. Now they can join Dante down there in the Inferno.
Yes. I mean, Cerberus, though, have played well all the way up into 6th place. Really, they can try to stack something, but they're cemented in where they're at, and you can tell. They know. They've got their backs up. There's very little that they can do to move forward into this one, as it is going to go into Navi's favor, and
Cerberus, what can you do? Can you take this last game from the PGC champions?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's a 4v4. I mean, even though Navi has them pretty well surrounded, if you can break one of those long angles, if you can take Uba out, you might be able to just kind of open the floodgates here and then find, the ability to kind of get the counter angles, get the counter flanks onto Cerberus, wrap around the edges. But it's just a matter of, whether they can find that opening knock. That's really kind of a lot of times how these battles start is one knock and the doors just swing wide open.
And we got to give massive respect to Cerberus. They've had themselves a massive kill game in this one, and they're trying to pick up more points as they go. Now holding down that position. Imas is going to go down. Isaki as well. Just 2 still up. Now again, just going for those flushes. Na'Vi still with 3 has control, and now we still have 2 members moving forward for Cerberus.
Yeah, Tycon here just trying to see if he can get in here, do anything to hold the line for his team. Alia looks, Mel
what?
being rezzed by Alia. Tycon's going to try to hide behind this car.
Yeah, just so close over here. All right, we'll have to see how that one continues to brew. As Solzy still trying to creep in. Blue's gonna hit real hard, so he needs to stay with it, just narrowly keeping his life. Tycon, though, we have seen some big moments. Shots now gonna start coming out Souls. So can he go forward?
All right, Salalzi, go big or go home. Well, he got pushed back into the blue. It's right next to him. The blue is going to get the knock, and Tycon's gone.
That's going to finish it off at the end of it.
Here we go. It's their first international title. The first title for their region. Your 2022 PGC champions, Navi!
Massive miracle run today. They wanted this, and by God, a set of plays that could not even be thought of were just executed time and time again to find the victories, find the strength, and find that #1 spot on the leaderboard.
They absolutely barnstormed today. They were all over the place. They were absolutely destroying a title for the first time for EMEA, a title for some of the all-time greats in PUBG Esports history. I mean, you got to think Uba, who came so close in 2019, comes back to play with Navi and finds a championship alongside the unbelievably talented players, an example as well. I mean, this team is so stacked.
You have to say that everybody in the top 3 fought heart and soul, trying to get every single point. They wanted this so badly, and you can see the other teams trying to rally themselves as they have to watch on as Navi, with a strong victory, securing even the chicken dinner, gonna secure themselves that spot, and it's just so deserved. I mean,
exactly. And I want to also give a shout out to Mel and Alia, who have been playing out of their minds this entire event. This whole team came out, those 3 wins back to back, and look at that prize pool. It is climbing with the crowdfunding. $3,354,000 for Navi.
That is all you guys that are watching, all the support coming in. We appreciate it. #1, how much are you going to walk away with at the end of it? Continuing to climb up. We've got 600,000 prize pool continuing to push it up, and we're going to cross that $1 million mark.
There you go. That's the prize for Navi. That was the total prize pool there, $3,300,000. Over $1 million for Navi. Just absolutely insane there. Just an incredible final day, an incredible tournament. I mean, coming through the way they did at the beginning of this tournament, it looked like they were unbeatable. 3 games in a row that one day, unreal.
At that Miramar game, the way they played that, you could feel the dream was real for them right that moment. That was such a beautifully executed set of plays to make a push. Alia hitting some crazy shots, and everybody just coming together now, making that walk to the trophy.
It was the tournament-defining moment, no doubt about it. That was the pivot point. That was when Navi realized that they could do it. They could realize the dream, and certainly they did. They have found the championship here in 2022 for PUBG.
So much work, so much heart, a year's worth of effort, consistently fighting against everything to try to take themselves all the way to the top. It's gonna be your PGC 2022 Grand Champions!
Well-deserved. Absolutely well-deserved. This final day was unreal for Na'Vi. Just beautiful plays top to bottom, fragging out of their minds, pulling it up, pulling it through when it mattered most. I am just so impressed with the way they came through here. This was insane. This is a final day performance that will be remembered for all of PUBG Esports history.
With the insanity of how close it was, to be able to play in that crunch of a situation and find ways to succeed, because you know they were sitting there, they were watching the kill feed go off, they could see who was getting kills, they knew the fact that it was going to get more and more hectic, but they still played their game every single step of the way. Interview time.
2022, Na'Vi lost at PCS 7. You come here and you lead it from start to finish. Move forward, guys. Don't be afraid. Now, Uber, I know you said I wasn't allowed to interview you again unless you won. You've just won. Let's have a chat here, guys. Move on forward. I'm hoping someone will bring you a mic. We got a mic over there. I'm gonna start. I actually want you, if you can you give the mic to Example, Uber? I'm not gonna let you chat now. We're gonna have to let all of you chat. Example. I'm curious, 3 wins in one day. What does this win, the PGC 2022 win, mean to you?
Example, 4 победы за один день. Что эта победа означает для тебя?
For me, it's a long way, so I just can't appreciate my teammates for hard work to, I don't know, fight till the end. I appreciate you, my girlfriend, for boost my confidence every day. So yeah, I'm just happy.
You're happy? You should be happy. You are the best PUBG team in the world right now. Mal, going into the final game, there was 1 point separating each of the top teams. Uber says to me he never gets nervous, but was the team nervous? How did you keep everyone calm and controlled to get that final chicken dinner?
Была одна разница в поинте от победы. Как вы сохраняли спокойствие?
Мы знали то, что все решится в последней игре, и целый день мы чувствовали себя уверенно. Мы не сдавались. Мы знали, как будем действовать в последней игре. У нас была заготовлена тактика для этой игры. И когда мы увидели, что прокнул верхний круг, мы просто поняли, что мы можем выиграть этот турнир. И мы его выиграли.
So everything was decided. Like we knew that everything's going to be decided in the last match, and we were confident. We had a tactic, and when we saw like the game was fortune was on our side, we knew that we were going to make it.
I know that you're really excited, so I'm just going to ask you, when you do give the answers, I need your mic a little bit closer to your mouth, just so that the fans can hear you. If you can pass that mic on to Uber. I do have to speak to you, my friend. You said at the start of this that you were going to be the first team to lead from the beginning to the end. You did that. You are also the first player in PUBG history to win PCS, PNC, and PGC now, so congrats on that. You've been around for a long time. You've done all of that, so I have to ask you, why is this the best PUBG team in the world?
I don't know. I trust in my boys with all my heart. Like, they're like hard workers. They're good players, and they still have like ground to develop, you know, to be even better. So that's it. I'm freaking happy right now.
You are happy? Are you going to retire now? Or do we get you for another year?
No way.
No way. There we go.
One
The
more.
retirement's not happening. One more. Alia, final question. Do you have a message for any of the fans watching at home, to all the fans in the arena from the Na'Vi team?
Аля, что бы ты хотел сказать своим фанатам, которые смотрят вас, наблюдают здесь на арене?
Благодарю всех фанатов, что поддерживали, что верили до конца. Мы не опускали руки до самого последнего дня. Я знал, что мы сегодня выйдем и поднимем этот кубок, даже учитывая в разрыв в 40 поинтов. Я был уверен в своих пацанах. Мы все были уверены, что мы это сделаем, и мы вышли, просто сделали. В общем, всем спасибо за поддержку.
Okay, I want to thank our fans for encouraging us every time. Like, and I knew we're gonna make it. I knew like me and our guys are gonna make it, and like we're gonna make it like till the end, and we didn't give up.
You didn't give up. You are the PGC 2022 champs, the best team in the world from EMEA as well. I have to throw that in because I'm super biased. We are going to celebrate with you in a little bit, but first, for the final time, we're going to break down exactly how they did it. To all the gents on the desk, I'm going to hang out here, have a little bit of a party with the boys before we hand over the trophy. So tell us exactly how did they win the PGC 2022?
With style. It started as a 3-horse race going into this game. They had a triple crown on the day, and they come out as the dominant leaders. An organization that's been with PUBG since the start, and 4 players who know how to play as grizzled veterans win with 179 points. My name's Tavis. I've got Poro and Avenger. Guys, you said Na'Vi had to start strong. They started strong, they midday strong, and they finished strong.
78 points in one day, Poro.
I mean, it's nuts.
It's insane. Like,
just
this
absolute
performance
class.
today, it is literally head and shoulders above the rest today here. And this is literally why we're seeing them at the very top. 17 Gaming, they started day number 1 with 71 points. Na'Vi end with 78, and that's why they win today.
And 17 Gaming tried as hard as they might, Poro. We saw Lil Ghost on the tip of the spear, playing out of his mind, trying to grab every point they could. Twisted Minds, they even crashed them to try to grab points, but it wasn't enough. The Na'Vi kill machine was unstoppable.
I mean, look, I know that 17 Gaming and their fans have been just desperate for this win, and by God, they tried. They did their best, and they have nothing to hang their heads about because they played absolutely brilliantly from beginning to end of this tournament. Now, they do end up going down in the end in second place, but only because Na'Vi put together probably one of the greatest final day performances we've ever seen in a global championship.
We're going to look back at the highlights from that game. I'm going to be honest with you guys. We planned a package for United. We planned a big showing of highlights for Twisted Minds. We planned possibly to see 17 come out on top. Na'Vi, they were a dark horse going into today. We thought maybe second. And this is what we're going to show you because these guys caught everyone by surprise.
They had 24 and 26 points in day 2 and day 3, guys.
Yeah.
And then they come up here and rock up triple that.
It's incredible.
And they win because of that.
Unheard of. It's phenomenal. I mean, 3 wins on the day, and just
third place with 8 kills.
It is something that I never expected to see. But if there were 4 players who could do it, Poro, this is them. Example and Uba were a 1-2 punch that no heavyweight could stand up to.
I mean, it just seemed like nothing phased them. I mean, they came out, they started off obviously strong with that win. They did get a little bit of circle love in a couple of them, but at the end of the day, they still managed to keep that snowball rolling. And you could see they weren't avoiding fights. There were times where we saw a couple of our other top teams maybe playing a little bit more conservatively, pulling back into compounds, letting the game come to them. Na'Vi, it just seemed like they were never afraid to push onto something, to third party onto something, and they managed to win the firefights more often than not. Is absolutely nuts.
And today, like, you can see and you can say that these guys have obviously they're insane mechanically, right? One of the most gifted players mechanically. Example, Uber, one of the most storied. He has so much history behind him. He played for Na'Vi, then went to FaZe to basically win everything in 2019, right? We're talking Nations Cup. We're talking multiple phases of PUBG. Literally PUBG. And now come back here after a short break, now play with Na'Vi and do this. Just what an insane run for them here. And for their first wins to be in the 4th day of the grand final, and then they drop 3 of them. That's just something else.
Let's take a look at their journey to get to this spot in this event. In the group stages, they finished first. In winners bracket, they finished first. In grand final, they finished first. But it's worth noting a lot of people didn't think that was going to happen because in PCS, it wasn't quite the same story. They had a game plan, they executed it, and very clearly, they knew what they were doing.
I mean, it just goes to show you what a wacky game PUBG can be, right? Like, even if you're not always having the best performances, one day can be all the difference, and this was their day. I know you can't take that away from them, and they're going to be the PUBG 2022 PGC champion for the rest of their lives.
As much as this is the first time we've had a champion that's also won the group stage and winners brackets or whatever middle bracket we've had, the bookmakers had them high going into the grand final. We've written them off yesterday going into today because they had 2 bad days back to back, and you can't win, or we thought so. You can't win the global championship having such bad. But honestly, they're coming in here, they're dropping 78 points in a single day, 5 games, and they take it home with it. I gotta say I'm heartbroken for Twisted Minds though. They should have showed up on Miramar today, and they only had one good game there.
All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to go back for one last time to talk to your PGC 2022 champions, Na'Vi.
You don't get Na'Vi just yet, you get me, and hot damn, I love PUBG, and I love this part of my job because I'm a fan first and foremost, and I get to celebrate now. I get to be part of these amazing moments, and so do you watching it live at home. So to start us off, before I bring on our champs, I am going to be announcing the MVP. To help me do that, I'd like to introduce the head of marketing for BenQ Middle East and Turkey, Rashmi Perswani. Please will you come to the stage? They're moving on in here, joining us now. Don't slip on all the confetti. That I was worried that was going to be me. You know, they put us in these heels. Here we go. This is it. We are about to announce the MVP of the PGC 2022, and it comes as no surprise from Na'Vi. Please make some noise for Example. Example is your MVP. We're running on stage very quickly with that check because Example gets $10,000 US to add onto the prize pool, which we'll chat about in a bit. So please, if you can present Example with this prize. There he is. Congratulations, your MVP for the PUBG Global Championship 2022. I'm gonna ask both of you now to head on out. Example, go join your team. Congratulations. You can head on back to, do you want to come back on with your team or do you want to stay here with me? You're a champion, you can choose. You can go back to your team if you want, or you can stay here. It's completely up to you. Okay, you're just gonna stay there with your check. That's chilled, we can do that, no problem. We are now moving on. I'm being told, Example, they want you off the stage. You're gonna have to leave. I'm sorry, friend. He wanted to stay here and hang out with me, man. Okay. We're moving into the big finale, the most important part of the show. To help me do that, I have 3 very important people who are going to be coming to the stage right now. To all the crowd here, please help me welcome these 3 important people. I'm going to introduce them in a little bit. They should start coming to the stage right now. These people make what you just saw possible. It is because of them that we get to celebrate some of the best PUBG in the world right here. So first off, as we line them all up, please help me in welcoming Minho Yi, the Vice President and Head of Esports at Crafton. Mr. Mohammed Shal, the representative from the Dubai Esports Festival. And Mr. Shenfon Wang, another representative from the Dubai Esports Festival. And now the best part, it's the one we've all been waiting for. Make some noise for your champions. They started at the top, they ended at the top. This is Na'Vi. The best players in the world on the stage right now. They have some incredible prizes. To start, we are gonna hand over that amazing check. More than $1 million going home to our best team. Putting a smile on their face for sure. And then, of course, from our sponsor Lenovo, every single one of our players will be taking home an incredible gaming laptop, mouse, and headsets. Each of these players have performed incredibly well. You've got to watch them. 4 wins in 5 games on the last day to take the grand final and lift the trophy. That is something special. And of course, the first EMEA team to be able to claim that victory. There they are. Uber as well, you saw him on camera, the only player to win a PCS, a PNC, and a PGC. And now, it is my favorite part of the show, of course, as we take a look at them holding their prizes. It has been an absolute honor and privilege to bring you 3 weeks of incredible PUBG. It means so much to us, to each and every one of you watching at home, and to all the people behind the scenes who make this possible, and to every single player who graced the stage, the best in the world. I know that you love PUBG. I love PUBG as well, and I can tell you we are coming back bigger and better in 2023. But now, this is the opportunity. It is the moment we've all been waiting for. Help me in making all the noise you possibly can for your PUBG Global Champions. This is Na'Vi!